Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of Galaxy Battle Phase 1 as we enter the tail end of this competition. Only 8 teams remain, and it's quarterfinal Monday. We'll see what's going to happen today and which teams can make their way towards the semifinals. Only a few days remain, so there is a lot to play for and a lot of Counter-Strike still yet to play. Of course, my name is Luba. I'm accompanied by Pronogo. How are we doing? And look at this playoff bracket. A few big names. This is going to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun indeed, Yuba. I got to tell you, these, for me, early morning games, obviously for Europe, just early afternoon, there are going to be a pretty exciting affair because we're already seeing a little bit of fragging in the department of the teams that are left over. Metizport and TNL obviously have already taken a name in the round of 16, which honestly it sounds weird to say in a Counter-Strike context. I'm so used to round of 16 and RTS. Well, apparently they're making their way back into FPS. Cybershock has already fallen to Metizport. A bit of a blowout in the first map, but of course, very, very close, hotly contested second map. And TNL had a back and forth affair with Partisan before being able to finally deal with them in the final map. So both teams obviously have a lot of history coming into this, but that will be our first matchup. And later today, we'll be joining you to cast GUN5 versus ECSTATIC will be our second quarterfinal on this side of the bracket. But you can see on the other side, there's some big names there too.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow, actually, to see those two best of threes, because I can't really pick a favorite either on any part of the right side. I can see like Navi Jr. being slightly better than Sashi. I can see Passion UA maybe being slightly more consistent than 9. But I think that especially when it comes to like tier 2 Counter-Strike, especially when it comes to online Counter-Strike, a good day for one player can be probably the difference maker in a best of 3, especially when you come to kind of the former and the latter end of a competition. You really want everybody to step up. And Metizport seems to be quite good in the previous, we can say couple of months. I mean, they had some great success throughout last year as well, though some defeats that could have or probably should have been avoided. Now they're playing TNL, the dark horses of this tournament, and TNL really have been playing well, though we can't really say that they've been playing consistently. They were 2-0 in the Swiss stage, then they went into an elimination match having lost 2 best of 3s, winning against Nexus. They come up in the round of 16 against Partizan. You expect them to lose, but they still managed to win it. So it really depends how this day is going to go for them and how their individual players are actually going to frag, whether or not, of course, they're going to make it to the semifinals or not. Map number 1, map pick of Metizport, is going to be Nuke. Then we're transitioning to Ancient, a bit of a no-brainer from TNL, and our decider is not going to be Anubis. It is going to be Mirage. A pretty good map to end things on, right?
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, we love to see those hotly contested Mirage deciders, especially with fraggers on either side. I think if it goes there, you're going to start to favor TNL. They have a bit more, like, I think you could describe them as adapting to the chaos of a more puggy style. Whereas, obviously Metizport going for Nuke, this is not even necessarily that much of a punish pick in the modern era of Counter-Strike, but it is something where they're going to be more comfortable on. So I think that, realistically speaking, we stand a good chance of each squad taking their own map picks. Not something you can say every day in a Counter-Strike best of 3. And then they should be able to move on to Mirage, kind of understanding that, okay, we're roughly evenly matched. Let's see who's better on the fragging department for the day. And Luba, we are about to get started on Nuke. Straight into it as fast as you like. It's going to be Metizport's map pick, and they're going up against TNL.
All right, let's see what they're going to do. Metizport, of course, unsurprisingly starting on that T side, given that it is their map pick. TNL choosing to play on the defensive side, beginning of the first half. 2 dualies bought, or 2 pairs of dualies rather, bought on the side of the CTs, and a lot of Kevlar, very little utility to work with. On the other side, similar situation as 4 players decided to go with body armor, and this is probably going to be an explosive pistol round, given that there's not really a lot of grenades to use. It's going to be a split toward the A-bomb side. Let's see what's going to happen here, as Onyx can't really help his teammates. Nife and Dawi falling down. It's a +1 for the side of Metizport as they take control of the side. Hampa's taking out Onyx, and And this seems to be a lost round for the side of TNL. They need to find the next frag, and that's what they're going to do. Fleerax with the duelist fires away and back onto a 2-on-2 as Fleerax continues to fire. It's a 1-on-2 now for Karen. Between a rock and a hard place, and they don't even want to face him. They can't get closer. Rather, he can't get close to them. First fire is actually going to find the frag onto Lumi, and still enough time to try and force this defuse, but Hampus, a lot of experience. He's just going to click his head for the first round of the Swedish side.
We love to see Metizport play the time, play the bomb, not going to give in to that chaos that TNL were trying to cause, and they did their best. Re-entry from Mini, re-entry from Squeaky. Those are big impact kills that some of the members of TNL ended up finding, and that's obviously partially down to Onyx being all the way outside yard and having to rotate back in. Pretty common starting position there on the CT pistol. And then we end up getting a bloodbath for that one on the upper side. So, listen, Metizport are making a statement with that one. They didn't go through with heavy utility. They went through with just a Molotov and a whole lot of bodies, and that's all they needed to get the first round win.
Yeah, it was enough. A few good kills for them, and they want to explode towards ramp, and Zonic is just waiting behind the smoke, but as soon as it fades, he might be in trouble. That 5-7 ain't gonna save him from many a tease that really want to come over here as Onyx awaits, and so does the FAMAS. There's the 5-7. Onyx finds 3 with the 5-7. Hampus and Lumi finding an answer, finding more than an answer, but Fleerax takes down Hampus. It's only Lumi remaining with so little HP. He can't really do much, but find one more frag he will. Does he know about Dawi? He does, but Dawi takes him down, and it's a reset onto Metizport, courtesy of TNL.
Yeah, big impact stuff there from Fleerax's scout. He gets flashed off early on, but Onyx, obviously the hero, taking 3 frags. It was a lot of tagging and at least 1 frag there for Fleerax to finish it off. But man, when your IGL is going shirtless and then he frags 3 people, Giga Chat energy. That's all I can say. That's the analysis for you, Luba.
Yep. They hit the ground running now, and it's an uncomfortable situation for the Swedes, as 4 of them used to represent ninjas in pajamas. Oh, nothing from Hampus. He notoriously hates his former organization. We can talk about that at some point, but TNL doubles
your time on NIP does not count, Yuba. That's what everybody keeps telling me.
Of course.
If you were bad on NIP, then it's all right. Career rehabilitation starts now.
Probably the best thing for Isaac to think that way, because, you know, his time in Gamer League was really good. His time at NIP, not so much. A short stint in the Ninjas is something that he probably wants to erase from the CV, as Adam B gets taken out, and one by one they all fall. Lumi's scout isn't going to do much, or maybe some great flick. Not going to happen. It's a perfect round for the side of TNL, fighting well against that forced buy, so they're going to build up some cash quite early.
Yeah, it's kind of neat here that TNL end up not just building up cash with all 5 alive, but they don't even spend all of the utility that they invested into that last round, and of course some of it does get scavenged after the fact. So the defenders are going to be feeling pretty good about that. With how fraggy the pistol was, with how fraggy the second round was, where they managed to actually keep one guy alive with an AK-47, no less. That was Dawi. That definitely helped fortify their economy. And Metizport, ooh, wow, they're going to have to deal with Nefe, who is all the way up. No way he's fragging people out. I mean, this is an anti-eco, but the fact that this guy is that aggressive early on, he only goes for 1, but it's an SMG given over. It's not the end of the world, and on top of that, now the conditioning is going to be all sorts of out of whack, you know?
Yeah, now you really can't know what to expect from him in the future rounds. Like, if he's doing that in an anti-eco where you probably don't expect somebody being so aggressive, even though he only had an MP9, you don't really know what you can expect from him in future rounds when you have a full buy and something like that. A play like that, even 1-for-1, can be quite costly for the T side. Fleerax gets dinked, but not a problem to finish off both remaining players. They double their advantage at the start of this map number 1. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's a quarter final, so a lot of things on the line. Of course, this nuke is probably going to pale in comparison to the one we saw yesterday in Melbourne, right?
Few things are going to be able to compare to that one. I didn't even think Australia had nukes, and here we were. So coming into this one, I do think, despite TNL's slim lead so far, the guns are out for Metizport. They should be able to show us some technical layers that not necessarily TNL can't respond to, just that they are going to be, you know, having to dig a bit deeper in order to do so. Right now, they've just been fragging out, and it's been working wonders for them. Credit to them for it. But as of right now, Secret is the domain of Metizport. Hampus, he's going to push forward. Nice jiggle there. Stop Cairn from being able to take the frag and run. Oh, and he ends up doubling up. So he will eventually burn up downstairs. However, that's still a man advantage. And Plopsky now going to pressure Nefe. Oh, he is going to get caught, but there's two players pushing out Mini. That's going to be plenty of room there for Metizport to take the upper site.
Yeah, and now the question is, does TNL want to commit to this? As Onyx will get taken out, just a matter of time. Flearax falls as well, and Metizport is not letting TNL get away with this, is not letting TNL get a good lead at the beginning. And Hampus, we saw that in his time at NIP, of course, I believe his first stint where his fragging was quite good.
Oh, yes.
He can get some really, really important impact frags at the right time, and this round was the case.
I'm glad to see that he's not the only one on Metizport doing that, too, because they definitely set up timings between Squeaky and Hut where Metizport are able to pressure multiple extremities for that upper site after two quick frags from Hampus immediately call into question the defense in the south, right, in the lower site. So that ended up being massively impactful. Now, is Cairn going to be checked here? Shadow advantage gives him the duel, but there is somebody available to frag him up if he dares to look over. And it looks like maybe he's falling back. Yeah, Plopsky doesn't actually have the angle. Stylish purple smokes there. Onik, he spotted a little bit. He heard a little bit. He's going to drop that incendiary grenade. Looks like ramp is still the domain of TNL for now. They'll take that man-up advantage.
Unfortunate timing for Plopsky on Marshmallow. He was there, and had he stayed a little longer, it would have been an easy frag onto Cairn. And now a different situation as, of course, Bogdan's rule. Cairn takes the op, and it's still a 5v4. That op can't be battle ready in the remainder of this round. 45 seconds left for Metizport to think things through and maybe get an idea of what they can do.
Yeah, there's still plenty of potential here, but it is starting to collapse. Quantum field theory. You have observed it. Metizport have been found wanting. What else can they end up doing? Leveraging a little bit of impact, but it's going to be Secret, not the upper site. Plopsky is going to look for any rotations he can cut off in the meantime. Maybe they can swing up some vents if necessary. They're certainly pushing towards this lower site. 10 seconds on the clock. No time. No point of return. It's Isaac trying his best to somehow claw victory from the jaws of defeat. Not going to work out. TNL, they have a 2-round advantage, and that one was a rifle round.
Oh yeah, that was very important. Look at the money on the side of Metizport. Of course, when we get back to that round, the money is not perfect. It's far from it, as TNL plans to use this CT side to get a good advantage at the half. Of course, only 6 rounds played. There's more than enough time and more than enough room for Metizport to get a good half in their map pick, but they're going to need to dig a little deeper if they want to do so. Lumi could consider buying something. Maybe a Hero AK could be in the cards for the side of Metizport. I don't know how often they do something like that, given that usually when we watch Tier 2 sides, Hero AK is quite common. Seems that it's not going to be the case here for the Swedish side, as pistols will be what they will be using. On the other hand, of course, as we already mentioned, TNL already managed to build up some bank. They want to maintain it throughout this first half.
Yeah, working pretty well for the Ukrainian side. Let's see if they can continue to keep their opponents at an arm's length on Metizport's own map pick. Reduced to just P250, staring down ramp. Tech 9 trying to rush out. The op flick from Flearax is good.
Oh, beautiful from Flearax. And now it's on the Cairn. missing many shots in that spray transfer, but the USP will be enough. And a 5th round for TNL. That was wild from Karen, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. As Metizport,
I like the idea of him,
punish him.
You know, he's looking down at his AK-47 after he whiffs that second frag spray, and he's like, you know what? I got a different tool for this job. Just the fact that he does it so confidently when obviously we can see it's a bit of a mess. But either way, like you said, a kill is a kill. TNL will be up 5-2. And one of the things that Metizport are failing to do on these compromised buy situations is they're investing money into it, but they're not getting much return.
Yeah.
Not like TNL with their force buy round 2. Now, guns are out again. Op on Lumi. We'll see what he can make happen. The lurk out red. Plopsky. A lot to do here.
Timing is everything right now. If they're going to expect Karen, the answer seems to be no, as nobody is ready for him.
No.
He doubles up easily. Gets punished, though, but that's not a problem, as the trade is welcome in that situation. One and done position was good enough for 2 kills. And completely crumbling is the attack of Metizport.
Yeah, Flarex winning the op duel head-to-head. Not sure how that happened, but impactful frag nonetheless. Leaves only Adam B and Isaac. When your first name's in your ID, something's gone wrong with your branding, my man. Metizport definitely struggling here in this round. We'll see if they can foment some kind of bomb plant somehow. That's really their only hope. Very unlikely to convert a 2-on-4 with the map control that the CTs have.
Not only is it unlikely, I think they're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and TNL is not planning on doing that, as Nife will be the first point of contact for Adam B. That kill could be crucial, and the round is over, as Isak can't really do much in this position. Trying to find a frag, but Nife will take him down, and it'll be a 6th round for the side of TNL. They're playing quite well.
Yeah, we keep this up. Team Next Level will be getting to the next map real quick with their opponent's map pick in their back pocket as a win. And that's always scary if you're on the other side here. Metizport, they don't necessarily come in as heavy favorites. We talked about how it's hard to pick favorites in these quarterfinals matchups. Both teams on pretty much every match have already proven themselves by the time they get this deep in the tournament. So there's very unlikely to be any lopsided affairs, but this is starting to look that way. Metizport do need to rally, and they have the time to do so. But if they drop too many more rounds, it starts to look like the nuke of old, where it's massively CT-sided. And I'm not sure Metasport's CT defense can put up the same numbers that what TNL are doing. A lot of this isn't even necessarily down to strats. It's really good fragging, really good heads-up play, good instincts. And right now, Nife, he's going to be served up as a buffet if he's not careful. Falls away. And that will be it. Just a little bit of pressure towards Hut.
Yeah, nothing more than that. As Karen seeing one player in lobby, he should be careful. He doesn't want to get taken out so early. Provide the T's with a little more space at that. Lopsky quite low. The attack is proceeding towards Squeaky. Let's see what they can do as Karen awaits and only finds one. Now a lot more room to play with, but Nippy is waiting backside. Ripples up, and it's only Hampus remains, but Fleerax waiting with that AWP for the 7th round of TNL. And as you said, Metizport need to think of something and need to do it quick, as TNL might start to run away with this. 5-round lead at the first half is not something that you can't come back from, but they're going to have to hurry if they want to do so. This could turn out to be a one-sided first half, and in that case, I don't care if TNL's T-side might be worse for wear. When they only have a few rounds they need to pick up, a few individual plays could be enough to finish map number 1 off.
Yeah, Metizport might just be feeling like me right now. Maybe they're a little bit sleepy. Maybe they're needing to wake up a bit more. That's definitely an option here to explain their performance. Whereas TNL, they've been fragging. They've been warmed up. They've been running that deathmatch. And so far, so good for the Ukrainian side. Now, I will point out here, with the 5 rifle buy yet again, ooh, and with some of the contact plays, it does feel like Metizport are coming back into this, firing back into this, but with Hampus going down in yard, a lot is onto this kill, and wow, Nife actually ends up trading 1 for 1 there. That is not bad. Onik in the 3-on-3 is going to be holding the double doors in the lower sight. And it feels like TNL still have more than a fighting chance. With so much money built up, they can absolutely go for this.
All right. Onic with his best impression of Tarek 10 years ago in shirtless gaming. See what he can do guarding this B bomb site, as the T's are going to swarm from each part of the site, each entrance available to them. Onyx just waiting for double doors to be open. He's going to get taken down. This round is all but over as Lyrax tries to find something, but a smoke and a molly towards Splitter means that he is really in a situation where he can only save his gun. That's going to be the third round for Metizport, but they need to continue in this manner if they want to make this a close affair at the half.
Yeah, listen, 7-5 is doable, more than doable. Really, even 8-4, we've seen comebacks from that. 9-3, you start to get a lot less likely. Really, what they've done is they've avoided the disastrous 10-2, you know? So, Metizport have been able to put at least the bare minimum, serving up a little bit of competition here. Adam B will be tested on the exit. He's not going to pass, and Fleerax will even take another gun away from it. Remember, the money here not great for Metizport, so kind of locking them in, as has been happening here. TNL playing well even in their round loss. Not really that much to criticize at the end of the day. The molly comes out to ramp. You can't really egress that as the AWP. Let's take a little bit more passive angles. Make sure we pin him to the wall and make it stick to him. And so there will not be a sniper rifle on the side of Metizport. They will not be able to build too much on the economy side. And these last two rounds, they're both going to be rough contested ones. Adam B down to a Galil. Of course, Fleerax still with the sniper. Everybody else, almost everybody else, has an AK-47. It's going to be half the rifles there. And Fleerax opens up to Hampus. That is humongous.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, doing even more.
Why the hell not at this point? 14-3 as Fleerax says he's even going to be able to escape with this. Got away with murder. He just did. Doubles up and gets away as Metizport don't know what hit them at the moment. Karen maybe overzealous in a situation where the CTs have this kind of advantage. You shouldn't be trying to fight somebody in a headshot angle. And that's why he decided to disengage, leave the T's with a little bit more room towards Yard. Currently not punished for something like that. Isak makes noise, and that could be costly for him. Still trying to do something as Nife is going to get taken out, and now could be an active round for the side of Metizport.
Ooh, especially after that kill with Plopsky. He's pushing forward. All right, Adam B is even going to double up there, assisting in the demise of Cairn. And Onic, oh, he gets his head taken off. How much work does Fleerax have to do? Everybody else falling around him. He's going to push in. The money is built up. They know that they have the ability to go for crazy moves like this. But will he do it is the question. He's got 29 points of health. It's not ideal in the 1-on-3 with an AWP no less. He doesn't know it, but there's a lot of these duels could be favorable for him. Instead, he will fall on back, not wanting to chance it.
That's not only
Looks
the
like
question.
a cozy home setup, though.
Yeah, it seems quite nice. It's not only the question of does he have the money for the op in the next round. He doesn't want to give it away towards the T's, not let them have the big green. In the end, smart move, though.
I love
nice
it.
To see.
You've got so much money. Yeah, grab an AK,
care.
My friend.
You know that you actually have money to buy an op, but you can't buy an AK, so why not give it to Karen as he's playing quite well. Love to see that.
You got double op setup now coming to terms with it. Onic, the IGL of Team Next Level, going to be rocking that secondary sniper. Metizport have struggled. They've only had the op on one T side. That kind of shows you their economic woes. Looking for a 7-5 finish would be great. It would be such a change in their fate so far, in their fortunes on their opening map pick. Nife. He's so crafty, so slippery. Might not matter as Karen falls towards Secret.
Yeah, Karen not as slippery as that, as he couldn't slip away from Secret. Now a man advantage for the side of Metizport. This could, in the end, prove to be a really good half for the Swedes, as if you get 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke, there's more than enough reason for you to be happy with that. Now this double op needs to come into play. They're gonna go toward the crosshairs of Onyx. He's gonna have a lot of work to do. And let's see if his op skills will get tested.
Love that they left Isaac here to watch Secret for any of those rotations, so the rest of the squad can be very confident as they push forward to the other choke points. Hampus and the rest of the crew. Plopsky will be the only one left to face Onyx. How's his flicks doing? Ooh, as it turns out, he does end up getting pretty active. But now he's been crunched on multiple fronts. Plopsky's going to swing him and take him down. All right, the lower site is where we will be finishing the first half of Nuke. Metizport looking for their 5th.
Oh, Isak just missed that, and that could have been a very important kill, kind of securing this round. Now still a chance for the side of Team Next Level, but they need to hurry up. They do have defuse kits, they do have utility. Plopsky in position, just waiting for those rotations as Adam B falls, and so does Plopsky. This round is crumbling as Hampus is out of position. Only Lumi remains, finds one, finds the second, and it's only Dawi against him, but the time is against him as well. Dawi's gonna fall, and it's a clutch for Lumi to end the half, 7-5.
Well, that is what we like to see, Liuba. The halfway point of the map, 7-5, as contested as it could have been after a 6-2 start. TNL, they were on a tear, and Metizport made the necessary adaptations to stuff them. We are going to be going into half number 2 with Metizport. I'd say they have some momentum behind them. They might not have the numerical advantage, but they get the momentum behind them. And you know what? Somebody in chat's about to get the momentum behind them, because we're going to pull a skin for one lucky duck. You know, the last time we casted together, there was some serious pulls in terms of the weapons that were provided. So let's see if we get some of that luck to open things up today.
Let's see what the chat is going to get. It's not going to be that pretty AK. It's only going to be the eyes from the Glock, as the Glock Vogue goes to Cordon Blue, a man of culture, a man of appetite. He's gonna get the Glock, so congrats to him. He was hoping for something more, but this is a good reward for following the broadcast.
Indeed, indeed. The fromage de bleu. Je parle un peu français. All right, we're already back into the pistol. USPs galore. I like that Metizport prefers these low utility buys on their pistol side. It's definitely a different look. Even on the CT side, everybody's just got Kevlar, no worries there. And we already have the first frags coming in. Fleerax and Cairn. We're going to cast it from the little
it's a radio broadcast.
Yep, that's right. This is one of those old broadcasts, the Yuba. Did you ever watch those broadcasts from back in the day where you had to boot up old Winamp and connect it to it and just listen to the shoutcasters, you know, like old Anders days? That's basically what we're doing here. Oh, we got feed. We go. 2 on 2.
Well, we didn't really miss much, only 6 kills found, but the bomb is planted, and the most important part of this round is ahead of us, as we're going to see if Plopsky and Adam B have what it takes to get to the bomb. They don't have a kit, they don't have utility, as Metizport decided to go with all Kevlar coming into the pistol round, as Zonic is in trouble, and he's going to fall. Only Nife remains, but is he in a good position?
The flank.
Yes, he is. Oh, this could be beautiful. This could be pretty, but the bomb is not planted for him, and he's going to have to act. That was not just a touch of the defuse. That was a full defuse, but not going to happen, as he finds one frag, and he did enough. This last kill is inconsequential, as his team is going to get their 8th round.
We love to see it. You know, he even ends up descending to the bomb feed just to, just to add insult to injury. All 10 players in the lobby going down, and the pistol round is going to go to TNL. Now, that was actually very impactful for the future of this game, because Metizport were looking to immediately tie things up and then do one better with the conversion. But as it stands right now, they're going to have to force into round 14. TNL have that 3-round lead, and they've got 2 MAC-10s, so I'm expecting pace behind this attack, and it looks like it might be heading towards ramp.
Oh, this could be pretty because there's a setup on ramp. Let's see if these pistols can do some
yeah.
damage. Yes, sir.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
Take them all out as they fall one by one, and TNL completely stopped in their tracks. Only Clearox left, and he's not gonna find anything. A perfect round for Metizport as they're gonna upgrade those pistols to some pretty good guns and get their round number 6 on the board.
It's so heartbreaking for TNL because they lead with the MAC-10s. They kind of do the initial push right, but they immediately get clotheslined by Deagles, and then it's just the rifles versus a swarming amount of CTs. It was so fast for Metizport to get 5 men in ramp, and the fact that every one of them stayed alive in that CT force buy, that's back-to-back T-pistol wins on both halves into CT force buy wins in round number 2. That is going to be brutal for the side of TNL, and, well, we'll have to see whether they can really muster up here. It's down to pistols for them, but they have had more success on the low buys, historically speaking. We'll see if Metizport can avert disaster. Otherwise, it'll just be back and forth force buy wars. Karen's already fallen through the smoke, and Isaac is actually dropping out, but there's more presence. More presence there.
Yep, some work to do for the CTs towards ramp. For now, just status quo as TNL players have decided to group up in lobby and wait for an error. As they're gonna push out, and Adam B and Plopsky waiting, taking care of one, but still one left on Hut. Very low, but still alive, and he's gonna find a frag onto Dawi. Plopsky should risk it and try and search for Nife. Oh! Look at that! That looked really good, but it wasn't enough as Plopsky takes care of him. Only 12 health remaining, but good enough to take the round.
If he had just pulled the trigger, he was looking for the headshot, not realizing Plopsky was so low, a body shot would have done it. I wonder if that little added pressure for the the accuracy, the precision on the side of Nife was enough to make him second guess that third shot. Wow, that was impressive. Nonetheless, the economic damage could still reverberate through the rest of the half. It's 7-8, a 1-round lead remains for TNL. Onik cheeky with it. He's going to pull out the Zeus. Everybody else on the squad is just reduced to the Glock, with the exception of Nife, who, after his impressive Deagle antics in the last round, I think it's more than fair to say, you always got enough money to buy a Deagle. Get that bad boy out again.
Alright, let's see what that Deag's gonna do. Wouldn't be the first round of this tournament where one Deagle, $700, turns out to be enough. But he's gonna have to earn it. He's gonna have to fight for it. As Metizport are on the verge of tying this scoreline, not something TNL wanted to give them so early. The scoreline at one point was 7-2 TNL. Metizport have bounced back.
An unfortunate draw of events here for TNL, but this is their opponent's map pick. Ooh, Nife is actually going to frag out here. Thought maybe we were in for an anti-eco spray down.
Oh.
Somehow Cairn has gotten the better of Isaac down there, bungling the spray, and look at that beautiful Deagle headshot here. Onik is so deep, he's actually entertaining both CTs. He's commented out, go, go, Nife, go. But as he goes down to that lower site with an AK recovered in hand, he's aware of the fast rotation potential. Adam B doesn't know where he needs to be. Oh, the bomb is on his back. He's gonna get it planted. He fakes out the plant. That is gonna give information over. Metizport have all to work with here.
Yep, let's see what Nife can do. He needs to hit those headshots, and first he finds onto the second. Oh! Not today, Plopsky. Not today, Metizport, as Nife clutches the round and gets 9th on the board for TNL, not letting Metizport get that tie. Look at that.
Nife has been so sublime with the headshots here. The Deagles to start with, the AKs to end it. What a ridiculous stretch of 2 rounds he's had. Just in the past 2 rounds, he's done so much damage to Metizport. And in this case, the damage even shows up in the round up top. It's now a 2-round game. TNL lead. They take a tack pause to catch their breath to celebrate the heroics of that round. It's not every day you get a round like that, and if that's how you're starting your day, you're feeling pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah. That must feel really good as Nife kind of had a chance to clutch in the previous round, then did. in that last one. Still not letting Metizport tie the result. And look at the buy on the CT side. They're going to have an AWP and an M4, but MP9s and that one Deagle in the hopes of getting that counter reset, not starting off too well. Let's see if that AWP can turn the tide of battle.
Yeah, Lumi's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to deliver for his side. The Swedish team here, Metizport, has definitely struggled to find consistent form on Nuke in this particular match. Stringing together rounds has been so difficult. They've had to go down a heavy amount before they could realistically draw upon their reserves and get there. So far, TNL seem to be doing just fine with the early trappings of Nuke, where you go through this utility war, you send out the initial set of smokes, you put a lot of players, in this case, towards Secret, towards Yard. Time will tell if Metizport will pounce upon it, because it is a little bit of an A lane with their compromised buy. It looks like they're just going to allow Secret to be infiltrated.
Now let's see how the rotations are going to look from the CT side, as if they want to guard that B-bomb side, they should try and get to it sooner rather than later. Currently still, as you said, a lean towards A, as little to no info has been found so far. Now that they've taken control of lobby, they know what's going on as Lumi rotates towards Splitter. But that AWP can't really do much if the T starts swarming in. They do have 2 Molotovs used for Splitter. A lot of trouble now as damage has been found, but no frag still for the CT side. Finally finding one. Adam B is coming close. Campus with the Deagle Collad, and this is crumble for TNL.
1 round game yet again, Yuba. TNL, they have just been exterminated on the lower site. Oh man, and you know, you see them get extinguished by that molly. That doesn't help either. It makes it look like TNL is looking good for the push. But I think they just hesitated a little bit too much at those choke points, man. It's so hard to actually spill out onto the site and find any other piece of cover. But no flashbangs available to blind players like Hampus with the Deagle. Metizport are able to make things happen. Now it's a hero AK and Fleerax, so he's already been dropped. Dawi will pick it up, and Tech 9s for everybody else. TNL playing with a man deficit. It feels like now the pressure's really starting to be put on by the defenders.
Oh yeah, now it's getting quite difficult for TNL as they fumbled the previous round. That is not going to go unpunished. As now with this buy, they need something. Campus waiting. He's going to make noise, so they're going to know where the CT is. Gets dinged, 15 HP, as he's going to need support as soon as possible. And the support is there. Issa good for 1, and Campus not good for anything. This is still an active round. There's a chance for TNL as the bomb is planted, and now they have guns.
Not only that, there's still an A1S towards Splitter. Oh, and Onik with the drive-by. Well, that just kind of shoots up the chances here for TNL. How do you retake this position with no money to your name? Lumi's gone down. It's all down to Plopsky. And there's no hope of him actually winning the round, right? He would have to shoot his way out of such a terrible situation from control. That's one thing that Metizport seemed to have lost. Yeah, that's it. Round is over. No time left. Onik will at the very least be a casualty. Well, I say that. He's actually fallen back. At the very least, Plopsky doesn't end up taking any damage, so... Oh, he still goes down to the bomb! Yuba, this is heartbreak! TNL, double digits! And, you know, this is not their map pick. This is not what's supposed to be happening on the side of Metizport. Hack pause. Well, it's well-deserved at this point.
Yeah, this is not in the script, as Plopsky even fell to that bomb. It was planted on the other side of the site, so he couldn't really get away from it. He was hoping that maybe it was planted closer towards Splitter and that bomb radius wouldn't touch him as much as it did, but not in the cards. And now Metizport in trouble. Again, a fumble. They're going to have that one M4. Other players, no money. Second round loss bonus doesn't give you a lot, so they should consider not spending anything, not a dime in this round, but it's going to be a forced buy, hoping they can get the counter reset necessary. But a loss here could result in TNL running away with map number 1.
I'm basically going to predict that right now. At the very least, the scout tag does come through, and oh, whoa, Hampus and Lumi through smoke end up finding their frags. This might be the aversion to the luck that they've had so far, changing their fortunes finally, because so far, the poor guns, those have been the side of TNL. They've been winning the force fights. They've been winning those surprising rounds. There's only one that Metizport posted so far. It was their second round force on the CT side, and it's just not good enough if you're in this low econ situation so often. You got to be able to thrive with the guns. Well, with a two-man advantage, Metizport have a chance to do just that and bring us back to a one-round game.
Hampa saw one. He's pulling back. They're aware that somebody could be in Splitter as Lumi splits FlareX's head open. Not a hope for finding that frag, and it's Metizport keeping themselves alive. Onik and Dawi, they can't really hope to find anything more in this round, and smart plays from them. They're going to go and save. It's going to be a 40 seconds of nothing. As Metizport are not going to force it, TNL are not going to try it. It's, again, going to be a one-round game.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of presence here. Plopsky might end up looking for some more exits, but at this point, unlikely to matter too much. Unlikely to find much impact. As the T's disappear. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Isaac is going to be brought down by the ladder. Kind of confirms the save at the very least, but you don't want to give away too many numbers here, as Metizport have a couple of guns they can scavenge. Man, Lumi with the drills today with that scout. Definitely worked wonders in this round. I was ready to call TNL the victors. They end up getting forced out. That will be a one-round lead for them. Still, looking at the way I'm seeing this round take shape, this half take shape, this whole map is taking shape in such a way that TNL do seem like they've got their number. Metizport are going to need to rally in the later stages of the half, just like they did in half number 1. At least this time they're going to do it with better weaponry.
Well, let's see what this weaponry can give them, as TNL are ahead of a reset. Smokes down towards yard, waiting for a nade to break them. Not going to happen just yet, as Isak is going to have his hands full. A few T players over there. He's going to have to do a lot as Lumi misses a shot. Isak doesn't double up. Both of them falling. It's Adam B rotating, getting the trade back. And FlareX and Dawi are quite low, but Plopsky is dead. And now a messy round ahead of Metizport.
Yeah, this is a bit of a struggle for the Swedish side. Plopsky falling there actually has humongous reverberations, because now the upper site is basically open for business. Adam B's had to fall back. Hampus burrowed into secret. This is a 2-on-3. TNL for a moment there looked like they were making some magic happen, but it was going to be stuffed instead. Metizport making the call to fall away. We're going to be at 11 for TNL, and they're not necessarily running away with it to the same degree as if they had won that previous round, but man, the Ukrainian side has depth and layers to it. Metizport are not finding any way back in that's easy. It's all going to be hard. Every round's going to matter. And that was ahead of their reset, too. They had a chance to potentially take the lead the first time since the pistol round victory in the first round of play. Not going to happen. TNL to 11.
All right, TNL not giving Nuke up just yet, as they are up 2 rounds and 2 left to go for them to get that 1 map lead. The next map is their map pick. It's Ancient. They've played it 10 times this year and lost only once. And that says a lot, as Metizport's hopes are to win this first map just so they can have a statistical chance better to proceed to the semifinals.
Yeah, the champion's mindset has to be, we're down 1 map maybe. We're still going to make it so that they've lost 2 the last 11. Oh, well, right now, Isaac standing tall. That's actually 2 very impactful frags. Gives his team a look into the retake to the lower site. Nobody else here. Those were compulsory. Plopsky might be able to spam a smoke if he cares. No, he's actually going to walk around towards control. Nading the door is good. Hampus. Oh, he doesn't get spotted. Or if he does, there's no shots fired.
They have utility. They have utility.
Has found it. Yeah. Let's see what happens.
And now when Metizport lost 2 guys, they're contemplating saving as Flopsky falls and Lumi knows saving a scout is not going to give you a lot. TNL are going to be on map point. And that's something that is now secure, as I was worried a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, but I was yelling that they have utility as TNL had a smoke. They had 2 Molotovs to use in a situation where they were outnumbered, but not outgunned apparently, as they found the 3 frags rather, that got them this round. And 3 chances left for TNL to finish off map number 1.
This is a great opportunity for the Ukrainian side, who maybe aren't as well known as the Metizport brand, which has been around long enough and even dethroned Simple during his brief stint on Falcons. Obviously different lineup back then, but still same organization, right? So, you know, TNL, they're definitely making some waves here. They are indeed 1 round away from stealing Nuke away from Metizport, going into TNL's own map pick of Ancient, as you mentioned, very advantaged, statistically speaking. Let's hold our thoughts. Maybe Isaac can make us believers. A little bit of chip damage through the smoke. Nothing too much to write home about just yet. This is a bad buy for Metizport as well. A struggle, as their money has just not been their friend. They're a budget roster, apparently, according to these buys. And Isaac, well, he almost draws first blood. Instead, he's just kind of pushing them back, pushing TNL away, keeping them at an arm's length. Where's the execute going to come in?
All right, let's see if this A hit is going to do wonders as Adam B gets caught off guard, but he finds 2 frags and Flopsky there. This map is not over just yet, as Flerex is only good for 1 and Nife late to the party. With 40 seconds left and 4 guys remaining, this is not a doable clutch. But let's see if he can make me eat my words. He's gonna see him, and now information gathered. Finding the first, but left on 60 HP is Nife. And already Lumi behind him, trying to creep up, and he will. That's going to be the 10th round for Metizport, as Nuke is not over just yet.
Yeah, very nice there for Metizport. I do think that one thing you can always credit Hampus and company with is that when it's in these 1vx's, we saw this in the pistol round that they ended up picking up at the very start of the game. We saw it again here as well. Oh, okay, last alive and we have multiple bodies. Don't face him. Don't give him duels.
Yeah.
Just stand your ground. Watch for any movement. Gun him down if you see him. Otherwise, just radio silence. Let's be calm about this. Let's be composed. He will make a mistake. The last man alive will not be able to clear all of us, especially when time is a factor, as it was in the first round, as it was in that one. And so, TNL are indeed held at an arm's length, just for now. 2 more match points before we need extra rounds to settle this first map.
Yeah, they decided to go on to an eco so they can have a potential buy in round 24. Let's see if we're going to need round 24, as Tech 9s have been making a lot of things happen so far in this competition. They're going to maybe try and change up pace, as utility has been spent so far, waiting possibly for these smokes to fade before exploding towards A. A Molotov will slow them down and give a bit of info towards the side of Metizport, as they hurt that Molo tick. Now, the attack is not going to start. They're just going to send out Nife as a bait, as the rest of the side goes towards ramp, and Lumi could get caught off guard. He can't run, but he can fight. Only 1 frag found, and up for their trouble. A man disadvantage, but a bomb will be planted, and this round might not yet be over, as TNL have something to fight for. Onyx takes down Flopsky, and now this retake could crumble.
He has so much to find here, and he's not going to find anything but bullets to the dome. It's a 2-on-3. Body advantage, perhaps even weaponry advantage. Okay, Onyx drops. Hampus brings it back. The smoke, the diffuse. It's good. Oh, or is it? Yep, that's it. Metizport going to take everything with them. 11-12, 1 round, but the bomb plant and that eco, that half buy, if you will, from TNL means they have a buy to settle this before regulation exits.
All right, let's see if it's going to be another 13-11 scoreline, something that we have had throughout this, or rather in the Swiss stage, and of course throughout the playoffs as well. Many a maps ended after full 24 rounds were played. Let's see if that's going to be the case, or are we going to need OT to find the victor of Nuke? As Metizport, they don't really have the best buy coming into round 24, even though they won the previous one.
Yeah.
They lost many guns, and that could be a factor.
Yeah, it's been a factor all map long. I'm gonna say all best of 3 long, but hey, we are only 1 map in. Not even finished just yet, TNL. Well, they end up sending multiple members towards Secret, and none of that is confirmed, right? They could have been throwing the smokes and not really going, but Hampus is certainly sniffing it out, trying to smoke it out. Now he'll cheat up towards the upper site where Nife, one of the star players for TNL, it would seem, based on his scoreline today. Karen's been more consistent, generally speaking, but not in this map. Nife has been the
right now.
Rock on the rifle.
Maybe he's going to have to dig deep throughout this best of 3 if he wants his team to go through, maybe in this round already, as the CTs are doubling the hold of Secret. At some point, they're going to have to rotate away, as we can see the TNL are making it all a ruse. They want to explode to that upper site, and it's not going to be an easy hold for the CTs, even with that rotation made. They know where Hampus is, and now they can pop up as Adam B finds a frag. Adam B doubles up, but the kills are there as well for the T's, though only Nife remains. So little time left on the clock. He needs to stick this plan. He's going to get taken out. And it's going to be 12 each after regulation played. We're going to need overtime to find the victor of this first map.
Yuba, when it's OT and map number 1 of the day, you know it's going to be a good day of Counter-Strike. Metizport finding that form when it mattered, when it was all that separated them from losing their map pick in heartbreaking fashion. TNL, they're going to be suffering some heartache because as of right now, they've blown their lead. There were 3 match points or map points for them to drive home, and they just couldn't break the defense, not entirely. It looked really close when they managed to explode onto the lower site with just Tech 9s and a Mac 10. And it didn't necessarily look terrible when they were, letting the clock run out and changing up their plans, hitting that upper site in that last round. But at the end of the day, not being able to find enough frags, smart rotations from Hampus to always be where the action was. Maybe throw TNL's plan out at the window a little bit there. A monkey wrench into the machinery. And it is going to go to OT. We'll be back on the same sides, of course, with TNL rocking out with the rifles on the T side. Metizport will continue their defense. And after 3 rounds, we'll switch sides and see just how good these teams still are.
All right, 24 rounds played. It wasn't enough for the ending of Nuke. Now Metizport with the momentum. Let's see if they can use it to their advantage, or is TNL finally going to get number 13 on the board? Much awaited. It's usually the case when the team can't get that winning round to win the first round of OT, but maybe not in the cards, as the 2-for-1 trade goes to the hand of Metizport, and now they're entering Lumi's crosshair. Let's see if this op is quick enough. Flash, good, nice. But Lumi better. He takes care of Darwin. It's only Onyx and Flearax remaining. They really can't do much. They did get control of Ramp, but the CTs still have 2 men into their advantage, and TNL can't really get too creative with what they have.
Well, they still have an interesting play to make here, Yuba. I like the fact that they're pushing in, but Isaac is already ready for this. Oh, but he actually gets headshot by Onyx. I can't believe that. Slipping up through the ladder. All right, we are going to see an upper hit after all, and this is not where Metizport were counting on their opponents to execute.
Still a chance for TNL as the bomb can get planted. Metizport, Plopsky, look at that, creeping in, trying to find the kill, but Flearax is fast, and Onyx on the support. Adam B didn't stand a chance. It's only Lumi with that up. He found a frag already, but he needs to find 2 more. Good molly. That'll force Fleerax out of position, hits him, and finishes him off with the Glock as TNL get their 13.
I can't believe TNL get 13 off of that. Absolute scenes, 2 on 4. Metizport are going to be kicking themselves for that one. There's absolutely no way. And they're usually so good in these 2vx's or 1vx's where they've got the man advantage. But really smart plays here called by Onic and Fleerax. They'd say, no, the obvious play, the one that they're expecting, is that since we have ramp control, we're going to go down to Splitter. We're going to go down ramp and get that lower B bomb site planted. There's going to be at least 1 CT there. We're going to have our hands full trying to clear angles. We're going to play this slow, methodical, and we're going to clear outside. And that's so wild that Isaac falls, even though he's back forklift. But hold that thought, because we already have a re-entry. Changing up the pace. Last round was slow. This one is not. Already a man advantage for TNL, and they have the sight in this 3-on-4.
They have the sight and they have the round from what we can see. Metizport, are they even going to commit because they don't have the money for that 3rd round of OT and maybe considering saving what they have unless Isaac can find the frag, but currently nobody facing towards him. If he wants to get a kill, he's going to have to step a little bit deeper towards the site, but now he's going to die, and before him, Hampus falls, only Lumi with that up. He's going to try and save it he will, but is that up enough? Because they're strapped for cash coming into the next round.
Yep. Yeah, this is not like 16K OT infinite money glitch style. You do need to manage your economy, even in these 3 rounds per OT half. So coming into this, Lumi is not going to have that much cash to splash. He'll probably drop a compromised rifle of sorts. Looks like everybody else is going to be... yeah, this is a rough buy on the CT side. Yeah. But, you know, sometimes it's still been workable for Metizport. I will say they've definitely, in my opinion, they've definitely had a better showing on the 4 guns compared to what they did in the first half. So this second half looking much better. TNL just looking better in general. They found 2 key rounds in a row. Lumi trying to pre-aim, figure out the trajectory there. It looks like it'll still be a secret push from Metizport.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what they're going to do as Hampus awaits with that auto shotty. A great gun for this map as he finds the first frag, but can't find more. Fleerax is going to take him out, and Karen gets the 2nd for his team in this round. Complete change of pace in these 2 rounds as TNL want to run Metizport over. And now the CTs need to think about their rotations, about their decisions, and this is a time where the CT side is prone to making mistakes. The Ts are the ones that control everything. They hold all the cards. They just need to group up if they want to get anything.
TNL seem to be doing just that, Liuba. Fleerax. Oh, is he going to check that? No, Isaac actually takes his head off, so that's a little bit funny. Puts the round back into question. 3-on-3. Not sure how that kill ended up happening, and through the vent, that is not a safe place to be. Karen is going to have a little bit of pressure. Getting hot in heaven. Will be 1 CT member falling down. Low HP of Karen could be ranged down even by an MP9, so this is not an easy lower hit, but that is where we'll finish. 20 seconds left on the clock.
All right, let's see if he has what it takes to keep this site. No, sir, as they swarm him. And Titan, that new Saddam B, wants to keep piling on the pressure as he finds 1 more frag. Don't forget, Karen is low, so this could still go either way. All players are low, rather. And Lumi with the op, he's going to have to pull that pistol out if he wants to do something as he searches for the kill, but not going to find it. And back on map points is TNL. They're going to have 3 chances on their CT side, and Metizport, they saved themselves in regulation. Now their attacking side needs to come through if they want to keep these overtimes going.
And remember that their attacking side, it ended with a 7-5 scoreline, but it started 6-2 in favor of TNL. So which side, which part of that offensive half are we going to get in OT? And which skin are we going to get for 1 lucky viewer? Because if we get to extra rounds, if we get to this extra set of rounds after regulation, overtime means more skins.
Yep. Always a good reason for you to keep watching, as NAK Crossfade is going to be given away to Muck Pink. Muck Puck. All right. Suit yourself. You do you, my friend. I'm not gonna judge you for picking out a crappy name. Congrats on winning the skin. I like the Crossfade. It's a good looking skin. Doesn't cost a lot at the moment. I think it's still part of the Armory update, the Armory Pass rather, but might get a chance for that price to go up if you keep it for a longer time.
Yeah, skins are just like Bitcoin, but weirder. Be a full buy here for everybody, of course, as we start off on the first round of OT1 second. Overtime is always such a mouthful, but it might be over before we really know what's happening, as TNL look for that all-important 16th round. Oh, Nife has found the first frag already. Remember, TNL had 3 map points earlier in regulation. Apparently, they needed another go at it because their offensive side in OT1 was super flawless, even after entering into a 2-on-4. Hampus will be clotheslined by Dawi, and this is already looking like we're going to Ancient with TNL up 1 map.
Seems a lot better for the side of TNL. Flerex just waiting for Flopsky, and he's going to take him down. Only a dream left for the Swedes to still have a chance on their map pick, as Adam B and Isaac, so little room to work with, so many CTs still alive, and only Nife on low HP. They're going to have to start clicking heads, and they're going to do it soon. Isaac gets the first frag. He needs to find more, but not going to happen. Only Adam B to try and save them, and this map seems to be done and dusted. TNL lead this quarterfinal 1-0, heading into their favorite map in the pool. Ancient will be the second map, and Ancient might be the map where TNL proceed to the semifinals.
Yeah, listen, this is a really good finish for a squad like TNL that are still looking to make waves, still looking to make a name for themselves in Counter-Strike. Of course, diehards will know them, but most fans are not aware yet. And if they post up a really deep finish inside Galaxy Battle, we are going to see plenty of action from them. They are active in all of the Tier 2 tournaments so far. And well, Metizport, you can say the same. They still have a chance, albeit a slim one, to upset TNL on Ancient. As we see the map MVP, very clearly it had to be Nife. The Fleerax flicks were there, and the op performance was great. But Nife had so many impactful rounds, it was hard to know what hit you if you were on the receiving end of his multi-frags.
Very uncomfortable to play against, and not only the TNL kind of are hoping to grind tier 2 tournaments, this could be like a stepping stone event for them, given the simple fact that we're still at like the beginning of the new major cycle, even though the other one, the first one, is yet to start. Teams are still collecting points for that second major of 2025, and for TNL to do so well in this event could kind of lead them to gather more points in the future. So I'm very excited to see how they're, of course, going to play on Ancient, because that will be our second map of this best of 3. But I'm also really excited by how they're playing. Don't forget, they were 2-0 in the Swiss stage. They kind of choked 2 best of 3s in a row, but then they played really well against Nexus. Now when they're in the quarterfinals, they're 1 foot in the semifinals. Things seem to be going quite well for them.
Yeah, it's hard to understate how impressive TNL's run is, a rise as a tier 2 contender, because I think they started off this month in like, triple digits world ranking or something like that, right? Where they're, in the doldrums of obscurity where you're never going to really hear about them. But no, I think they're taking enough scalps, they're making enough statements, and it's not just the fragging, which was very impressive, but they had some really cool tactical flourishes. I'm thinking about that 2v4 they pulled in OT1. Very impressive stuff there, called by Onik. You call it what you will. Obviously, the man's a shirtless gamer, but that just lets his brain feel through the rest of his body. He's got some of the brainiac, going on with him.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to adapt. And now Metizport backs against the wall. They're going to have to dig deep if they want to win on Ancient, because that is TNL's favorite map in the pool. We are going to go on a short break, and we'll be back with Ancient. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Map number 1 was a close-fought affair. TNL stealing it away from Metizport, and now we're proceeding to Ancient to see if they can 2-0 go to the semifinals. Not something we expected from to go from this side, but they are on the up and up in this competition.
Yeah, TNL deserve a lot of credit for their win. Obviously was hard fought given the fact that it required extra rounds. They did end up bungling a 3-0 sort of 3-map point lead on the first map, but they end up making it happen no matter what, and that really is what counts. Extra rounds galore in the tournament so far. I'm sure people are making some bank betting on whether or not there's going to be OT or not. You know, I think it's always a safe bet when you get to this stage of the competition where the teams are so even. But you might want to stay your hand if you're thinking about doing that in map number 2, as Ancient is the domain of TNL. This is a map where they have really just put on a clinic most of the time. And so I'm not necessarily saying it's going to be a dominant win for them, but they win in the end. And that seems to be their style.
Yeah, they seem to be playing quite well on Ancient. I'm very curious to see what makes them so good and how it's going to look. Metizport definitely have their work cut out for them, and they really need to dig deep if they actually want to get a win on this map. I'm hoping for this to be a 3-map series, but I can see a good finish for TNL. Of course, Metizport is not a bad team on Ancient by any means, so it is going to be fun to watch and fun to see what they can do, because they did have some really good results on this map, beating OG, beating Astralis, beating Nip in recent times. So they definitely have something to show and something to prove. Why TNL has 90% on this map, I'm very curious to see, because that could give us some information not only regarding this best of 3, of course, but also future matches that they might play.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of information about how TNL end up playing Ancient when we cast this particular matchup here, because this is where you really are going to be tested. The deeper you get into these tier 2 tournaments, the more likely it is that you need to pull out all your tricks and really leverage your strength on the map. Metizport are not necessarily slouches on it. They're just not nearly as successful as TNL have been lately. And if they do end up forming the upset and staining that very powerful record of Ancient here for TNL, we're going to go to Mirage for the decider. But let's see how competitive Metizport can be, because we're about to get into the pistol here, where TNL will be starting off on the T side.
For a moment there, I was very confused getting into the pistol and seeing rifles in the kill feed. That's fine. We're getting into the pistol right now to see what TNL can do, starting on the T side. Metizport defending. Then we already mentioned that on Nuke, they really had those setups in the pistols where they mostly buy armor. Not the case this time. They're going to invest in utility on 2 players, as 3 are going to have body armor. Same case for the side of their opponents. Let's see what the game plan is for the side of TNL, as the smoke is dropped towards Red Room. A few flashes as well for them to take control of that part of the map. And it seems like a split towards B for now. Unluckily so for Metizport, as they are leaning towards A.
Gonna say exactly that there. The trouble here is that Hampus is the only defender on the B bomb site. They were expecting some kind of tempo play towards the A site, and it's not gonna be. Here we go. So, TNL, gonna bring us to B and see if Metizport can rotate in time to maybe stuff them. So far, Metizport look pretty reasonable on the pistols, so hopefully they can find some retake potential here. 5v5, calm down.
All right, Nife, Satan Head's not letting anything slip away as Dalwi finds a frag for himself. Hampus does have a defuse kit, but that's not going to be important as TNL obliterate Metizport in this pistol round.
Love to see it. Love to see the pistols clicking heads. Pretty much no matter what is always a good time. Even if you're a Swedish fan, you're happy to see some good Counter-Strike be played there. And yeah, !Galaxy in the chat, by the way, if anybody wants to participate in that giveaway, maybe grab a skin for yourself at halftime. And if we go extra rounds, we saw it in the last map. At the OT halftime, we get it there as well.
Absolutely. So you got something to win. Everybody's a winner except the team that loses this quarter. Final Hampus unable to hit his deagle shot as all the TNL players are still full HP. running towards the A bomb site. The rotation is coming in, but the smokes are there, and so is the Molotov. They're going to want to do something about Donut, as it is going to get smoked away as well. And a bomb planted, no problem for the TNL. Metizport now should consider saving what they got, as this round is impossible. This retake not going to happen.
Quick 2-0 for TNL at the start here. Might end up showing us a little bit of what's to come in the series score as well. Isaac will finally put Onic down range. Obviously, the MAC-10 not very good when you're longer than an arm's length away, so not necessarily a surprise. And yeah, Metizport are looking like they are once again in need of a rally. Hopefully it comes to them faster than it did on Nuke, where obviously there was a 6-2 start for TNL. They even improved it one more from there, and then the scoreline began to shift, as it was a 7-5 finish on that first half. So don't count them out, but TNL, they're starting off exactly the way that they're meant to, on a map that is so statistically favored for them.
Absolutely. Good start. Conversion of the pistol is giving them something. Metizport, of course, on an eco with the things they saved from the previous round. They're going to have 3 pieces of armor that they gathered up. Plopsky with that SMG, hoping that maybe in close quarters, these pistols and that SMG can do some work. As Adam B and Plopsky are in cave. HE grenade, solid to soften him up.
There's still a lot of people in cave, and look at that flashbang. Perfect to get Plopsky his first frag. Even still, it's an awkward position here for the defenders, as their guns are not good enough to really make this magic happen. But hopefully they can scavenge something. Plenty of members here still on the B-bomb site. Nife, he's looking. He knows Adam B must be over there, but will he get caught with his pants down, his eyes averted? Oh, he's going so deep without being seen. And finally, Lumi will end up falling. Adam B did not strike after all.
A lot of chaos. A man advantage for the side of Metizport, as these rifles have to do some shooting, as the Swedes are not going to give this up. They're not going to go and save this time around. They're going to try and assault the side as Karen takes care of Isaac, and the only players that are remaining are in cave.
Oh, yeah.
A tight choke point, and they're going to get choked out as TNL grab their 3rd round.
Comfortable fashion at the end of it. Obviously, some of these rounds start off so chaotic, but TNL thrive in that chaos, man. They just control everything so nicely there, with full understanding that there could be a flank. Odds are that everybody's going to come through that cave position. We'll be in a solid spot at the end of it all, where, yeah, at the TNL with a 3-0 start is really quick and easy as you like. And it's also 5 rifles after the fact, because they threw away all their bonus guns. So this is a competitive round, but look at the utility usage. And somehow Metizport already up a man. 2 frags in mid.
Well done. Flerax on Nife as well, and Nife can't let himself fall in this situation. Maybe edging the smoke towards Red Room could be a good play, as the noose is tightening. And the side of TNL is falling. Adam B doubling up on ramp, and only Nife remains, but so far away from the bomb. Is he even going to try it this time around? 7 kills, 0 deaths. Looking for his 10th. Enough time on the clock for maybe even an attempt.
Yeah, there's still a minute left ticking down, and he is going to take the long route there. This is where it is going to get slippery, but as soon as TNL's last man standing here is spotted, boys of Metizport are going to be able to call around that information. He's clearing those angles well. Nobody that deep. Adam B will be the first point of contact. He falls, and now, all of a sudden, you have to start thinking to yourself, okay, where do we establish the crossfire? How do we delay? Turns out it's with a smoke of his own. He's so low health. Oh yeah, he's going to get got there. He recovers the bomb, and that was all the information Hampus needed to finish him off. No miraculous round there for Nife, but he still ends up doing well for himself to at least take Adam B out. Put a little bit more damage down range to the eco of the defenders.
Oh, well done. For the side of Metizport in this round, Nife not going to happen this time. He had that low HP clutch on Nuke. This time, His attempt is for naught, as both teams are facing a reset. Neither side can have the luxury of losing this round. Whoever wins it wins maybe even more than that, as Isaac is in trouble. Cairn pushing through, not finding anything just yet. But mid control is in the hands of the T's.
Yeah, and they're definitely leaning A here with the bomb already in that A main position. Isaac gonna continue to provide control. He will be pushed by 2 players. He thought there was a flash coming. No, it was 2 bodies being thrown right at him. He falls, no frags. And the utility is already securing the A bomb site. Metizport have a lot of work to do if they're gonna try to retake this one. And as you mentioned, man, that money situation already looking dire for both squads, but TNL's bomb plant secures them their next buy. This is on Metizport. They gotta save.
Yeah, no question about it. They can't risk it. And a disadvantage trying to get the retake could cost you a lot. And now they're just playing exit frags, or rather exit frag, as Hampus is in a tight spot, but could rid that AWP. Oh, the trigger discipline. Beautiful. Waiting maybe for something more. And he might even get to find it. Takes out the op and looking for more. None of that is going to happen. And they can recover that AWP, so not lost for the side of TNL. Only a...
Yeah, that's impact right there. Metizport almost decided to crunch on him and say, okay, Hampus has found him. But the spacing was actually, I think, accidentally good there, where Fleerax ends up going ahead of everybody else to clear it, despite having the most valuable gun in the server. And like a moth to a flame, Metizport were about to move forward before their better nature got a hold of them. And all right, so most of the weapons will still be there. They invest a Deagle and a P250 behind it. Plenty of utility on the side of the CTs. Well, I say plenty, they're already out of it a lot, because they're trying to go with pace here. And Cairn, he's not going to escape from that. Good exec towards mid gives Metizport man up.
Yep. And now the side of TNL needs to find an answer, and there's your answer, as Isaac's head is blown off his shoulders. Now they can explode towards B, and very little in the defense of Metizport, as Hampus with the Deeg can't really do much. Probably is going to try and spam it, or maybe a boost awaits. As Adam B gets close, and Hampus through the smoke finds Dalway. There's still something to play for in this round.
We love to see those kinds of shots. Hampus making it interesting. Oh, he is going to be taken out by Nefe through the smoke. But listen, the rest of the CTs, they are here with rifles looking for this round, and the opening frags are good. Fleerax 1-on-3 op clutch.
All right, finds the first, needs to find more as the bomb hasn't ticked too far. Next kill needs to belong to him. They're sticking it on a silver platter as Plopsky serves.
Oh!
The triple, and then another round for the side of TNL.
That's what we like to see. 5-1. We're seeing layers to the Ukrainians' attack and their defense of the bomb site after they've taken it. Attack pause once again after a miraculous clutch, the same as Nife's versus 4 on Nuke. We're going to see that again. It all starts with this frag. Hampus tries to make it interesting through the smoke, but he ends up getting hoisted by his own petard. And this is really where I think Lumi might have dropped the ball there, not trying to play for the trade so he could instantly get back to the bomb. You mentioned it earlier during the call, is there's no time left on that bomb. There's plenty of time left, rather, that it's not going to be a problem for Metizport to just defuse right after the kill, but Lumi hesitated a little bit too much and allowed Fleerax to play the angle. And that's how TNL score a 5th.
Up 5-1, the side of TNL showing us class and showing us why they got those percentages so far on Ancient. Smoke towards Donut, as the CTs are going to try and take control of mid. They're going to be welcome to do so, as TNL for now doesn't have a reason to try and take control of that part of the map, but Nife is dead. That's a +1 for the side of Metizport.
Well, here we go for looking for the trade. The smoke denies vision. Fleerax boosted up. Plopsky's found another through walls. No opportunity for any counterplay. If you don't know the angles, if you don't know the spams, Hampus is lurking in a very dastardly position. A little bit of damage thrown down range. Adam B. Oh, look at that. He tries to go for it. The kill from beyond the grave, but Lumi's there with the op, and this round is over, man. Hampus is just going to mow them both down, and that's a wrap. Second round for Metizport.
All right, fighting back the Swedish side. They're going to need to do more, but this round was quite good. And it put TNL on a very uncomfortable situation. Second round loss bonus, not a lot of money to work with, and one by one they fall. Hampus, good trigger discipline, takes care of both. Around $2,000 on each player of TNL's side, as now they need to go on an eco with that Deeg and that Tech 9. Maybe still a chance, as don't remember on Nuke, a Deagle won them the game. Tech 9 out of the picture, and they're swarming that A-bomb side. Lumi just waiting, that op at the ready. Deagle not there to find the trade, as now even Hampus is coming in, and it's going to be an easy cleanup for Metizport.
I don't know how Hampus found that frag blinded. That was good instincts for him. Otherwise, I was pretty sure that TNL were going to be able to barely scrape together a bomb plan out of that situation. It does get stuffed. It wasn't a bad call. They go through with speed, and Lumi in Donut was able to rotate over with the sniper. Pluck 2 out of the sky before much ends up coming of it. So Metizport still keeping it pretty competitive here with no real issues in the anti-ecos. It's 5 rifles now for the Ukrainian side. TNL, they're going to be with pace going towards B, and I don't know if Metizport are ready.
All right, let's see if they can actually do something about it. But look at the bomb. Look at the mini-map. Yeah. The bomb is heading towards A. That was all the ruse. It was all a diversion, and it worked perfectly because the CTs are all around that B bomb site. Even that flash, the smoke rather, he's going to keep them there. But Lumi finds Nife. And Isaac, he didn't bite on it. He can still spoil their plans. Let's see if he can do it. The timing not on his side. Adawi falling. Isaac falling, though, as well. And now it's anybody's round. Onik wants to make it his. Back into a 3-on-3.
No way.
And a fadeaway hit towards Plopsky. 2-on-2, but Onik, he needs to get the donut, and he does. Flerax still alive on the site. The bomb hasn't ticked away too far, so they have the time to get to that retake. Enough utility as well. Smoke on Adam B could be crucial. Flerax just waiting. He needs to find this duel, but not getting it. Only Onik remains, and he's going to get taken out. It's going to be the round for Metizport.
No trigger discipline from Flerax. We're used to seeing it from Hampus plenty of times. Hold it until the last moment necessary, but the jiggle baits him out. Adam B does really well. If he doesn't get that frag, it becomes so hard for Lumi to finish the job. Still, a scary round after getting such pace out there. We talked about this on the CT side, actually, of Nuke, where TNL, Nife had such a crazy couple of plays in the early game. And as the Ukrainian side takes their tac pause, they must be kind of thinking about that. What does that last round tell Metizport? The conditioning is going to be very interesting here. Are you going to expect that early play? They've already done a bunch of anti-rush nades towards mid, and that's more par for the course for Ancient anyway. But having to deal with A smashes, having to deal with people going B and then 2 others going A with the bomb, I mean, it's going to be a confusing read for Metizport. Hampus, he's an experienced IGL. Let's see if he can come up with something to deal with it.
Needs to think of something. Of course, the side of TNL is the one that's under pressure right now. They didn't meet the quota so far on the T side. They're going to want to get more. And this eco, at least in that round number 11, can provide them with a buy. Let's see if these Tech 9s can swarm somebody is completely blind. Completely blind. A few players at that. Hampus finds one. Isak, though, falls on mid, and now the attack proceeds toward the A-bomb site. The CDs are coming in as Hampus has sent blood, but it was his.
No way!
It was the backstab. Lumi is dead, and they know where the last 2 CTs are. They don't even eat the plant right now.
There's spawn here. It's an off angle. It's the one and done angle, but Plopsky, he's still got it. He's still got a chance. Nife, you do not have the bomb, my friend. You've only got a Tech 9, no advanced rifle available for you. If this attack hadn't come in with pace, Plopsky would have been dead in the water chasing 2 members towards A, and that's not what's going to happen. Nife is so low. All Plopsky needs is a little bit of extra oomph behind his bullets, and he knows it. Nife with a wide swing. He takes them out somehow. and salvages a 6th round for TNL.
Oh, how did this happen? Plopsky, it seems like he's doing the right thing. Slowly pushing towards Red Room, knowing that Nife actually had time to go towards Donut and maybe try and flank him, but it was a good reaction with that Tech 9 not letting the last Swede get anything. And they double their advantage. Metizport are gonna have to wait to tie this up.
I was just thinking, Luba, TNL really want to avoid a 7-5 scoreline. They want even better than that, and it looks like it might be available for them. Although, this early stance looks good for Metizport, it's not to be! As the op finds the first crack in the defense, Dawi will take Isaac down elsewhere, and, well, at least Lumi's fired one back. Fleerak's so low on health. Talk about Bogdan's Law. If he wasn't already the opper, he'd have it in his hands. It's going to be a push, and Lumi can do a lot here, but is he going to be good for the frag?
Oh no,
no!
He missed it. He's gonna get punished. Fleerak's faster on that repeak. 4-on-2 as now the CTs need to contemplate, do they wanna try anything as Adam B falls. He didn't wait for Plopsky, he was too far away, was his teammate. And Plopsky can only save as TNL get their 7th. For a moment there, as you said, it seemed like Metizport are on their way to getting 7 rounds at the half. Now they can only hope for 5.
Man, Plopsky's going to have to sit here and stew in it because this is going to be not just a 7th for TNL, but looking very likely for an 8-4 finish because look at the money, right? Plopsky, it's not like he's got a lot to go for. Maybe he can steal away that sniper, but he must feel like that's bait. And a lot of this is down to the fact that he had to rotate all the way through T-spawn. They had no control in mid. There was no hope. Nife was actually waiting for any rotations anyway, so that op won't be recovered. But it doesn't matter too much here. Fleerax has plenty of cash to splash for one of those snipers. Maybe a little bit lower on utility than he'd like to be, but I'm not even sure that's going to be the case. They go for rifles instead. That's an interesting situation here. TNL electing deliberately to not reinvest into the sniper.
Why not? You know that your opponent is strapped for cash. You know that they're not going to have an op in the next round. No reason to try and counter up them, and especially a good reason to try and do something faster now that you have AKs. Last round of the half as 2 M4s are in play for the CT side. Off guard is caught. The side of TNL as Plopsky doubles up towards ramp, and now they're the ones with the control needed.
Good reinvestment of utility here from Metizport to keep TNL's extra bodies at an arm's length. They've got a lot of control to work with here, and the smoke just adds insult to injury. Last 3 remaining for TNL. There's some serious firepower on this squad. Nife and Fleerax have been popping off so far in this series. Cairn been one of the more consistent players for the squad up until this point. So still a chance in the 3-on-5, but with low utility, they'll recover what they can. It's not necessarily looking good for the Ukrainian side. They're going to re-aggress towards B. 3-on-3 on the site.
Oh, that's not good for them. 3 guys on the side, always close to dangerous. Adam B is snuffed out, and Plopsky's still alive. Gets his 3rd of the round, but that was enough maybe to get aside the chance. Not only the chance, but the advantage. Fleerax now needs the clutch, finds the first, but low HP. Not gonna get tagged through the smoke. Is Isak considering this? The answer seems to be yes, as he might get the backstab. Fleerax not facing him. Isak with an easy frag, and that's going to be 5 at the half for Metizport.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the scoreline is just what I predicted. It's just we got there in a very funny manner, with TNL winning with absolute scenes. Obviously, Nife earning his pay today with some miraculous clutches. Fleerax obviously doing very well himself, and at the end of the day, obviously, you see the scoreboard. It's very obvious that Cairn's had impact. Nife and Fleerax been fragging. I'd say even Onik has had some impactful frags despite his low total. And that's what's been the complexion for TNL as far as the fragging is concerned. Metizport still being competitive. Let's see their T side after we pull a case for one lucky viewer.
All right, let's see what the Galaxy case is going to bring you. Seems to be promising. Is going to be promising as the Krakow is given away to Sergio GC. Congrats on that. That's a nice looking op right there.
Everybody loves a good op skin. I remember playing around with one that I think is Zool, a modder for Counter-Strike, had done a little bit of extra work with. Unfortunately, I can only play with those kinds of modded skins offline, but it was fun to play around with it because the sniper, it had like a big charge up. I think it was the Phobos op, if I'm remembering correctly. It was very futuristic sounding, you know? So it had all the blinking, flashing lights. It really... It made my lizard brain feel good. Let's see if maybe Metizport can do the same to themselves here as they start off on the T-pistol.
Pistol round a must, as now they have info what's coming towards heaven, and Onyx falls. This is not good for TNL. They're going to have to sprint towards the site. Bomb planted, one part of the job done. Further side of Metizport, a man advantage in this post-plan scenario, but Plopsky faced, and they know he's there. But he has a Molotov. He shouldn't waste it. He's not gonna. Molotov thrown, that's gonna slow them down, and look at this. Are they disengaging? Are they pulling away? It seems to be so, as these Kevlars are gonna get saved, but Metizport are getting one round away from tying this game.
It's not flashy when they go for a save with just the Kevlars, but it is the right call statistically speaking. Dowie will get a nice headshot down range, and he might even set himself up for a couple more frags, but the very long range Goosh puts him down to 1 HP. Not ideal. Despite that, Metizport posting their 6th. All's well that ends well for the Swedish side, so if they can upset TNL on this map pick that's been so dominant for the Ukrainian squad, we'll see what more they can end up doing in the decider of Mirage. That's if we need it. TNL have yet to show us the complexion of their defense, and it looks like it's going to include an automatic shotgun, unless that was refunded. Okay, no. I think they thought better of it.
Yeah, I mean, Ancient, unlike Nuke, which we've previously seen.
Yep.
It's not the best map for shotguns. Yeah, you got some close angles, but you got some far away ones as well. Onyx runs into his demise. And Plopsky gets a pistol as a reward. Might be of use at some future point. Dowie just making noise. Man advantage. Now Metizport can consider what they can do. Hampa's brought down to low HP, but so is Dowie. They're going to risk it towards B.
Dowie has had a strugglesome game with only 4 frags to his name, and 2 of them were in that pistol, believe it or not, so... not ideal. He's almost going to get fragged just from that nade, and the Molotovs are only going to make it more awkward as Nife starts to burn alive. Still manages to take Plopsky down with him, such is his consistency. In this 4-on-3, Metizport are going to set up for a couple more nades. Re-exec onto it. 50 seconds left on the clock. Bomb's actually cheating away from the B-bomb site. Looks like they will fall away. The long range of the FAMAS. Fleerax will still be able to find some value. But now the game is very clear. Oh, the bomb could be spotted here. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to get... all right, they know at least where it is, but he's not going to get cut down in mid. That could have been so dangerous.
Well, I understand the logic. I mean, you don't know if somebody pushed up A main, but that was risky for maybe little reason, as Lumi finds the frag onto Karen, and this round is done as Fleerax falls as well. Only Dowie with that MP9. He's going to try and save it for the next round. There's going to be a tied scoreline after 14 rounds played. Metizport whipping themselves back into Ancient.
That's right. Tie game. Metizport end up coming away with it. And you know how this goes. If you don't win the CT Force, you don't usually have a lot of money to work with going into the 3rd round of the half. So this is looking likely for Metizport to claim victory here. At the very least in terms of the next round. So... it'll be an 8-7 scoreline if Metizport can deliver on the anti-eco. I really don't think TNL are going to bother investing much into this. I say that there's already a Deagle purchase. All right, yeah, they'll get some pistols. As long as Onyx gets a frag, as long as Karen gets a frag, this is still okay. You want to be around 2K at the very least for this particular loss bonus to turn into a very well-equipped buy. But TNL have done pretty well with low guns anyway, so even if they end up sporting MP9s going into the next round, the rifles have been firing in all cylinders for the Ukrainian squad.
Let's see if these Deagles can do something to start with. make it easier for themselves in the future. Onyx between two flames, not the best situation for him, and Isaac is gonna destroy him, though Nife. That's a good trade. Adam B, will he expect Flarex on that tight angle? Though not for now. He doesn't seem to want to check it. Now he does, but Flarex fast. And now things are starting to crumble. These pistols are doing a lot more than they're worth. Plopsky's brought to half HP. This round is beginning to be a very big struggle for Metizport. Under pressure. Out of the two remaining players, Smoke fading, Plopsky falling, Lumi remaining, but he's not going to do anything. The spray transfer not hitting him. TNL back in the lead.
Okay, I guess it's not going to be Metizport taking an ace, because now we're seeing why TNL will invest into those pistols even when it's not necessarily the most economic play. Because it's much more economic if you invest just into the little bit of sidearm, and then you get the round win with it. Not at all what people would expect going into that round, but as we get into number 16, it is a narrow lead for the Ukrainian side, and on their defense, they can maybe start to chain together rounds with ones that really, I don't know if they had much business winning. Metizport caught slipping versus the Deagles. Nife once again popping off.
Nife, the hero of this side. So impactful on Nuke. Continues to be a nuisance on Ancient. Oh, we wanted more than just one frag. He needed to find more, as that was a high-risk play. Onyx fixing his mistake, and Campus couldn't double up. TNL's advantage remains. Isak not finding anything, wants to push forward, but he has the bomb, and the bomb is now lost. Adam B in no man's land. With 80 seconds on the clock, what can he even consider doing now?
Problem was, I definitely feel like Isaac lost the plot on that push, didn't realize where the other CT defenders might be. Adam B hadn't been able to find enough information to radio into his teammates saying, hey, maybe we can push towards A. If you fall back, I'll try to cover you from mid. The spacing was just all out of whack there for Metizport. Not going to work out for the Swedish side here. And the 3-on-1 TNL are looking very good to close this one out and get 9. And with no bomb plant to speak of, Metizport are going to be in the dumps money-wise. So expect a broken bye going into the next. Disciplined play from the Ukrainians now, just watching, waiting, gambling that even if it is an A push, I mean, we know where the bomb is. We don't have to worry about a surprise plant. Looks like maybe the call's been coming in. Good flashbangs to push Adam B into a corner. That is likely where he will end up falling. First headshot found. Still technically a chance, but Fleerax will put to bed any concerns. And even though they lose 3 players, TNL are still comfy here, thanks to their eco win in the previous.
Yep. TNL looking strong at the moment. 2-round advantage, an attack pause for Metizport. Much needed, as this round is all but won for the side of TNL. It could be a 3-round advantage with 3 rounds to go for them to proceed to the semifinals. As Metizport were the favorites coming into this match. I think there's no question about it. But they didn't play like it. And losing to Pistols so many times, that could be costly.
Yeah.
It might prove to be.
It's definitely the case that even on this one half, they've lost to, Tech9s and Deagles twice in critical rounds that really should have been Metizport's. And when they were on that CT side, I'm still remembering Nife's miraculous 1v1 clutch versus Plopsky, where it definitely felt like he had no business winning it. And listen, sometimes you get into those kinds of situations, but if it keeps happening, if there's a pattern here, you can only call it unlucky for so long. Just with Glocks, you're going to be unlucky indeed. I don't think TNL are going to be worrying too much about this round.
If it were TNL in this situation, I can bet they would have a Deagle, they would have a Tech-9, maybe a few grenades to work with. The Swedes on a complete eco, as they're using this round just as a longer tactical timeout to talk things through even more what they can do in that next one when they do have guns. And Nife, he wants to get those easy frags. He heard the Glocks, but needs to be careful. He doesn't know if there's anything more. Of course, little beknownst to him, only Glocks are here, and should have an easy job fixing up his statistics a little bit more, though. Double dinked, needs to disengage. The rest of his team now up to the task. Dawi wants to get some cash. Adam B, surprisingly deep, is going to get cleared by Fleerax for the 10th round of Team Next Level.
Maybe a little bit of a risk there, as the AWP could have gone down to the pistol, but Fleerax does well under pressure. We'll take care of that. Be just fine at the end of it all. Double digits for TNL, you mentioned it. At this point, we are looking like they could run away with this map, but Metizport could fire back. They need to win 2 rounds in a row to break the eco of Team Next Level. And it doesn't feel like the Ukrainians are going to give them that much leeway, but let's see what happens as the Swedes take to the offense.
I'm going to try and take control of mid, not just yet, as mid belongs to the side of TNL, and so does the first frag. There's the second, as Plopsky hits the deck. No control for the side of Metizport, as TNL is just playing around. Might get caught off guard. Dawi overstayed his welcome. And now it's Metizport continuing on with this round with one hell of a chance. Even though they still have a man disadvantage, they have a lot more room to work with.
Yeah, Hampus makes a very impactful frag there. Suddenly, it's going to be Cairn in Red Room. Is he going to bother making sound? Yes, he will at the very least fire through the smoke. Onik with 7 points of health. He doesn't have that much to lose. He can maybe try to push forward, but he picks the wrong angle to look. Isaac will take his head off from the back. When you're losing an MP9 duel to Onik in the B main area, that is very rough for the side of Metizport. So it feels like maybe that's a little bit of a too much of a concession over to your enemies. Got to make them work for it a little bit harder than that. Now, 3v2 on the site. Quick rotations from Fleerax. The op needs to get into position. Cairn's burning and getting melted, but he still ends up taking out one member of Metizport. Nife doubles up as well. It's a 2-on-1. Isaac, what can you do for us?
All right, less than half HP on the remaining players. He still has a chance in isolated duels. He's going to find one, and there's the second, as Isaac fights for his life and his team's existence in this competition. They're still in it.
And he picks up the AWP that's going to be passed on to Lumi immediately. Now, again, I did say earlier, Metizport need 2 rounds in a row to break the eco. Then they can look for 9, and even still after that, they might be dealing with another buy, and you know how dangerous TNL can be regardless of what kinds of weapons they have. In some ways, it's almost scarier when they've got the Deagles. You just know it's inevitable. Isaac does very, very well to isolate these low HP players into one-on-ones, and Fleerax, when a lot of pressure's on you with the op, you gotta hit or you will lose.
Plopsky. Let's see what his team can do. Just waiting for a moment there. Those trick of the light or whatever. I expected somebody from the side of TNL to play a bit more aggressive towards Cave. Expected Plopsky to have maybe a chance to get an early kill. Not gonna happen. Isaac taking down a 15 HP, a lot of control for the side of Metizport. They're doubling up the defense of Red Room, because they're not gonna let the T's get the control necessary for now. Op hits. Adam B finishes. Nife finds the trade, and there's Fleerax with his big green, getting the advantage for the side of TNL.
Back to the drawing board. Metizport have no answer just yet in the mid-round. Every time they make a play, TNL is one step ahead. Obviously, they ended up clutching out that last round, but it looked like it was TNL's to lose, and now this one even more so, a 3-on-4 with not much map control. They're slowly limping into the B bomb site. Nife already here. Fleerax not far. Onik is going to take a heads-up duel versus Plopsky, and he won't be able to win it, but it's still a good info play.
Fleerax not even close, but Nife doubles up. That's actually his 3rd kill of the round, and only Lumi remains with that op. He needs to cut them down before they get to the site. Otherwise, he doesn't stand a chance. Dawi might die. Lumi, not good timing, and Dawi's going to get the frag. 11 for TNL. Still something to play for the side of Metizport, but this map, this best of 3, slowly but surely might be slipping away.
They needed that second round win in a row. Otherwise, they are indeed reset. Bomb plant compulsory for at least some kind of buy, but we're basically looking at either they eco and try to play for overtime on their opponent's map pick, or they force up here and now, and that's what they do. They need to make a low gun round happen. They need to make a compromised buy work. Adam B will take that hero AK. It'll be Deagles, a MAC 10, and a Tech 9. That's what they're reduced to, looking for their 9th round win on the Swedish side, while TNL will get match and series point here if they score this dub with their advantaged buy.
Let's see if TNL has what it takes as the attack seems to be proceeding towards A main. Fleerax, the only line of defense for now. Dawi close on that rotate. The rest of the team is going to take a lot of time to come, so this op needs to do work. Nades flying in, and Fleerax missing his shot, punished right away. Dawi good for one. And great explosion onto the site from the side of Metizport. They were awarded with a sniper as well. Nife trying to get something back, finding one, but Cairn falling means that this round might be done. Let's see if they got something in them. Onyx doesn't, only Nife remains. No stranger to clutching things out. Wouldn't be his first for this series, but needs to speed it up. Smoke on the bomb, trying to find the next frag. Deagle falling, only Adam B remaining. This is still possible for Nife, but Adam B is playing around the smoke.
Got it.
Will he try and actually get this frag? Maybe knifes out? No, AK'll do the job. And that's round number 9 for Metizport. Not gonna survive is Adam B, but this was close. This was down to the wire.
Yeah, humongous frags from Adam B. The hero AK gets both of the entries onto the site, finishes Onyx off in Temple, and closes the round. A 4K for the man. Huge impact. Lumi recovering the sniper from Fleerax, ends up picking another. That was Cairn falling on the A bomb site coming into that choke point. And all right, well, TNL, they've got one rifle themselves, and everybody else onto just pistols. So this is looking like a mirror image of the last round, but the problem is the reflection is not very appealing. TNL are facing their opponents, bringing this down into a one-round game, especially as A bomb site's basically been left empty. Dawi has that rifle. He can rotate over fast, but I don't think it's going to be enough to finish the job here.
That rifle is going to last as Adam B's stagged a little bit, but finds the frag, and one by one they all fall. The rifle's on the ground, and Nife only with the USP can't do anything. One-round game, and this has all of a sudden turned into something quite exciting.
Yeah, listen, this is big stuff here from Metizport because they've gotten their 2 rounds in a row that they needed thanks to that very miraculous low gun play. TNL not able to control the chaos the way that they did on Nuke. And so we go the extra rounds again. The full distance here looks like it will indeed be required. It's at the very least quite likely. Oh, but that's a huge pick for Dawi. Oh, he even takes up a second. Now we're in a 3-on-3, and the guns actually favor the CTs, believe it or not. Onyx going to upgrade to a Galil. It's going to be an A lean for the remaining players of Metizport. How soon until TNL sniff this out? Fleerax is still on the line with the op.
Well, one round didn't go so well with that op. Let's see if this one can be better as the boost is going to get snuffed out, and Fleerax has no intention of repeaking, giving them a chance. The bomb is going to get planted, but look at this. CT's coming from all sides as
this is huge.
He needs to find this frag. Onyx, will he be quick enough? Getting between the lines, and he sees the shadow. Easy frag, and only Hampus remains. And now he's in between a rock and a hard place. As I said, CT is swarming from all sides. Hampus needs to clutch this out. Not going to be easy by any means. Smoked out, but that could be costly for the side of TNL as they don't know where Hampus is. He can get out of the smoke trying to knife it, but as you said, he lost it. Can't do anything. 2 match points, TNL.
Oh, man, the bomb evading him, eluding him in the smoke. He decides to try to use that utility against him. That's the play you make in matchmaking when you tell your homies to watch this. And the same thing happens, basically. You look like a fool, but That is map and series point here for TNL in such an unlikely manner, but yet it still ends up working wonders for them. They do the necessary concessions. They save, with the exception of that one hero rifle on Dawi in the last round, and now they are looking primed to get to the semifinals of the Galaxy.
One round away. They can smell it. Metizport is not going to give this up, as we saw on Nuke. Same could be had here, though. Fleerax, that's a fun-looking boost. As Plopsky hits the deck, Isak falls. Finally an answer from the Swedes. But is it too little and too late?
It certainly looks that way. Liuba, Fleerax finally goes somewhere different, goes to the B bomb site instead of A, and he gets a pick with a boost. It's heartbreak for Metizport. The gut punch, the sucker punch that changes the fate and makes sure to write this history in favor of TNL. Adam B's most likely going to get caught here. I don't know if he saw the barrel of Karen. Looks like he did, but it's not good enough. 4-on-2 for the Swedes.
They need to get to B. Onyx there. So is Karen, though Karen is quite low. He's going to get taken out. Will they expect the other player towards long? Now the CTs are coming in. Onyx, does he want to risk it? They still have a man advantage. Hampus is risking it. That's going to cost him his head. Only Lumi remains but 40 HP. He's going to fall, and TNL proceed to the semifinals, beating Metizport, who were the favorites in this best of three. Metizport lost Nuke. That was their map pick. And on Ancient, we said that TNL are the favorites, and they proved their worth. They proved their quality. We're going to see them in the semifinals.
We are going to see them in the semifinals, and we're even going to have their opponent after the series that plays out after this. But what a hard-fought victory, a 2-0, but extra rounds required in map number 1, double digits for their opponent in map number 2. The Ancient streak, the win rate is continuing, and TNL post up another impressive scalp. Not just in this tournament, but in their performance at Tier 2 overall. Looking very solid. Once again, you look at Nife. He is the star player for this series. He has been so damn powerful on map 1 and map 2. Consistent rifle performance, including in the clutch.
Yeah, he's been playing quite well throughout this series. I would say throughout this tournament, he had some real lookers of games, and it seems that TNL are on the up and up. And the thing is, next best of three, as he already said, we're going to find out their opponents in the semifinals. GUN5, ECSTATIC, they are good teams. They are quality teams, but I can see TNL beating either of them. I can see TNL actually doing it and maybe even proceeding to the finals. Of course, they need to deserve it. But from what we've seen so far from this team, they are punching well above their weight.
Yeah, well above their weight indeed. And that's really a big deal for the side of TNL. But you know what, Yuba? We still got one more best of three in the can here. So let's find out who they're going to be taken up against, yeah?
Yeah, of course. GUN5, ECSTATIC, though, 4 p.m. So it's going to be a long break before we get to that second semifinals. We're going to have a lot of time to think about what's going to second quarterfinals, excuse me. We're going to have a lot of time to think about who can actually proceed to the semis. As I already mentioned, a long break, and then we get to see our second best of three. We're back, ladies and gents, after a long break. Finally, our next best of three is ahead of us, and boy, is it going to be a fun one. We got ECSTATIC versus GUN5 in our second quarterfinal of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. My name is Duba. I'm joined by Pronogo. We're going to get to see our playoff bracket, and you're going to tell me if you have a favorite in this best of three.
Yeah, it's really interesting because ECSTATIC obviously had a bit of a brawl to get here. Their opening match in the tournament was, of course, versus Iberian Soul, and that was a 2-1 defeat where the Danes had their work cut out for them to get through the Swiss stage. Yet here they are fighting back against what many thought were insurmountable odds. But going up against GUN5, I think this is another situation where this is a messy one to predict. And I think we're seeing that across all of the quarterfinals. Of course, earlier today, we saw Metizport be taken down 2-0 by TNL. And they now await the winner of this match in the semifinal on the left side of the bracket. The right side will be decided tomorrow. But right here, right now, we're going to see ECSTATIC versus GUN5, the Russian majority mix on the side of GUN5. Some of them call them guns, you know, the elite speak. We love that gamer lingo. ECSTATIC, however, they are looking like they can comfortably enough move through this level of competition. So I'd say they're the slight favorites in the same way that Metizport was. But just like that last series, we can see the Eastern Europeans surprise the Danes.
Oh, we'll see if that's possible, if that's going to happen. Both teams had some hit or miss results, but when we look at ECSTATIC, they are mostly green as they have been winning most of their matches so far. I'm curious to see how their win rate looks, to be exact. And yeah, when you check it out, it's 65% of their matches they actually win. Most of them, of course, are best of threes. So ECSTATIC is coming in, well, quite hot, and one of the teams that maybe you're not going to look at as clear-cut favorites for this competition, but definitely a team you shouldn't sleep on, because that is a side that might still do something in this tournament. And coming up, especially if they go through and they go against TNL, I can see them as favorites, and one best of three, two best of three, and they might find themselves in the final. Moving on to our map veto, Mirage is not going to be played. Dust 2 is, as GUN5 have picked it. ECSTATIC, of course, going on the CT side to start. Inferno will be our second map, as ECSTATIC like to play it, and that's going to be quite interesting to see how it's actually going to go, and the decider will be Nuke. Looking at Mirage, that should be looking at Dust 2 should be a pretty clear-cut decision for GUN5. Not only are they good on it, ECSTATIC, it's one of the rare maps where they have been struggling, right?
Yeah, and not only is it a bit of a punish pick, but GUN5 are so comfortable on it. So looking at this matchup, ECSTATIC have a lot to do on the defense of Dust 2. GUN5, well, it's their map pick, but it's also going to be their little playground here, as they're going to be pushing towards B to open things up.
Yeah, sending one player towards long, maybe to make some noise. It's not going to be a big push just at the moment. Trading utility, and that is a spot where you throw a smoke toward window. It could be of use for the side of GUN5, as ECSTATIC seems to be ready for something like this, as two players are on that B-bomb side and one is close. Christu will have a fast rotate with an HE grenade in hand, nonetheless. Also a flash available. And currently GUN5 not in a rush to get to that bomb site, as Analele is in a good spot. Those dualies can do some damage from up high. A smoke just to get close. But that could be punished, as Analele is ready with those two pistols. Nut opens things up, and a lot of damage onto Hilo as he falls. And this attack has no teeth. It's completely impotent, as GUN5 can't make their way to the site. Just waiting around the smoke. Blackie will take his head. Will get his head taken off, and only two remaining. Now the plans have fallen, and they can only hope to get to the A-bomb site on time.
Yeah, for a second I wasn't even sure if we were going to see Feinstein go for the A take after all. But with his teammate getting cut down, Selter will pave the way with his own blood. Christau remains on the bomb for the defense. Feinstein trying to find his way through. He is not going to guess where Sira has lurked to, and that will be the pistol victory for ECSTATIC. The start, the messy start, that being said, of their comeback here, if they want to try to make things happen on Dust 2. Otherwise, they are looking for a real rough draw of it.
It's not going to be easy for ECSTATIC, but this is going to make it a bit more simple, getting the pistol round, not letting the T's to get to the bomb plant. It will be a forced buy onto the side of GUN5. That is ambitious, I would say. Not a lot of utility to work with. We'll see if that scout can do some damage, as nobody is going to try and get the lower tunnels from the CT side. Just taking control along are the Danes, and just playing it slowly, waiting for info, as they don't still have any info, even about the buy on the side of GUN5.
Selter artfully dodges that nade. Kevlar and a helmet for so many of the members of GUN5. And Sadame, he's going to take the first head. That's an MP9 given over, not that much. Oh, but dodging the flashbang, the counter utility working wonderfully. Sira goes home empty-handed out of this round, and this is now a 5-on-3.
Oh, yeah, this is going to hurt. It's very uncomfortable for TMB, as he's not going to get taken out just yet. Zadame takes him out in the end.
There we go.
Selter continues that Tech 9. It took its time, but now it's finding frags as Lackey's going to get that last kill of the round, and 4 remaining in, as what I said, is an ambitious force buy that gives them the round and also the reset onto the Danish team.
Yeah, this is really good play out of GUN5 on their force buy. And you don't normally get a force buy when you don't plant the bomb. So I wonder if that had something to do with how prolonged this push up A was. If you think about it, ECSTATIC are probably expecting pistols. Who in their right mind is going to force buy without that, you know? And the scout pick does nothing, but the rest of the guns all fire well. GUN5 end up securing some extra ambition, and well, as they push once again towards the A-bomb site, it does feel like the CTs have their work cut out for them in round 3.
A Danish buy, I would say, for the side of ECSTATIC, as they decided to go with those 5.7s, but they're just going to get deleted. And Lele with the consolation frag, and it's only Chrisu with his 5.7. They know where he is, and he's going to get taken out. A quick round for GUN5, only losing one player once more as they get to round number 2 on the board. ECSTATIC, of course, in dire need of money, are not going to buy in this round. And I was quite surprised with 5.7s across the board. Only one Deagle was in the hands of the Danes, as especially in Tier 2, you usually see those force buys coming out with mostly Deagles. On a map like Dust 2, I would say you need a long-range weapon, and 5.7 isn't really the pistol for that.
Yeah, especially long range. It's not really going to work out. There's going to be a little bit of a firing squad here in round 4 as GUN5, well, they're cracking off some good shots. Maybe Christau can get away with a kill onto Selter, but even then it's just an MP9. Not even going to happen. It'll go the way of GUN5 cleanly. And, you know, we've seen a lot of good performances out of Hielo for GUN5, probably the star rifler of the squad. If we're completely honest, we haven't always seen the best moves out of Feinstein on the op, but he is a steady enough hand, and Dust 2 is definitely GUN5's playground. So expect to see some highlights if ECSTATIC are able to get on the board to the point where they're actually contending the Eastern European squad here. It will finally be rifles, and Christo is on the sniper, so ECSTATIC have some teeth this time around.
Oh, Syra, blind once more. That smoke, of course, is going to keep the T's at bay, and Christo much needed up in his hands, hoisted on the shoulder. We're going to see if he can hit something as he sees the player top mid just miss a whisker away. And he's going to have to wait for that smoke to fade if he wants to get another chance. Sarah, though, starts quite well as Sadame gets taken out, and that's a good start for the Danes.
Yeah, I wonder if Christau was also potentially predicting a counter nade to blow that smoke open and try to get a pick. That's something that you see if there's multiple oppers on the field, if GUN5 had invested into the sniper, but that's not what we see here. So, shadow advantage for Sierra. Oh, he bungles it. Lackey is going to make him pay for that. Now it's a 4-on-4. A, potentially the target.
Oh, that was so uncomfortable to watch. He saw the shadow and started firing away. Didn't stand a chance when the T peaked. 40 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Active play from the Danes as Nut doubles up. And he gets the triple as well. Analele did fall. He was the casualty, but a casualty well traded. And look at Lackey. He's on the other side of the map as far as the ecstatic players are concerned. He could be on Inferno right now. They don't really care. And just not waiting in lower tunnels. Another frag for him. A 4K in this round. And that's going to give him some confidence in the remainder of Dust 2. Much needed confidence for his side.
Well, if you had one nut for every kill, I don't want to say his name twice, but that's basically what it would be. And yeah, Lackey finds himself in an awkward position there because realistically speaking, you don't expect such a late lurk through tunnels. But, you know, obviously both players going down there for GUN5 meant that Kazakh Rifler and Lackey, probably the most experienced player on the side of GUN5. I think it's safe to say that. He's going to end up looking for more in the next round because he did not get any in that one. Ziello, oh no! That's going to be an easy pick for Christo. And all of a sudden, GUN5 are down a man yet again.
There's Seltzer!
Oh!
There's Seltzer as he takes down 2. It seemed very difficult to get the double, but he did, and he cleans up mid. Sierra needs to get some space and help his teammates, but he's so far away. And Nut again needs to be the hero. Again, a hero in waiting. Let's see what the big guy can do as he can't do anything against Lackey this time around. And GUN5 take control of the bomb site. Sadame good onto TMB, and Sierra, his long voyage finally came to a close, though. Here's a chance to get a few quick frags. Good trigger discipline. There's one and there's two. No guns to save for those two players. They are out of the round. And maybe enough time to Sierra to try this. Let's see if that's going to work out for him. But they're too far away, playing too passively, not giving him a duel to have. He just wants to keep them close to the site. Maybe even leash them of those guns, and he almost got another frag. That would have been a play and a half, though it will be the 4th round for GUN5.
Yeah, and Feinstein also gets away with a sniper, so GUN5 will have an op going into the next round, and that's not confirmed for ECSTATIC. So watch these early moments of the next round to see. I think Seltzer had a moment where he's taking a sip of water or something. He's like, yeah, I'm safe. I'll just go ahead and hands off the keyboard. Sometimes that's the best way to win rounds once you already know everything's good to go. And look at this, a full save from the CTs, so not much economy here. GUN5 look likely for their 5th round.
Yeah, does the side of GUN5 know how close the CTs are? Don't count them out just yet, as this stack towards mid could do some damage. The timing, will it be in their favor? The answer is no. Sadame there for easy frags. There's Lackey for 2. That's a cleanup towards mid.
There you go, the last little peekaboo from Yellow. He'll step on Sierra like something out of Mario. We got a 5th round for GUN5. Bit of a shooting gallery atop of mid. Happens all the time on Dust 2. Kind of reminiscent of, Inferno's obviously up next as our 2nd map. And that kind of play does happen for CT sometimes on that map as well, where they will just try to push down with maybe one HE or one flashbang straight into the mid play. A little bit harder to do on Dust 2, but still something that you'll see maybe once every few times this map ends up getting played. Now, we've got a couple of rifles, including Christow's op, but Lackey is already out so deep, is even going to be required as Feinstein has found Nut elsewhere. That's a pick onto B. The defense collapsing on multiple fronts here for the Danes.
Oh yeah, they're struggling. And we can see why Dust 2 is their least favorite map, though bringing it back to a 3-on-3 as Christo, he wants to fight close and personal with that op, yes, ready for one and not knowing where the second is. Fine shine, fast flick. It's a 2-on-2, and they need to get back to the bomb, and look at that. The bomb is all the way in front of long doors. So Feinstein, if the Danes are not careful and they go for an info play, he could get an easy frag here, and the ECSTATIC players don't know what's going on. Leaving the bomb way over there was sort of serendipitous for GUN5, as they can get to a free bomb plant. Feinstein just waiting, but the bomb is coming back towards B. This is not what you expected, and this is going to be a mess. Feinstein finds one, finds the other as well. A 4K for the sniper of GUN5, and that's a way to make a statement in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I called him out a little bit for only being, as best you could say about him is he's a steady hand. Well, he was more than steady this time. He was fast. Flicking down the car, getting these last two very impactful frags in the 2-on-2, sealing the deal. GUN5 have a 6th round, and that's another broken piece. A reset on the board. ECSTATIC are going to just be using a couple upgraded pistols and a little bit of utility. Maybe Sierra can highlight here for us. There you go. At least one. I don't know if it's much for ECSTATIC to work with, but at least they can feel like they're still firing a couple of frags down range. So it looks like it's going to be an A hit.
But it's honest work. Let's see if these pistols can get to work. They only have 2 on the board, and even a pistol hero play could be golden for them. This is not the Dust 2 of old, where the T's can really shine. CT side is the way to go, and the CT side isn't working for the Danes. They want to fix that. Good flash from Analele, but Chris too good only for 1. As the attack proceeds, let's see if the pistols can do something better on close range, though not low. He's a dead man, and Sedane claims his fate.
Oh,
but
no!
The frags go to the side of the CTs. It's only Lackey remaining, running out of bullets, and TMB is going to take him down. The pistol's good enough, the rotation's fast enough, and ECSTATIC getting their 3rd.
Yeah, Stack Eco, you've got those pistols. That's all you have to your name. Stack A immediately after the first pick goes. Every kill matters. Syrup getting that initial frag, pulling something out of nothing. ECSTATIC end up only a 3-round deficit, and it could have been a lot worse. GUN5 could have started to run away with it, but Cristal will get an op donated over. An AK-47 recovered for TMB, the lobby's worst view model.
That's horrible. You can't even see it from the face cam.
It's stealthy. He's hiding. TMB will actually get the opening pick, so pro on our plate for calling him out. That's his 4th frag posted. Quiet game so far, but still plenty more.
I don't know if you noticed, but actually a lot of players have like a similar view model. Nico, not a long time ago, decided to change his. So clearly there's something with that Doom-like view mod. Chris too, good flick as Selter falls. That's an important frag for the side of ECSTATIC. That'll give them more control. Halo once more, wants something, wants an answer, but not finding it. Lackey fell before him as well, and Feinstein only remains. He had a good round with that all, but having an ace clutch, I think it's a little bit more than he can chew.
Especially since none of those are done at all. It's a 1 versus 5 for the Opper. He won't even get the flick there, so he's going to need to go ahead and reload that weapon. He wants a chance at clearing everybody out. Oh, that was not a bad accuracy, almost there. But now he's been stabbed in the back. Took too long to finish his meal on the A site. No double op setup necessary for the Danes as they post their 4th. We could still be in for a tied first half, and that would be pretty phenomenal for ECSTATIC as far as recoveries go.
Yeah, especially that potential streak could begin from the pistols that got them the 3rd round. They're on 4 already, and a mixed bag of a buy for the side of GUN5, as they're not going to have money for a good buy if they lose this round either, so they really got to make it count. That SMG in the hands of Selter. Maybe try and get up close and personal. Good flashes. Syra caught off guard for the upteenth time. Those light flashes completely destroying him, and now ECSTATIC again needs to find an answer.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem right now. Syra's been trading 8 for 9. It's not a terrible scoreline, but the impact of him dying on A towards those double doors is really rough. Yellow revealed by that fire, but Analele, he's still at large. He'll frag 1. There's Plenty more to be found. Oh, but they're running right at him, and Feinstein, despite the blind, still able to shine through. Ooh, TMB still fighting with his silly view model. It's a big impact.
What this finish of this round can do as Lackey finds Nut. They know the locations of both players. Christu, good with the no scope. But Feinstein grabbing an AK, and he's going to finish him off. It's not going to be a tied affair at the half as GUN5 get their 7th. Going into round number 12, they can still have 8 at the half, and that would be a commanding lead, especially after your T side.
Yeah, I know. I mean, depending on how the pistol goes, we could be on Inferno before we know what to do with ourselves. If you're on the GUN5 side of things, if you're a fan of the Eastern European mix, you got Russians, a Ukrainian, a Kazakh. There's plenty of people to love on that squad. Seltzer been around a long, hot minute. Feinstein, Yellow, maybe a bit newer on the block. Of course, Sudame joined the squad pretty recently himself. So coming into this one, maybe you're happy with an early finish. At least for map number 1. Showing why it's their domain, why it's their map pick. This could be the most one-sided map score of them all. If this first half continues the way it's been. One more round to go before we switch over. Static, they are rushing down.
All right, let's see what Team B can do on that backstab. They're expecting him. Sarah good only for 1. Well, that's better than the previous round as TMB could now be in trouble as he's revealed his position. The op waiting for him while the T's contemplating that A take with only one guy there as Seltzer falls. Now things are starting to crumble for the T's. Lackey and Feinstein late to the party as ECSTATIC can reposition and wait for them once more. So many angles to check. They do have the bomb on their backs, and they do have the time. Feinstein, anti-flash, and Alele didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, that's a good play. Smoke is already up there for the cross. Don't need as much utility as you did in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Good nade to sort of whittle him down. Oh, good molly to flush him out of position. Christo jumping around looking for an opportunity, trying to flash his teammates in from long. But Lackey on the op. Bogdan's Law is taken into effect. Will he expect another player through those double doors? It's a 2-on-2.
He has to. Nut has 3 HP, and he could die to a stiff breeze, though. Lackey dead. Now Feinstein remains. Let's see if he can get another round for himself. 15 frags at the half would be this clutch, looking for an isolated duel. Still waiting. Sees the shoulder, but he can't peek forward. Finds one, and there's the other for the 8th round of GUN5 as Feinstein shines.
Wow. All right. The Opera shows up on the rifle. Good stuff from him. And the spray transfer, I mean, they did well. Even in that last moment, ECSTATIC's protocol is showing as they push forward with the low HP player so that the high HP one can try to trade him. But the spray control was there. And now, let's see if somebody can frag in style as we get into half number 2.
Seems to be the most competitive part.
Oh.
Fructoviperin, let's say that's your name. You get the Hydra Gloves Mangrove. Not so bad. Not so bad at all. Enjoy the gloves, man. There's always a good reason to follow this program, and you just earned a pretty penny, I would say.
Yeah, people won't be unhappy about that. It's kind of like, it's funny, it's the broadcast's way of taking their own initiative instead of Valve having the case drops that'll happen during the major or what have you. A little bit similar, if you followed Counter-Strike long enough to remember when the majors had those kinds of case drops. Although, honestly, I mean, small sample size, right? But we've seen some pretty good unboxes from those cases. So
oh, yeah.
I don't know, maybe your odds are better.
I don't know. I think I'm a lucky charm. I don't know what usually drops, but for my time here, I got a few reds, I got a knife, I got these gloves now. Well, not me, but the viewers got them.
Yes, yes.
So every time I cast games, apparently somebody wins big. thanks to Galaxy Battle for that. Oh, Fine Shine could be in trouble. Luckily for him, TMB didn't want to peek, but he's going to re-peek and get his head taken off. +2 for the side of ECSTATIC, and this is a way you want to start your T-Have, especially when you're in a deficit like this.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if ECSTATIC win both pistols and still end up at a really disadvantaged scoreline, it's going to be a bit of a damning insight into their level of play on Dust 2, why this is a punish pick for them. Wacky and Celt are making it a bit ugly right now. But it's still a 2-on-5, and not really that much damage traded on for the T's. Bomb will go down on the B-bomb site. Very unlikely for anything else to come of this. Yep, it's a clean sweep. And GUN5 are now going to look up for another force buy on round number 2. Remember, they won their force buy in the first half.
Are they going to sign up for it, though? $2,000 per player doesn't give you a lot to choose from. They are a team that does like the force buy, and often enough converted. This time not going to happen as USPs across the board. And 157, Kilo wants to fight maybe with something a little bit stronger. As ECSTATIC, of course, just waits for the info, at least for now. A stack towards B. Is ECSTATIC going to expect this?
Yeah, are they going to give time for the rest of the players to rotate over through mid, through A, take a peek, see if they can find any resistance at all? That'll be Analele and TMB's job. GUN5 were definitely hoping for a commit, and an early one at that. They had leaned everybody over here. It's a stack on the B-bomb side, but as A gets cleared out, it becomes less and less likely that ECSTATIC are going to play into position where GUN5 have the advantage. Not really any reason to save what has been invested, since there was only $500 across all 5 players for the CTs. So they'll probably go for a couple of frags, at the very least try to make it cheeky. Bit of an extended tactical timeout here for free. They get one for free, GUN5. Talk over their plans on the defense. Maybe any insights they've gleaned from watching the T side of ECSTATIC on this map. And actually, they are kind of saving, isn't it? That's funny.
Yeah, well, they don't want to give the opponents $300 to $600. We talked about this. It's always a matter of question. Do you actually want to play for those exit frags, or do you want to kind of not let them get the easy cash, as they can get some exits here nonetheless, as the T's do want to come closer to this site. At least strip them of the armor they have and those SMGs. And there you go, TMB. And not both $600 richer, though. The side of ECSTATIC did lose guns in that endeavor.
Yeah, honestly, well played from Hielo to steal away the Galil. That is a worthwhile gun on the CT side. You think about how often you're spamming through smokes. The extra 5 bullets can be pretty helpful, actually. So, not something that you see too often, but when it does come up, I'm sure Hielo will be happy with that. A1Ss and MP9 for Sedain. Plenty of utility to contend with ECSTATIC to get into the next round of play.
Oh, they want to fight. They got control of long. That's a good start. Static textbook play would be to take control of short, and they're doing just that. They have enough utility to work with. Enough time, of course, on the clock to take the control they need, and now they can consider their options and see what they can do from here. Christu with that up. Didn't get a chance towards long. Not just yet.
It'll be interesting to see whether the defensive moves from GUN5 have layers and how many chances they'll have at buys that look even remotely close to this. Economic management is a big skill in Counter-Strike. GUN5 are showing discipline with the way that they played that last round. It's afforded them a Galil for free and a good chance into this one. And Alele will be the tip of the spear for the short take. Fine Shine calming over. Gonna need some backup here.
First contact is going to be fine. Shine, he's in trouble. The rotate needs to come in, and he needs to find at least one frag. TMB close to death, and there's the repeat. Hilo only good for one, and now they're swarming him. Now there's trouble. Now he's under so much pressure, but the GUN5 players are falling one by one. And Lackey and Selter remain in a 2 versus 3. They can still consider this if the information came correctly that the T-side players are low. Lackey misses his timing, and Selter knows that this round is over.
Yeah, that's so rough because Lackey had vision on the T, just didn't quite realize it. Can be kind of hard to spot against the backdrop of those crates when the T head shows up. But this is rough here for GUN5. It's starting to get a little bit hairy. It does look like ECSTATIC will be able to chain together the next round as well, but GUN5 have done pretty well with some scrappy buys. Wouldn't surprise me if they're able to eke out a forced victory. They've obviously done that already on the T side, so what's one on the CT side? Buck historic trends. Other than that, though, ECSTATIC are looking good for a move into a tie game on a map they really aren't favored in.
No, absolutely. They've won 2 or 3 only, yeah. 3 Dust 2s in 14 played in the past 3 months, so that's not a number that you really like. Losing to GUN5 in the process twice, actually, on this map. I apologize. They beat them once, and they lost once, and both times it was a one-sided affair, weirdly enough.
That does happen sometimes, especially on a map like Dust 2, where a lot of it is down to how good you're feeling. When it comes to the firepower, GUN5 and ECSTATIC are probably, it's safe to say, evenly matched, although I would give a slight edge to GUN5 there. Danish CS does have a long history of being very tactical, and the T side does lend more to that, so that's where I'm hoping to see some glimmers for ECSTATIC. Maybe they can at least make this affair a closer one. But as of right now, we are just going to be waiting a moment before getting back into the action. GUN5 currently leading by 1. They haven't decided on their exact course of action. You can see the buys slowly coming in here. Sedame, Lackey will be sporting the Deagle. Feinstein might just stick with the USP and see if he can't scrape another gun off the ground once one of his teammates falls. And we have 2 A1Ss otherwise saved by Selter and invested in by one other player. So it's a play, it's a buy that you can play around. ECSTATIC, though, they're going to have everything that they need. Coming into the round, it is indeed going to be Yellow's A4 and Selter's A1S, the 2 chief pieces of weaponry, as Deagles range down door.
Nothing gonna come out of that. After the first few shots at the side of GUN5 decided to pull back, and now they're in a bit of trouble because they don't really have a lot of control, though with Hilo being in B tunnels, they do have some information and they have an idea, of course, where the attack is going to go. But without knowing if the T's can actually pounce towards short, that could put them in an uncomfortable situation. Let's see if these Deagles can reign supreme as Sedame waits for a flash. The flash came in and he's going through, but Stera through the smoke takes him down, and that's a good start for ECSTATIC. Only 2 HP lost on all of their players currently. With 50 seconds left.
Yellow's coming in. Rotation will be here with the A4. Oh, maybe he's second-guessing himself. They're taking a bit too long to push up this position. Selter is going to be a point of contact. He spots the first head. Good rotation back, but he gets sniped out of the middle of the air by TMB. Now it's a brawl.
Yeah, a man advantage still for ECSTATIC. They managed to find a foothold towards the side. Lackey burns, but his Deagle almost catches fire as well as he finds one frag being traded out immediately. Feinstein and Hilo can't really afford to try anything here without any nades, without a diffuse kit. They can only try and save these guns. They will be useful in the next round, even though their team does have enough money for a buy. You still want to pay close attention to the finances.
Yeah.
And ECSTATIC are going to get to the tied result. 8 rounds on both teams in this opening map of this quarterfinal matchup.
Spot against TNL. Ooh, not taking away another weapon is so brutal for the side of GUN5. Yellow looking for some exits might have been a little bit too ambitious. And that's a heartbreaking round to lose for GUN5, not because it was necessarily close to being a one-sided affair, but because if Lackey gets 2 Deagle headshots, if one little miracle happens for them at any stage there, if Yellow just sticks to the rotate where he can try to pinch them coming up long, that round looks completely different. But it felt like GUN5 were a bit bamboozled, a bit surprised that it was going to be an A plant after all. And so ECSTATIC getting the better of them just by cutting noise and slowing it down after the initial peak by Sudaim.
And the Lele got the spawn, but didn't catch anybody peeking towards long. Couldn't take control of long. Look at Fine Shine! Striking from the smoke as Zira doesn't even know what hit him or where it came from. That's a man advantage for the side of GUN5, something they've been searching for since the teams switched sides.
Yeah, well said. I mean, GUN5 have been disadvantaged in the opening bouts of all of these second half rounds. ECSTATIC just been playing so well with their advantages that they've tied most of the things up, but as of right now, things seem to be a little bit easier for GUN5 as they do have that advantage. They do have the weaponry. First time Fine Shine gets his CT side sniper operational. Selter, I don't think he's spotted any of ECSTATIC's players inside B tons, but TMB just trying to keep them interested on the A side. It will be a B finish.
2 players available for a GUN5 to defend this B bomb side. The rotates are going to be very slow and possibly cut down by TMB. But it's not impossible for the CTs to shut this down before it even begins as the players are rushing through. But it's Analele and Crystal finding frags and TMB nailing the coffin shut as ECSTATIC are going to take the lead.
They are indeed. A save call for Fine Shine and Sudaim. It makes a lot of sense. Not a whole lot of cash here, but Fine Shine can at least drop a 1 weapon over, and the rest of the players can invest with pistols if they so desire. ECSTATIC must be feeling so after taking the lead finally. First time since their pistol round win in the first half. GUN5 will be looking to claw that back. Their CT side has looked unconvincing so far. Need to find some kind of answer to what ECSTATIC have been prepping. It's quite possible, if you think about the game theory behind the veto, that ECSTATIC have been trying to solve their issues on Dust 2, knowing that at some point in an important playoffs match like this one, a team will pick it into them. So there's right now, their offensive side has been looking pretty good.
And it's often actually the case when a team struggles on one map that they fix it up so much that it becomes their best. Of course, vice versa as well. Coming from the region I am coming from, of course, we were big fans of Crazy in their time in 2019. They were famous for their Inferno, and weirdly enough, at that Berlin Major, Inferno picks against Navi and Astralis exactly what cost them going through to the playoffs. So you never know what's going to happen in these kinds of matches. See what's going to happen here as Nut might get a frag onto Selter, and Selter didn't stand a chance. The op misses, and Nut continues his reign of terror.
Reign of something, and with Christoph fragging Yellow onto short, this is looking real ugly for GUN5. They're going to once again be forced into a save between Sudaim and Fine Shine. That's if they can even get out of here with the weapons in hand. A will be the target for the T's. But more importantly, perhaps, is the weaponry that they're going to remove if they ever set their sight on GUN5. That's going to be a dead rifler. Fine Shine last alive in a 1-on-4. His objective, not to win the round, just to stay alive, and he will fail at that as TMB frags him out Doom style.
Quite a messy round from both sides, actually.
Yeah.
Nuts 2 frags completely changed the complexion of this round, and Christu just rubbing salt in the wounds. And the weird thing was with the 2 remaining players of GUN5 is they had literally no info staying towards mid. They didn't know if ECSTATIC are going to hit A or hit B. Either way, ECSTATIC would probably win that round and take the guns away. And everything seems to be working for the Danes as GUN5 just reaching for straws at this point. A 2-round advantage for the Danish side, but more importantly, they're tying up rounds in 6 rounds in a row on a T side. With GUN5 having so little money to work with in this round, they need something big to happen. Otherwise, ECSTATIC could start running away with this.
Looks to me like they just might. They've reached double digits. The buy is compromised. The Danes have every tool in their toolkit. But this is when victory seems most assured. That's when it can be the riskiest. Let your guard down. We'll see how clean ECSTATIC can finish it, if they can finish it at all.
Taking control of the map, but GUN5 want to fight. Let's see. Do they actually have what it takes? Fine shot, good kill. TMB in trouble.
No way.
The SMG takes him down. And now things are starting to complicate for ECSTATIC. Finally, GUN5 showing signs of life in this second half. They did have some good rounds, but none of them led to a victory. That number 9 still waits for them, or they wait for it, as Hilo wants to take the fight to them again. Just waiting on the edge of that smoke, and Christu could be in trouble if Hilo gets enough courage to go through that smoke. Not gonna happen, but the bomb is isolated as their hopes rest on the shoulders of the players coming from short. No! That was a flick and a half, and a bomb is down in pit. Do they know it, though? So little time remaining on the clock. ECSTATIC players need to fight, and when you need to hurry so much, that's when you make mistakes. And they can just run away. They don't even need to fight in this current situation, though. Zidane and Lackey are gonna finish it, and finally a round on the board for GUN5, and a perfect timing of that. The pistols doing work once more.
So here's the problem, Yuba. I'm in love with how GUN5 salvage these rounds with their lesser weaponry, still finding impact, finding frags, bamboozling their opponents. A slip-up from ECSTATIC to provide the 9th. But look at the money. They're good for at least one more buy after this, and that's assuming they don't even get the bomb plant down. They'll still be able to spend out maybe 1 MAC-10 as a concession. So GUN5 have a lot more work ahead of them. Good flashes to prevent any death on either side, but it still looks to me like this is a position where ECSTATIC can really run away with the game.
Yep. Seems like a good position still, even though they lost that round and couldn't convert against pistols. GUN5 still searching for a gun round. As Hilo is in trouble. He can't really do anything as the shots keep missing. The op not in question, not in the battle, basically. And ECSTATIC from that, a setup that should have cost them, a setup that should have punished them, actually get a 2-for-1 trade. That's a discount deal they'll always take. Now setting their sights towards the B bomb site, and TMB hears all, sees all, 50 seconds left, and they can even disengage and go back to A.
Okay.
Sira is dead. And this up a hope for GUN5, trying to catch somebody cross. Is his next victim Nutnut? That's the question.
He spotted that Christo had the bomb, so they know it's rotating over to A. Feinstein radioing in any sounds that he hears from CT spawn, just as TMB did from a top catwalk. Lackey and Seltzer combine to close the noose around Nutnut. It's a 3-on-2. TMB, he forces the issue. It backfires massively. Christo, a 1-on-3 with the sniper. Bomb planted for him. He can certainly do this, but he's going to need a little bit of luck. Bomb halfway ticked.
They have a smoke and they have defuse kits. This is an impossible round for Christo. He needs to set his sights and set his aim, but missed shots cost him his head. as GUN5 get us to a tied result after 20 rounds played.
10-10. Exactly what we needed to see out of the Eastern Euro mix. GUN5, they seem to have found a late resurgence on the CT side. ECSTATIC certainly making it complicated, making it messy. And now with their bye left here, with that bomb plant, they will have all 5 rifles. They will have that sniper. Nut has the spawn. We'll see if he's good for it. This could be hugely impactful if ECSTATIC want to break the streak that GUN5 are forming.
And they have to. This is make it or break it as Analele falls. EMB good on the trade. Stadame not completely blind. He wants to fight, and fight he will. But not managing to finish off Christu. As Nut can pass that off back to him.
It feels like both teams are really unhappy with how that worked out. They're just a bit dissatisfied. It's trade, so it's even. Usually even numbers favors the T's as they have the initiative, but damage done to Christo. Oh, and look at that, right ahead of the smoke. Lackey will burn up after claiming 2. 17 HP and a 1-on-2 for Christo. Once again, the sniper of ECSTATIC is left with it all to do. A good flash to put Feinstein ahead on the angle. And this just gets much, much harder. Minute left on the clock.
Is he gonna face them? Is he gonna fight? It seems that's the case, but Feinstein saw the shadow. And GUN5 back in the lead.
And now it does look like this will be the first real, truly compromised buy from ECSTATIC. In the last 5 rounds, they'll have to play with a little bit of a deficit. It's not even that bad considering they will have some rifles in the mix. But if they go for an op, okay, it looks like they will. It's going to be compromised in terms of utility. So a hero sniper with some pistols, and it's good enough to deal with Feinstein. That's an early pick in favor of ECSTATIC, but there's still a lot more work to do with the compromised buy they've got.
And this is so confusing for GUN5. They don't know, and the op is good enough. That's all they need. Christu with the big green. And the problem with GUN5 is they don't know if there's an AK in that mix. They can't really force some fights. It's not like they completely have information about the buy in the hands of ECSTATIC. They don't know that there's 3 Deegs, 1 Tech 9, only that op, which if you get in his face, he's not going to stand a chance. They need to play it passively, maybe risk towards B, and that's exactly what they're doing. And ECSTATIC can just wait for a mistake. Though playing it so slow has led them to slipping in a few rounds so far. Smoke ready for CT. Let's see what they can do.
Seltzer's got that cursed monkey paw AWP. Everyone who's picked that up has been opted by Feinstein so far, but Stadame will finally answer back for his team. And that forces ECSTATIC to move up catwalk. Their aim A. Rotation's already coming in. Stadame has got a lot to do. Is that HE well-timed? Yes, it is. Crushing damage to 2 members. But Syra will still get the bomb plant taken care of, and ECSTATIC are on for another tie game. How messy is this one going to be, Luba?
Oh, it's going to be real messy as GUN5 want to fight. Stadame gives him the chance, brings it back to a 3-on-3, and that's the up on the ground, but Nut is always a threat as that Deagle fires away. Seltzer finally takes care of him, but a 1-on-2, not easy work to do. Gonna make it easier now as he finds Sierra, and he knows that Analele is towards long. Is he good with the op? Didn't fire away. Bomb ticking off. He has the kit, but needs to secure it, and now there's little time. Misses his chance to take down Analele, and he's just gonna explode with that bomb as ECSTATIC bring us to a tied result once more. We're gonna need all 24.
Yeah, no kidding. Regulation might not be where this story ends. The sniper saved over by Analele means that Cristal or somebody with a good spawn can grab it into the next round. The penultimate round of regulation. GUN5, their 12th, eludes them yet again. ECSTATIC just keep punching back at the worst possible time for the Eastern Euro mix. It looks like it might be a B lean initially, but Cristal does frag Lackey with that recovered sniper, and that's another crushing defeat for GUN5 in the cards, as long as ECSTATIC continue playing well.
Shine, not gonna find an answer. That op didn't hit its target, and now Hilo maybe wants to bring it back, but he knows B-side's taken. It's notoriously difficult to retake, even when you have a man advantage, not two in the disadvantage. And Lele's gonna take the head off of Seltzer, and now Brutal.
Brutal is right. I mean, GUN5, they really needed to keep all three members alive there if they wanted to save into the next round with some chance. They aren't going to have a crazy loss bonus. They aren't going to have that much money going into the final round, which means it will be a force buy to attempt to grab overtime so that they can clinch their map pick. Otherwise, ECSTATIC are going to steal it away in a dreadful fashion for the Eastern Euros. Dame will still frag out. He has got to deal with Sierra. Does. And it looks like maybe they'll hold on to their weapons just enough. Yellow might have been getting a little ambitious, actually. Going for the re-peek, and Kristau will punish him for staying around. Dame doesn't know what happened there, but he's got one weapon, the only premium weapon that GUN5 are likely to be able to hold.
Dame fought. They couldn't keep that second to last gun, and only one gun translated to the last round of regulation. And look at this. It's their third tactical timeout, and ECSTATIC, they didn't even need to use any of theirs, even though there were some really bad moments. You'd expect that they'd call attack pause, but ever since the team switched sides, even though we had that resurgence of GUN5, ECSTATIC has been in the driver's seat for most of the second half.
Yeah, that's absolutely indisputable, because ECSTATIC have really impressed with the T side. They've really impressed with the layers that they've got to their strategy. And GUN5 just haven't been able to react all the time. They've gotten to the point where they can recover from bad situations, but the opening picks, more often than not, go the way of the Danes. And now, it looks like they're going to pressure the site that has the less players. It was a bit of a B push for information. Yellow with the FAMAS pushes in to see what's going on there. Nutnut has an opportunity, but he will get the better of him. Yes! Nutnut has fallen, and that means that we've got a 5-on-4. HP disadvantage disregarded. As TMB executes onto the site. Dame has already fired back. Yuba, it's going to get messy again on A.
Overtime approaching. Unless ECSTATIC can do something, they do have control of the site, but the bomb needs to get there, and they need to plant it, and it's easier said than done where GUN5 players are fighting, though. Kristau's frag, rather, brings us back to a 3-on-3, and this is still anybody's round, anybody's map. ECSTATIC want to hold it tight and not let go as Sarah searches over the smoke and finds a kill for himself.
Still lurking through. He's found the timing. Dame's taken out. The FAMAS is all that stands between ECSTATIC and victory. 40 seconds left on the clock. They can plant the bomb. Lackey, the veteran on the side of GUN5, has got to check so many angles on his approach, and I don't think he's expecting TMB. The boomer shooter claims victory. 13-11, ECSTATIC steal away the map pick.
It didn't seem possible looking at the statistics, as GUN5 is a good Dust 2 team, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and see what happened on their CT side. The T side was good. 8 rounds on a half gives you a good base to continue on map, but they were an issue in this second half. They did tie up 3 rounds, but that wasn't enough, and ECSTATIC are in a 1-map lead going into their map pick.
Yeah, it's rough stuff for GUN5. This is a single elimination bracket, 1 loss in the series to play, and you are out of playoffs contention. Will ECSTATIC move on after all? Lackey did his best with GUN5 on his back. It wasn't enough. Feinstein looked pretty fine in a few places, and that's to his credit as well. But I think really the big story here is Yellow having a couple of risky plays in after-plant situations after the round was already decided, ends up getting fragged a few too many times. That last round where they could have pushed for OT, he had a FAMAS. Imagine what he might have been able to do if his head was screwed on a bit tighter and he managed to keep that A1S that he was clutching on in that penultimate round. Nonetheless, it does mean that with ECSTATIC stealing away the map pick of their opponents, we go to Inferno, and they are advantaged.
Oh, yeah, and the problem is Inferno can really be a difficult map for some teams. I'm not going to say that that is the case for GUN5. It's not the best map in any regards for the side of ECSTATIC. They do know how to play it, but it's not a big difference when we see these two sides. The problem is the fact that ECSTATIC have been playing a lot of Inferno and GUN5, I would say they go to that map only when they have to, only when maybe it's a decider or maybe it's an opposing team's map pick. They're not going to go there by their own free choice, by their own free will, and that's kind of what's concerning about that. And of course, we know the Danes, they know how to play Inferno. They like to play Inferno, so this could be a one-sided affair, especially after ECSTATIC played so well on Dust 2.
Yeah, could be a one-sided affair after all, especially if ECSTATIC can rally forward with that. We got to get to Inferno to figure that out. Will we even need to see Nuke a second time today, or will this be yet another 2-0 in the quarterfinals? TNL awaits the victor here in that semifinals #1. And of course, we got more best of threes tomorrow as well to figure out what the complexion of the final stages of the tournament is. But Liuba, I think we're about ready before we get to Inferno.
Of course, we're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with Inferno to see if ECSTATIC can make their way to the semifinals. Close fought affair on Dust 2. We'll see what Inferno will bring us as GUN5 have lost their map pick. Now moving on to a map they are much less comfortable to play on, especially against Danish opposition. We'll see what they can do if they can force a map number 3 in this quarterfinal. Of course, already one team waiting in the semis, and we're trying to find out who TNL's opponent will be.
That's right. Yeah, between ECSTATIC and GUN5, we're definitely expecting a nice little show here on Inferno. It might be shorter than Dust 2, however, as ECSTATIC are definitely more comfortable on it. We've seen plenty of action from them. And, I must say, there's been a nice little change up here where ECSTATIC end up seizing control of Dust 2 in very surprising fashion in the very dying embers of the map. And it comes through based on their tactical strength, not necessarily their firepower. So I'll give GUN5 a puncher's chance on Inferno. It is a map where T-sides in particular can try to run away from things, but if their CT side is like it was on Dust 2, then I think ECSTATIC are about to punch their ticket to the semifinal.
ECSTATIC seem to be in a good position, one map lead. Let's see if they can convert their map pick. As we've previously mentioned, Inferno not the best map for either side, though ECSTATIC knows how to play it. The question for me was, why didn't they pick Nuke? Why did they leave it as a decider, given that it's statistically better for them and statistically worse for their opponents? But we might even get a chance to see that, as ECSTATIC want to push on to B and Hilo. Those dualies are firing away, though only good for one frag. They did manage to take out one more, and look at the HP on the side of ECSTATIC. This seems to be like a very winnable retake for GUN5.
Yeah, listen, Hilo did a lot of work with those dualies. That could definitely work in his favor. GUN5 will be pushing in to the Inferno B-bomb site. Fineshine is the first to frag, but Christoph still has something to say. 2 Glock kills. It's down to Nut with a recovered pair of dualies. Just to match his namesake, he sprays down Fineshine, and now dropped to a one-on-one. He's not able to finish the job on the Selter, but it looks like it'll be a tight defuse. I think there's just barely enough time here for the IGL of GUN5. No, not enough time, and what an explosive way to start our off on map 2.
That was quite close, as a second, even less, was between GUN5 and their first round. It's ECSTATIC taking the lead on Inferno. Hilo, so much damage. Wasn't enough, and Nut in the end finds the first frag, and the second he didn't even need to find. He just wasted enough time and secured the round for his team. GUN5 decided to force buy. They're going to have one SMG and a quad of pistols. Those 5.7s, especially on Inferno, can do a lot of damage. Let's see if they can shine.
Oh, well, Hilo won't be shining. Analele has already taken him out, coupling with TMB for an artillery strike to earn their 5 versus 4. Mac 10's hunting towards the apartments here. Nut looking for a little bit of a payday. Not going to happen so far as the CTs fall back to A. And this could end up being another save. We've seen force buys and, partial investments from GUN5 where bomb goes the way that the stack isn't. Well, they end up saving, but actually the rotations are already here. Ahead of the bomb coming in, this could still get a little ugly for ECSTATIC, but they're setting up well for the exec.
As long as they don't go through this smoke, they should be fine, though another smoke available in the hands of Selter used. No transition, actually. See what's going to happen with this as they're attacking the bomb site. There's the attack, and there's the 5.7. Rather, Fineshine's SMG takes down 2. And now we got a 3-on-3 on our hands. This is still winnable for GUN5. They can actually throw themselves towards the site.
Yeah, listen, if the range is low enough, GUN5 can make up their weaponry disadvantage. HE not good for finding any damage, but flushes out one of the positions. And now, 2 of the T's defending from top of Banana. Puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Christoph, but now the gunfire is going to be going the way of ECSTATIC. The site has fallen, but they still have 2 members defending, and the angle is set up for this cage. There you go. Even though the spray is good, there's no time once again Expensive round, but GUN5 will drop it nonetheless.
Though Feinstein saved his AK, and with the quad kill, I think it was all with an SMG that gives him a lot of money in the bank. GUN5 can contemplate, again, force buying, and it would be a solid force buy at that. They could even consider an op, and there we go. Feinstein is going to have the AWP. They're going to have 2 SMGs that saved AK and a Deagle. This is not bad as force buys go, especially given that ECSTATIC can be reset now, and they don't even have the perfect buy, so anybody's round, and GUN5 could bring themselves back at the start of Inferno.
TNB looking to frag, old school gamer style. Galil trying its best, but it's found the saved AK-47. So a disadvantaged fight goes the way of Selter. Oh, look at that. Sudame finding Nut with the SMG as well. They're throwing everything they have at the man, but it's not enough to uproot ECSTATIC from the site. Or is it? Sudame, he's dancing around him in mini pit. It's not going to work out, but he's done so much damage to Analele. Feinstein and Lackey are the last alive here for GUN5, but in this 2-on-1, they are certainly favored.
Oh yeah, Feinstein ready with that op, and he had a few good moments on Dust 2 as well. Transition well to Inferno. There's the first on the board for GUN5, and not even a plant for ECSTATIC. No loss bonus to work with. They're gonna have very little money in the next round. Of course, force buy will be there, but it won't be a good force buy any means. Look at that, Tech 9s across the board, not a lot of grenades either. Kevlar is there.
This will be explosive.
So they steal away a gun that could give them something, but they're going to have to be creative right now. And look at this. SDA takes down 2. And that's a good way to start the round.
So Dame giving off boy band vibes right now. Teenage heartthrob or something. He's fragging well in second mid. That does put... Oh, well, never mind. Nut is not at all perturbed. He frags 2. 1 through the smoke. TMB's found a frag otherwise. Well, Feinstein at the very least will clothesline Analele on the way back. And now it gets awkward as Lackey's found the bomb. It's all on to Nut, and he's good for it. Recovering that AK-47. Maybe he shouldn't even bother. He found 3 frags with a Tech 9, for God's sake.
But now Feinstein has the op. He can't miss. He doesn't have the luxury of missing, and that's going to give a little bit of time and a little bit of space to not find again.
The excitement on his face is palpable, and that was impactful for sure. Man, honestly, I really thought for a second we were about to watch the Nut clutch up. It was so close. He even ends up jiggling the opper, and once he hears it, maybe didn't feel like he had enough time, didn't want to run all the way back to the other site. Awkward stuff, but at the very least, he makes it expensive. Feinstein has his sniper, of course, but now we got multiple SMGs on the side of GUN5. It's a tie game. Hero AK for TMB. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh, taken down very low and taken down completely. Now he's Hero there to get some easy frags. Getting the AKs and Analele. Don't forget, he does have Kevlar, though 52 points of health. Not perfect, but still workable. As again, Feinstein awaits towards CT spawn, but they're going to have to spend so much time getting even close to this site. A smoke available for Analele could give them a foothold and a chance to get to the B-bomb side, get that bomb plant at the very least. Complete information for GUN5, though.
Good HE from Feinstein in response. Nut will be brought low. Remember, he does not have any armor to his name. Sudame gonna be looking for some impact, but he had a nade in his hand. That was a chance. Analele not able to make things happen. The SMG will not get up to his usual tricks. Nut is taken out and, well, even takes a little bit of a T to the chin. It's gonna be 3-2 in favor of GUN5. They've taken the lead, and listen, it was messy. This Hero AK buy still did damage to the CTs, so managing the economy at the very least. Let's see how many layers the offense from ECSTATIC has.
Let's see what they got. I'm going to see some replays of what happened before. That doesn't matter at the moment. ECSTATIC are going to have those Tech 9s, but now losing more than a few rounds they would like to. Fine Shine, not today, not now at least. He's gonna have to wait a little bit longer for that op to shine. Let's see what the Tech 9 can do.
Yeah, there's plenty of upgraded pistols in this round. Only Nut deciding to go the way of the Glock. There's Kevlar, even Kevlar with helmets on 2 members of ECSTATIC. Plenty of utility for a more prolonged take. Looks like maybe they're going to try to pressure A. Last time they did this, they were falling out towards Sedaim and just getting bodied left, right, and center. Some dead before they hit the ground. This time around, they're going to do a little bit more of a concerted effort. Oh, look at that, though. Seltzer fragging from pit. And Alele is at least fired back. Okay, it's trades onto the site, and Nut doubles up with the Glock!
How does he do it? How does he keep getting away with this? Nut again, finding space for his team, even though he was armed only with a Glock, a starting pistol. And look at this. And Alele knows that the B-bomb side is clear, but the bomb, not even close to it. Fine Shine with that op, and Alele is going to try and be a distraction, a diversion. He's going to run out and get a frag, and now things are getting tricky. Things are getting dirty. Lackey finds the kill, and he's down to 18 HP as Chris2 didn't finish his meal.
Bomb has been planted.
If that wasn't an instant headshot for the victor, then he knows he needs to get the bomb plant. He's got an AK scarpered up. No utility left on him, but Lackey's got pretty much the full suite, just missing an HE. They'll wrap around towards Moto. His steps are being traced by Christou. And finally, going back to default, it is planted for this position here. Not sure exactly where the CT is, but it looks almost unwinnable for Lackey as the time ticks on. All that he can hope for is that with a kit, he'll be able to find something here. The spray comes out. There's not that many bullets left in there. He needs to commit to it, but he gets off the bomb at the last second, and it's too much for Lackey. Both players going down. It's a full wipe for round 6's outcome. Tie game.
Did he lose his nerve? Did he
so.
not have the courage to stick that defuse? That was the only way to win the round, and he didn't do it. He came off that defuse even though there was so little time left. Let's see it on a replay. Chris2 missed his shots. He couldn't have found him.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, it does feel like Lackey could have just finished the defuse right there, and it kind of had to. It was the only chance for anything else to work out. I think he was actually a little bit flubbed on the smoke throw as well, because if Christou just moved through the smoke, he probably would have seen his foe at the extremity of it. So very interesting round of messy one. Lackey not able to finish the job, and that will be a tie game in favor of ECSTATIC. We're watching this quarterfinal play out before our eyes, and the Danes are still making it competitive. They obviously are going to want a comfortable lead going into the second half, but their CT side might be even more impressive than their T side. At the very least, GUN5 seem to be firing on better cylinders, considering Dust 2 CT side left a lot to be desired. Yellow gonna charge forward. He's just gonna get clotheslined. That play had very little legs, but Lackey, he might at least be able to frag one back. But Analele has him. There's really not much chance here as Nut will even finish off Seltzer. And this strange buy from GUN5 is going to go by the wayside. It's just down to saves for Fine Shine and Sedaim.
Masira, he wants to take care of these rifles. He wants to take him out of the hands of the side of GUN5. Let's see if he's capable on doing so. If he wants to, actually. That's a better question as well, because he doesn't have a lot of money in his pocket. And Fine Shine waits in pit with that op. Sierra's just going to play it slow. Maybe wait for a teammate or two and try to take the guns. He heard Sedaim. And that could cost him his life. Just playing very slow, waiting for an opening. Not going to get it. As these seem to be the final positions of the GUN5 players. And Sierra, probably not too interested in losing his AK. He's going to disengage as well. But it's going to be the lead for the side of ECSTATIC. And GUN5 will have an M4. They will have an op coming into the next round. But that is it. the rest of the players aren't going to be equipped with anything else. The only player that can maybe think of buying something is Lackey. Maybe buy a Deagle, maybe buy a 5-7 and have a fighting chance in this round. Other than that, ECSTATIC should have an easy one.
Yeah, they only had 1,900 loss bonus there on the side of GUN5, so CT's going to be struggling on the money. Not going to invest a dime, it seems, into the next round. Seltzer's got a whole load of utility handed off to him. And Feinstein, trying to play ahead of the T's nades, not going to end up getting a frag. At the very least isn't punished for it. So ECSTATIC is going to be pushing towards that B-bomb site, trading some util out here and there. Seltzer lets an HE fly. Sadame, Feinstein, they're going to be anchoring this A site together with the premium weaponry. Ooh, and Sadame finds the right time to push. Not taken out. That's a big scalp to find. There's still 3 members over here. And look at the swing out from Yellow. He finds 2 with the dualies apiece. AK-47 recovered, and now it's looking very, very deadly. A 2-man unit for ECSTATIC is all that's left. If their hopes and dreams, at the very least, they have the bomb, and they're picking the right side by numbers. But Feinstein can shut this down. He whiffs. A very impactful miss there. The jiggle is not going to come through. Syra will be felled, and that will be basically the round here in favor of GUN5. Almost no chance that Christau can 1v5.
ECSTATIC wanted too much on each side of the map, and that cost them their players. A brace of T's with those dualies. Not too often do we see them so impactful when the opposition has a helmet, and there we go. Lackey takes out Christau. Again, at a tied result, and ECSTATIC could be kicking themselves for missing this, as 2 rifles and a pair of dualies were enough to get this round for GUN5.
I do feel like Yellow should never in a million years get away with killing 2 people with dualies. ECSTATIC dropping the ball on their execute. And of course, it goes from bad to worse. Sadame has that impactful first frag found. Initial utility lines are going to be drawn, and Banana, yet again, is looking a little bit less cramped and clustered. The latest update from Valve. Tie game, of course, ECSTATIC looking to take the lead yet again. Every round seems really hard fought for the Danes, but so far they're doing enough to remain competitive. Exploding towards A. This is the target. Only 2 defenders here.
All right, let's see what the fit players can do as Seltzer needs to extinguish himself, and TMV comes from long. This is uncomfortable. This is difficult for GUN5 as they need to click heads, but as the aim only gets 1, Seltzer is there, and so is Kilo. This attack just broke. And only Zero remains for what time? And he's not going to do anything as GUN5, with only 2 victims in this round, claim number 5.
ECSTATIC are missing pace with that A hit. They need to be smoking Moto behind them so that they don't get pinched behind it, or at the very least taking care of Library, maybe making sure that they're not going to get immediately flanked. If Yellow doesn't come through there, Seltzer's going to get pincered. It becomes a lot more doable, but that A hit was so rocky, left too much open for GUN5 to abuse, and abuse they do. 5-4, a 1-round lead for the defenders. Remember, they're not advantaged on this map. But ECSTATIC are giving them a little bit more value than what they would really like, as, of course, this is going to be a full eco. Just Glocks on the side of the Danes. ECSTATIC will be dropping this one as well, and look to try to tie things up with the first half. If it goes 6-6, that'll be as best as they can do.
All right. Let's see, will this be an easy one for GUN5? A cleanup of Banana. Oh, yeah. Kilo and Lackey, full house on them as they get 2 and 3 frags, respectively. No?
Respectively?
Yes.
Respectfully.
Well, yeah, you can go both ways. I got tongue-tied for a moment, or brain-tied, whatever happened. 2 rounds left to go till the end of the first half of map number 2 as ECSTATIC still have something to play for. GUN5 in the lead, and they have secured themselves at least a tied result at the half.
I am looking forward to seeing if GUN5 have more signs of life when they switch sides. Also, the same to be said for ECSTATIC. I mean, it's not that unheard of that you'd end up trading map picks with your opponent, but Analele getting flashed through the CT smoke doesn't feel like GUN5 were expecting that. There's a lot still to be discovered about how these teams play Banana. Lackey behind sandbags. Some utility will come out from Selter. Oh, this is a great pick. Analele will go down. It's a 4-on-4. Without that much map control gained by ECSTATIC on the other side. They've been held at arm's length towards A. It's going to be a B hit after all, and with Selter cheating away to go grab some more utility, there's a potential for Lackey to get overrun.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen as the T's have decided to disengage, play it slow. They know that the CT side is going to be spread thin. Trying to lock back toward B as Lackey is the only line of defense, though he does have a smoke to slow them down, and 18 seconds is a long time in Counter-Strike. He might opt to run through that smoke, and Christu does. That's information, that's control, and they're gonna bounce toward the side. Lackey wants to fight.
No way.
Misses his shots, but still alive. Only just on 3 HP, behind the flames, in front of the players. He gets taken out. That's a lead.
Oh!
The bomb won't be
Bomb
planted
stopped.
just yet. There's Sadame. Still a threat. They know where he is. They can double peek him, and this is a very difficult angle, a difficult situation. Christu is going to take him out, and that will be the 5th round for ECSTATIC.
What a messy way to do it, but at the very least, they do it. And, you know, I really wish they had planted the bomb after all to get that little bit of extra cash. Would have made their last round a little bit more comfortable as far as the economics go, but it's all right. As of right now, I'm thinking ECSTATIC can make this one even. This is going to be a hard one to fight through, though. There really haven't been any easy rounds for ECSTATIC. Not in the same way that GUN5 had some gimmies. AWP on Fine Shine still. All rifles on everybody else. Everything invested into this last round for both sides, but it comes at the concession. Nut on the less premium rifle. A little bit of missing util already expended towards the side of... Ooh, Cristal able to take Yellow out through the smoke. Oh, and he's good for another one. At the very least, Lackey trades, but he could get pushed by Analele. He'll get behind that very important half wall, and Fine Shine finding another impactful frag towards Apps. That's the lurk out from ECSTATIC. Will they push through this fire? Lackey's so low. 2 points of health separate him from death.
But he managed to get away. That's important for now. Some of that damage was unconfirmed, so they don't know if he has 2 or 62 points of health. And a player close. Sadame on Banana. Let's see if he can get that frag.
Oh!
But Analele blind. Flashbang dance doesn't make him miss. Will they try and counter boost? That is the case. Fine Shine can't get the frag, and it's only Lackey remaining. 2 HP. The dream is dead, as ECSTATIC are gonna have 6 at the half.
That's a nice little trick to keep in your back pocket the whole damn time, huh, Yuba? The idea that you're just gonna go for multiple smoke breaks with an AWP to find the last frag. ECSTATIC will get that last round over the line. It'll be 6 for 6. Nice tie game. Plenty more Counter-Strike to be played on Inferno before we decide if we even need Nuke. ECSTATIC could still punch their ticket in a 2-0 fashion. And one lucky viewer is about to get even more lucky than our teams, especially if it follows up those gloves that got unboxed last time. Let's see what the Galaxy case spins out for us.
All right, we're gonna find out what the Galaxy case has in store. I mean, gloves have been handed out in the previous map, just means there should be a knife in here somewhere, right? It seems that it's not to be, but a nice USP just misses. Op Duality. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name, but congratulations to the winner.
J. There you go. It's like the color, fuchsia, you know?
I've
Spelled
no idea.
differently, but still.
What the hell is fuchsia?
It's like a red and pink kind of mix.
No.
Get in touch with your fashion sense, man. You'll find out all kinds of colors.
Nah, for me, it's all
distinctly not
red.
Serbian thing, but that's okay. That being said,
All right.
we are going to go into the second half, and, you know, there's the duality of man here between these two teams. Same scoreline. Let's see what ends up happening as GUN5 take to the offense. No dualies this time for Nut, so ECSTATIC will have to frag out with a B lean. That's not where the bomb is heading right now. GUN5 going to take towards A. It's Christo and TMB. You know?
It is quite weird that they didn't even consider buying dualies on the CT side, especially on Inferno, but we'll see what the future holds. Nonetheless, says there will be trouble, there will be blood, smoke towards long, and the T's want to push short. We'll see what that's going to give them, because the CTs are right behind that smoke, but there they go. Long fighting is aplenty and shooting through the smoke. TMB somehow still alive, and this round is a complete mess. Had GUN5 known, they would have gone to A a lot sooner than they did. Thankfully, the bomb did not fell. It has been planted, and Yellow could be the backstab meister, as Trigger Discipline is there just waiting maybe for more than one.
Oh, he's definitely going to find one here before the smoke or flash is dispensed, and he even gets TMB at the end of it all. Cyrus entered onto the bomb site. This is pretty much all that ECSTATIC have to work with here as the bomb is ticking down, and Alele, he's got the kit, but he doesn't have the time to get those frags. And that'll be a pistol round picked up for GUN5.
It's quite lucky for them, I would say, because I don't know what the game plan was. It turned out to be quite a mess. Maybe they just wanted to pincer towards long and try and take care of those CT players, but for a moment there, I'm pretty sure I saw the bomb there, and had it been taken down, it would have been a completely different story for ECSTATIC. GUN5 keeping themselves alive with that pistol round win, but ECSTATIC with the force buy, they still have something to hope for in this round.
You see some growth from ECSTATIC. Right now, they're being cut down before they can even attempt it. GUN5 with a man up. Still 2 members left on the B bomb site, so things could get a little bit hairy, but the bomb's not even picked up. GUN5 are just working the angles, working the picks, using their advanced weaponry. It's going to be Nut to solo defend the A site for now, and that it does look like where GUN5 is heading, so at least some rotates are going to come in. TMB will be left as the lone man on the B-bomb site. A minute left on the clock as GUN5 mass up for an A attack. But again, they're taking their time.
A lot of it. 50 seconds left. It's not yet down to the wire, but they're going to have to hurry. And with this A defense, anything could happen. 5.7s are quite dangerous on close range. That P250, not so much. Sees one player, wants to fight. Not going to repeat just yet. GUN5 ready to attack, ready to strike, bounce, pincer, A site, as all the defenders are falling, and not a chance for the Danes as GUN5 take control of the site.
TMB will recover an MP9, but I don't know that he's going to be afforded many opportunities for exit frags. This will be an 8th round for GUN5. They'll take a much more concerted lead. And remember, this is a force up after the pistol loss. ECSTATIC get nothing for it on their defense. So they're going to have to come back into this game the hard way with a likely 3-round lead in favor of their opponents after a very cutthroat neck-and-neck first half.
Oh, yeah. The first half was quite interesting. The second seems to be as interesting. Of course, barring that GUN5 just take it away and send us a nuke. As their 8th round, they double their advantage, converting the pistol, and now an easy job awaits them. Should be mostly starting pistols, as Christo does have a little bit more in the bag, but he wants that off as soon as possible, and he's having an off game. Once he gets that big green, he's going to have to step up if ECSTATIC want to take this 2-0.
Yeah, and we're not even going to be able to see that this round, as it's, of course, a full eco. Money not quite there, but Krista does have good money on his back, so as you point out, the big green should be in his hands soon enough. It's a B stack with only TMB onto the other site. GUN5 taking it slow, establishing protocols. This is how you want to play if you want to figure out exactly where your opponents are holding. You get to see a nice little panoramic shot there, the fountain. Lackey only sees 2, maybe 3, and yeah, at that point, you're pretty confident in pulling away from that position. TMB gets 1, but he's going to get refragged almost immediately, and with Analele going down, no weapons will be saved off into this next round. It will be full investment required from ECSTATIC as Kristall slings out that sniper.
All right, let's see what he can do. 5 frags so far in 15 rounds. That's not the best average. Having an op could make it a bit easier for him to find impact. Bit of a bonus buy in the hands of GUN5 as Selter and Fine Shine would like to have something better. Full utility, though, will give them a chance to take the map control necessary. Good start as Analele takes down Lackey, and they continue fighting a lot of HP advantage towards ECSTATIC, and not only that, 2-men advantage after these initial gunfights.
Yeah, good initial utility as well, but it has to be said, ECSTATIC staggered their reloads at such that it really doesn't seem sensible for Selter to be pushing up there after the first reload comes through. Sedame will, at the very least, claw back a little bit of potential, and TMB's pushing down so aggressively. Oh, Yellow! Yo, no way! Yellow actually had a nade out, and he still finds that frag. This might have gotten a little bit awkward here. GUN5, they're staring down the barrel of a 3 versus 5 that they have turned into a 3v2. It's Nut and Kristall that hope to salvage this for ECSTATIC.
But why did ECSTATIC play so aggressively when they had a 2-man advantage? Now things are starting to be so difficult as Nut needs to clutch, but that's not gonna happen. As Hilo takes him down, a good trade, and Cristo only remains, and he's gonna get taken out as the aim's easy as you like. 3 kills for him, and his impact frags on long were the difference maker as GUN5 get double digits on Inferno.
Not only that, but they've got so much money behind this attack that they've changed 4 rounds together since the half switched over. ECSTATIC are basically out of this one already, it feels like. That was a full investment from them. And now they're back into a spot where they got attack pause, they got to figure out what they're doing. It will be a force buy of sorts, but how good is it going to look? To me, it seems like we're just going to need some heavy pistols, some discount rifles. They're figuring things out, talking their options over, but this looks so dire for the Danish side. On their own map pick, no less.
Not good. Actually, this is their first tactical timeout of this entire best of 3, right?
Yeah, this feels like it could be very deadly if GUN5 end up taking this round. Well, I guess it's a half buy, so they will have something going into the next. They are at max loss by now. They're hoping to find some miracle in round 17. Double HE won't find anybody. GUN5 storming Banana with pace this time around. All the way up top. Lackey gonna think about maybe pressuring this B site. It's only Analele here. With a pistol, too. That 5.7's gonna need to find a hell of a lot of frags if he wants to give his team a chance here. Nade stack, though. That's clever.
Yeah, a lot of HCs to soften them up, but it's not great timings with them as only 2 players have been touched.
There we go.
The bomb can get planted right now. Smoke fades, but another thrown to the same place. TMB gets taken down, and no control for ECSTATIC here. No chance. Maybe they're going to give themselves one as Lackey falls. The Fine Shine through the smoke takes down Syrah. This retake has been stopped before it even began.
Getting fragged through smokes multiple times is heartbreaking for ECSTATIC. Analele will stick around. Switching over to the sidearm, he might be able to steal something. Actually, he's brought his team back into contention for it, it looks like, but they have no kit, so they're just throwing themselves at the bomb site in the hopes of taking away every single rifle. As the defuse attempts to come in, the spam will be good for it. CT's running and gunning. Selter's the last man alive on side of GUN5, and Nut will at least get out with an AK-47, but that feels like the most Pyrrhic of victories, you. But these guys are down 5 rounds, and GUN5 are about to get map point.
Yeah, they didn't really get a lot from that. GUN5 did lose all their guns, but they had some money in the bag.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting for the graphic to leave, and you can see that breaking their economy can still prove to be difficult for ECSTATIC. And only 2 rounds
on Christow
is
at the very
margin
least.
for error.
That's right, yeah. Really not a whole lot of wiggle room here. ECSTATIC essentially have to have a flawless CT side. Even if they want to... Oh, TMB's going to get cut down by those nades. I can't even finish talking about the potential win conditions for ECSTATIC before GUN5 take out 2. At the very least, it's traded by Analele, but good thing. Otherwise, it would have been an open and shut B site take. Syra needs to get a little aggressive here, and Sedame, he's got it trained. No chances for ECSTATIC. The Danish side crumbling before our very eyes.
Now what's the plan? You got one guy on A, one guy on B. Somebody's going to have to make a heroic effort. And GUN5 seem to be setting their sights towards B. Analele will get tested. He is the secondary opper, but a boost just waiting to happen on half wall. Or will they just face him?
Got so much utility, they shouldn't chance it. There's definitely other plays to be made here. And you can see elsewhere on the map, we've got Sedame lurking into pit. Oh, they fall away. Nut has done some serious multi-fragging, even on Dust 2. Earlier on this map, he had some heroic performances. Sedame could get caught by him, does, but there's so much damage traded back that it really doesn't feel likely for Nut to stop this from happening. He's going to get spammed through the smoke, and Analele with an AK-47 will be clotheslined by Lackey. No, he's found it. But now he's got to recover that sniper and see what else he can do. 19 points of health. I don't think he's going to go for this 1-on-2. Even though it feels compulsory, it's just the percentages are not there. This AWP could be better used in the hands of Christow, say ECSTATIC. And GUN5, 12-6. 6 rounds in a row. Dominance from the Eastern European mix.
Yep. And ECSTATIC, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. Still waiting to connect since the teams have switched sides. And again, it brings me to the veto. Nuke is a better map for them. A worse map for their opponents. Of course, they probably know something that we don't. And I would say that there was rhyme and reason to picking Inferno over Nuke, leaving Nuke as a decider. Maybe the hope of if you go to that map number 3, you can still start on the CT side if you win the knife round. Just seems like a good way to give GUN5 momentum. And it's shown so far.
We could be in for going to a break after this after all. ECSTATIC do not look like they'll be able to 2-0 from here. Christow at least has the op, but his first shot misses. Yellow has been on fire in Inferno, and he will continue his reign of terror towards the B bomb site. Analele is all that's left here for the defense. He'll cut down the first, but he's got so much more work to do. At least upgrading over to the AK, but he's traded out through the smoke by Selter. TMB, at the very least, has arrived to relieve him. He'll cut Selter down. AK available for an upgrade, but he's too busy considering his util, his lineups. He has the support of Nut. Syra is going to rotate over. A poor performance for the Star Rifler of ECSTATIC. Will they be able to stop this from happening? The bomb is down. It's a 3-on-3.
Bomb ticking 3-on-3. They still have util, but so does Sedame. He can use that molly and slow them down even further, and so he does. Fine Shine, easy frag. TMB is down, and Fine Shine doubles up as only 0 remains. 13-6 as ECSTATIC have been wiped out on their CT side of their own map pick. GUN5 take us to Nuke. and ECSTATIC have a lot of thinking to do before they go to that map, because this was far from the best they can do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. GUN5, they made it look easy on Inferno. Narrowly edged out on Dust 2. Well, they'll go to 3 maps. We will see a decider today, and it will be Nuke. Exactly where we started the day off in our previous series, where TNL were able to start their 2-0 campaign over Metizport. If GUN5 wins, it'll be a nice Eastern European derby in the semifinals. If ECSTATIC are able to recover after the masterclass Hello and company put on Inferno, well, I will certainly be impressed. That doesn't mean it's not gonna happen, because the Danish side have dug deeper before. Their victory over ECLOT, for example, was a 2-1 affair. This would be no different if they come back now.
We'll see what's going to happen. We'll see what they can do, because this on Inferno was far from what we expected, actually, especially after Dust 2. Our expectations were somewhat in the region of how big of a win it will be for ECSTATIC, but not only did GUN5 not seem deflated after losing their own map pick, they seemed completely unfazed, and I like a better side in this best of 3, and with that momentum going to Nuke, even though their numbers, their statistics are not the greatest, they still have something to fight for, and that's a definite in this state of affairs.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot for GUN5 to think about, a lot for ECSTATIC to think about. At the very least, we've got some time to consider who's the real favorite in this matchup as we head over to that final map. But there will be a little bit of distance between then and now. Stay with us, of course, because, Liuba, I am very sure that this final map will be a banger.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Of course, as you already mentioned, we are going to go on a short break before this takes us to Nuke. Last map takes us to Nuke. This is where we started today's day. This is where we are going to end it and find who will be joining TNL in the semifinals of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. An unexpected result, Pronogo, I would say, on Inferno. We thought that ECSTATIC are going to play their best game. It was far from it, and they were steamrolled in that second half.
Yeah, it's really funny because I was a little bit worried for them having only been able to draw it to 6 for 6, a tie first half. And then they went completely absent without leave on that second half, their defense getting run over, it's safe to say. So now we go to Nuke, where there's going to be a knife fight to figure out which side a given team starts off on. I think if you look at the statistics, if you look at the histories, this is probably a slight edge towards GUN5, especially given how clearly Yellow is here to play. He was a little bit absent on Dust 2. He was absolutely there, controlling every little thing on Inferno. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he is going to fire on all cylinders going into this one. And conversely, I do think we have to levy some criticism towards Sierra in this series. Yeah. He has not played his best Counter-Strike, even on Dust 2, the map win. It would have been more comfortable, actually, of a steal for ECSTATIC had they been able to go for, normal plays with their star rifler. But we're about to get into the final map of the day and figure out who TNL is going up against later on in the week. It's ECSTATIC versus GUN5, the decider, Nuke.
All right, let's see what these two teams have in store as the knife round ended. It seems that it is the case as we're ready to get into the first round of the last map, and we just got info from the production team that GUN5 were the ones that won the knife round, and they have chosen their CT side as expected. Let's see what the Danes have in store on their T side. The offensive side is 5 pieces of Kevlar have been picked up. They're ready to fight.
That's a brawler's equipment for sure. The loadout selected. This will be a lean towards A, a lean towards Hut. Lackey is going to be the first point of contact potentially here. It's a pretty default split. Actually, it's kind of interesting Sadaim's already so low on the lower site, but nobody is really towards ramp. Seltzer will pick out from radio, and yeah, look at this. First couple frags go the way of ECSTATIC already.
All right, the trick's coming out for the side of ECSTATIC. And that trick made a frag quick as 2 guys actually fell to the side of GUN5 and 1 more following as Lackey is good only for 1. But do they expect Sadaim ready to pounce? And there's one, there's the other, and the bomb is right beneath him. He whips his team back into this round as Fine Shine, is going to join him. Let's see how much fun they are going to have. As Analele goes down, Vent Sierra just behind him. Now things are starting to be so difficult for ECSTATIC. The plan did not go through, but the guns need to. Back with those dualies, and Fine Shine only remains. He's trying to stop the plan. But now he's between a rock and a hard place, though gets this into a 1v1 as Analele waits with those dualies. Just a matter of who will be quicker. Fine Shine with the clutch. Underwhelming round for ECSTATIC as it seemed so good, but too far away were those players, and an easy frag for easy frags for SDAIM completely turned the tide.
Yeah, so Dame definitely the impact player there to give ECSTATIC a potential in. And then stuff them completely after those opening picks. So GUN5 end up taking that, almost stealing that away. Credit to Fine Shine in the clutch. But there are some question marks there. ECSTATIC go for the plant, but they don't clear the full site. That's without them going secret. They think they're just going to go and take it. Now, Yellow with his trademark XM, as auto shotgun, is going to find plenty of frags, I think, on the map of Nuke. Maybe not in this round, as it's more of an outside lean from ECSTATIC, who have, of course, forced into it.
Yeah, but we can expect that auto shotty to do some work during this map, as I think we casted them against Rush B when they played. They did lose that map, and in a comeback fashion from their opponents, though it was Hilo with that XM that really shined for a long time. Seltzer misses one, and there's Sarah clotheslining him with the Tech9, 2-for-1 trade, and they're pouncing towards the last CTs alive. As Sedame is still fighting, though a 3v2 and a lot of space to work with for the Danes.
Yeah, this is turned on its head real quick. Remember, the force buy victory for the T's here reset the CT economy completely. This is after a full investment from the defenders, and they've already lost. It feels like too many players for the next round to be comfortable. But they might not even have any equipment going into the next one. Analele and Crystal going to be trading attention. Yellow brought so low, but it's brought enough time for SD Aim to actually fire through. The scout to the back will be the end of that. It's Syrah versus Sedame at the very end here, as well as, of course, Crystal dancing around with that scout. He spotted him. Syrah's just got to dance with him, but he doesn't get the right read audio-wise, and now it's a one-on-one. Sedame dodges the first scout shot, but he doesn't have the time for the defuse, and that's going to be a very staggered round here. Absolute scenes on Nuke already. ECSTATIC got a round up.
And not just that, Sedame is dead. Couldn't even transfer that M4 to the next round as ECSTATIC get the reset onto their opponents. That is very important, crucial to begin a map like that after losing the pistol round, finding the force buy win. And I don't know what's going on like with the concentration of the players, because this is not the first time that's happening. Very confusing rounds on Inferno as well. I guess everybody involved is maybe just getting a bit tired of the grind. Let's see what this scout is gonna do. Is find Shine, has his work cut out for him, but he's so low, not able to hit his shots. Now dead. Sedame with the dig and actually do some damage. Finds two. And it's a 3v3. The digs are far and away.
Well, no kidding, and that flash does nothing. Crystal totally whiffs that one. It's Syrah in a 1-on-3 versus pistols. No rifles have been recovered just yet. They'll smoke off the deep part of ramp, but this is so awkward, man. There's no bomb, no chance to recover that piece of C4. Syrah will slow things down long enough to hopefully see if he can get any look-see. Belter hasn't spotted him, and Lackey will do the trick. The first test failed for Syrah, and ECSTATIC get forced on. 2-1. I think we might see some force buy wars in this map, unless ECSTATIC want to finally concede as we get into round 4.
Absolutely not. ECSTATIC are going to whip out those Tech9s, just a matter of time. And they're going to try and run somebody over.
Oh, yeah, of course. There it is. You were right. The Deagle coming out on Analele as well as Nut and TMB. It's only Crystal who saves. Obviously, he is the sniper for the squad, so AWP can get plenty impact here. Nice, they're going to be paced to this attack. Sedame all by himself right now.
Yeah, he might be in trouble here. Defensive smoke comes in, finds one. There's the other, and there's Selter to help his teammate out. TMB finds a frag, but everything ECSTATIC have done is short-lived, and I can hear the chat. In-game chat, of course, and that tells me that there might be a tech pause approaching. No? Just some friendly banter between the sides? Or maybe not so friendly.
NS, you know, the classic nice shot. You never know what might be being exchanged. Yeah, interesting stuff here. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking GUN5 are obviously controlling the tempo here. They're going to get a freebie with this Glock round. ECSTATIC will need to overwhelm somebody, and that Gambit already failed towards the ramp. So pretty unlikely that we see much of anything else purchased up by ECSTATIC. Blocks raining down from Marshmallow, but Fineshine's here to farm. Put on his farmer's hat, whipped open his farmer's almanac, said, yeah, you should be able to expect at least one T moving in this position at this time. Triangulate the time of day, and Sedame will finish the rest. Big spray down in that lobby, and that's it. Yellow finishes us off. 4-1, GUN5, and they don't necessarily look like they're uncomfortable on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, barring that unfortunate defeat they suffered to Rush B when we casted them, but that was last week. A lot of things can change in the tier 2 scene in a matter of 7 days or more. It was 10 days ago, actually, so it's been some time. They seem to be quite comfortable on their CT side.
Sniper for Christau. Can he be the difference maker? Selter's playing with fire outside, but not going to be stabbed in the back or shot down from the sky. Right now, it's looking like GUN5 are actually going to be tested in a mid-round. For the first time since, well, maybe the pistol. Maybe second round. Nonetheless, ECSTATIC putting Sara in a winning position here versus Fine Shine's SMG, but the HE will soften him up. Not terrible there. No, right now this feels like, yeah, ECSTATIC are doing their due diligence to figure out, put the feelers out. Where's the defense? What are their equipments? What's the nade usage like? To their credit, GUN5 have reserved a couple of nades. Selter makes the push happen and spots out Analele, but you expect one member towards lobby. It doesn't really reveal too much yet. 40 seconds left.
Yeah. Analele still has presence towards lobby, and that's crucial information. Oh, this is going to be an A crunch of a lifetime for the side of ECSTATIC. Let's see if Lackey can do anything about it. The rotate comes in, but Selter has no idea that Analele caught the timing, and Sarah takes down Lackey. There's your answer. There's something from ECSTATIC.
I think GUN5 have to save at this point. I mean, it's awkward because they've got an MP9. They don't necessarily care about saving that particular gun, but better than throwing it away for no gain at all. Yellow will crunch lobby in case some exit frags make themselves available. I think if I'm on the ECSTATIC side, I'm hoping that we clear outside and go through main, but it's not going to happen as Analele will get cut down.
Some exit frags. Hilo ain't gonna save that. They're up, though. He could lose his AK. That is gonna be the case. Fine Shine upgrades to an AK. I mean, they did lose one, so it is just fair for them to get one back. 4-2 is the scoreline as ECSTATIC fighting back. They're gonna have a decent buy. So is the side of GUN5. Bit of a PowerPoint presentation when it comes to replays, but we'll soldier on through.
Interestingly enough, Christau with the sniper is yet to really find too much impact there, but he does have it back in his hands, and now Fine Shine has his own to work with. Bonus well and truly over. Big investment. They'll have a little bit of money into the next anyway. Oh, and that was a potential for a pick. Selter will at the very least get the better of Syra yet again, and finding TMB at the top of mini. This is looking very good now for GUN5.
Oh, yeah.
Man advantage, only a little bit of damage traded back, so our defenders are rock solid.
For now, it seems like that. Let's see if ECSTATIC have something to say about that, as Selter is in secret. A bad timing could cost him his head. A good timing could hit the nail on the head, and he has been seen. Nothing of it. No threat for either side from that part of the map. As ECSTATIC are going to gain some ground, just a little bit for now. Less than 50 seconds on the clock, as they seem to be quite interested in that A-bomb site. But they're going to have to deserve it. The attackers are ready, and that's crucial information. They heard the tick of the molly. As Analele lost just a little bit of HP. Lackey waiting will not be fast enough, precise enough. Shoulder peek comes in, but no, the kill doesn't actually. There's Analele, there's one, and Nut gets the trade. But maybe that wasn't even good enough. SD aim ready. 1 and 2. Sedame finishes off the round, and that's number 5 for GUN5.
Yeah, Selter's 2 opening frags were definitely worthy of note, and Sedame closes us out in the same style. Rough stuff for the Danish side. ECSTATIC are going to be back to the drawing board, and they'll take their first tactical timeout here on Nuke. Things are not favoring them. Remember, they're fighting for their tournament lives. Winner goes on to face TNL in the semifinals. Loser goes home, figuratively speaking. I think most of our players are already home. GUN5 will talk things over as well, of course. And now it feels like the Danish side is on the struggle bus, but they will invest into this round. See if they can't start firing back. Still a slim chance for them to take a slim lead going into the second half, but they need to win every single round of the last 5 that we have left to play.
I can see that as a possibility, simply given that they know how to play Nuke, given their previous results. The problem is, they didn't show that so far, and very impotent is their play, at least from what we've seen thus far in these 7 rounds played. Maybe they can change my mind starting now. The Selter will be tested towards the outside position.
He will indeed. Spotted out. TMB's ready for the close swing, but Selter will cut him down immediately. Having a great game is the IGL, and that's 2 frags before he's traded. Response needs to be snappier. This time it is. Analele does one better onto Sadame. A consistent thorn in ECSTATIC's side is the young Ukrainian rifler. In this 3-on-3, a little bit of HP advantage in favor of GUN5, but remember that auto shotgun is still in play. I'm not going to call it a weaponry advantage for any one of the squad. ECSTATIC pushing in to the lower bomb site.
Waiting is Lackey. He could catch them off guard if he's careful enough. Jump spot not happening, not yet. Just waiting. If had he jump spotted, he would have gotten info, but now he's gonna get shot in the head as Chris2 is ready, and there's the explosion towards B. The rotate, will it be fast enough as Fine Shine finds the frag and needs more? The repeak is not good, but there's Hilo to bring us back into a 1v1 against Chris2. He can plant the bomb, enough time for that. What is the plan for Hilo? Does he want to go all the way around? The answer seems to be yes.
Does he not know? Seems a bit of a funny rotation over since he slowed himself down. He's going to rotate through vents. Now, none of this was heard, crucially enough, by Christau, but he is in a power position to respond to any egress from the squeaky door. Looks like now he's heard it. Yellow. Yeah, impressive player for the side of GUN5, but Christau feels like he'll be able to do it, and is. That's going to be one hell of a spray control through the smoke. Because it looked pretty good for Yellow for a moment there, but finally back on the board. ECSTATIC, a 3rd round.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. A player of his aim, of his caliber, can definitely go into duels. It seems like he was just a bit frightened of what Chris2 can do and where Chris2 could be waiting. And as you said, maybe there was a thought, what if he had rotated? But I don't see that as a case. I don't see that as a scenario, realistically speaking. Of course, we'll never know. Back on the buy, both sides. Hilo just losing a little bit of health. Completely blind. Analele runs him down. And there's another frag with that Mac 10. Changes to the XM. And Chris2 finds Sadame. The defense crumbling.
That's your average auto shotgun purchase, it feels like. Getting a taste of matchmaking once again, put into our semi-professional game here. Well, ECSTATIC and GUN5, they are obviously evenly matched. If you look at the first score, GUN5 definitely took the lead in the second map. But I'm looking at this thinking, okay, ECSTATIC, they still got some life in them. This is a clean round. They don't lose a single player. They didn't even invest all their utility into the takes, and they've already forced Selter and Fine Shine back into a more defensive posture. IGL and Op left over for the European Combine, and it looks to me like this is going to be another hotly contested map. We said earlier, if ECSTATIC win 5 in a row, they will narrowly win out the half.
Terrorists win.
Well, this is a good way to do it. Change up pace and get the frags necessary. Break their position economy also helps, and even with these 2 saved guns, GUN5 need to rethink what their strategy is. Do they want to just play behind these 2 rifles saved? Or do they want to buy, which would be the best plan? Though Sedame did have enough money for M4 armor and a few pieces of utility, the decision is made. Play behind M4 and the op. They're going to go outside while the pistols guard the inside position.
Feinstein reveals the op in yard. That's potentially going to get hunted down. Not even necessary. Let's throw the grenades. Airstrike comes in hot. TMB, Doom Gamer from Marshmallow. Might be able to range down Selter here if he spots him on the other side instead. It will be down to Sierra, who takes him out, and elsewhere Lackey has fallen. This looks like a nice fight for ECSTATIC. They are back into it. Yellow says goodbye. Tie game, ECSTATIC. Might be able to take the lead.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. They brought this to a tight affair for a moment there. It seemed like GUN5 is going to run away with it, at least in the first half. Not going to happen, not in the cards. GUN5 not in the best of moods when it comes to nuke. They played ECSTATIC twice on this map during this year. Lost twice. Once, though, 13-11. Once 13-8. There you go. There's an answer. Lackey finding Sarah. That's a good start. Side of GUN5.
Oh.
I was going to say short-lived, but doubles up as Lackey's still alive. Sedame shooting through the smoke, just a bait for Feinstein that's right behind it.
Little bit of a clever setup towards ramp, and that will be the next point of contact between ECSTATIC and GUN5, unless Danes start to think a little bit, second-guessing themselves. Well, that's one way to end up solidifying your advantage. 2 smoke kills. Heads-up play from Lackey. Sedame just finds the timing. Happens all the time. He's continuing to try his luck. You can see the consistent effort. He will be fragged, but traded by Feinstein, who will be able to double up on the nut nice and easy. And that will be a wrap. GUN5 at the very least. Make it so that this can get no closer than a tie. And they can still challenge for a slim margin in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be useful for GUN5 to have the lead coming into the second half. You never know what the Danes have cooked and what they're ready for. Tech pause should be short. ECSTATIC have been hit or miss in this first half, though. T side, of course, the CT side does have an advantage, and a good one at that. As I previously mentioned, these two teams played nuke twice this year against each other. Last time was a month ago, almost to the day, as GUN5, weirdly enough, had a 7-5 half, and then were destroyed on their T side.
Yeah, we need to make sure that ECSTATIC aren't going to turn back into the pumpkin the way they did on Inferno. But, you know, potentially the same thing could happen to GUN5. I mean, not to speak too long about consistency, but that is something that eludes a lot of these Tier 2 rosters. One of the reasons why you see so many shuffles between the lineups as well. Admittedly, it was some months since these squads changed to player, but still, that's a lot more frequent than your average Tier 1 side. Now coming into the last round of half number 1. ECSTATIC looking to tie us up. Nice little bows here for the map of Nuke. Redemption for their poor performance on Inferno. Is it going to be enough? And Alele drops at 5. Might just take this bull by the horns.
Yeah, good start for GUN5 in this round. Sedame should be careful. There was not any presence on outside, and TMB uses the timing. Feinstein dead. So is Selter. And the defense is falling. Sedame trying to give it another breath. TMB making noise, and that could cost him his life as he's being hunted down by Sedame. 2 on 3. Not.
No.
What is this?
No
duel?
way!
And Chris is going to fall as well.
I think we're
gonna be
speechless about that one.
Yeah. I was very confused for a moment, not trying to catch the guy off guard. Hilo going up the ladder, still finding the frag. It left me a little with a bit of a loss for words. But GUN5, like a month ago when these two sides faced on Nuke 7-5 on their CT side, hopefully they did something for their T side to improve it. Before we find out, let's see who's going to get a skin from the Galaxy case.
That's right, yeah. We're picking a skin to give out. We're picking a winner to receive. And so far, while we missed that AK-47, we will end up with an A4 in Tooth Fairy make. That will be given over to Rezani. You figure out how to say your own name, buddy, but you just got yourself a skin.
You got yourself a skin, and honestly, an ugly one at that. I usually say that skins look pretty nice, but as somebody who had
they don't.
Tooth Fairies in an inventory, I decided to throw it away as soon as I could. Yep. Still, congrats. I mean, at least you can sell it and give yourself something better, right? So,
always a good option to trade up. Well, GUN5 are looking to do one better for their side. They've already done so on the CT side, but going on to the offense. A push towards ramp, and Alele awaits. He's been playing very well for his squad. Not as well as Sadame. He's got 18 frags and looking to build more on it, but he's cut down, cut short.
oh,
And that will be it. Nut Crispy with the great play from him. I talked about grabbing the bull by the horns. How about... Never mind.
Yeah, big boy Nut. A big round from him. He was quite quiet in the first half, though we could say the same about most of the ecstatic side, and Lele the only one making some noise, more noise than the rest of his teammates in half number one. Timeout for GUN5 after losing the pistol round. What is the plan? Are they considering perhaps forcing it and trying to reset the opponents, or are they just talking about what they're going to do when they get the full buy?
Yeah, sometimes you'll like to call attack and then not force just to cause some consternation about your opponents. But it is actually going to be that force up with Tech 9s and a single deagle for Hielo, who's had a much quieter nuke than he had in Inferno. Sadame has been the man to really take the reins here and lead GUN5 to that 7-5 scoreline. You can't help but look down at the rest of the scoreboard and think, man, if I had a little bit more help, maybe we would have actually dominated that first half. But there's still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played on Nuke. Ecstatic, after firing back, are investing mostly into rifles. This is a very common Nuke second round once the CTs win the pistol, because you can't be playing around too much with the close-range angles. You want to dominate those long-range engagements. That's what we see the setup here is for Ecstatic outside. GUN5 will eventually walk towards them.
Let's see what they're going to do with that. These Tech 9s can be very dangerous, very tricky to play against. The GUN5 have given away so much space towards the other parts of the map. Ecstatic still yet to use that to their advantage. Shooting through the smokes brings down Lackey to 10 HP. Slowly but surely making their way through Secret as they want to break open that B-bomb site, for now only guarded by Sierra.
Yeah, that's another rifler who typically has a better score line, but like Yellow has been a bit quiet. He's gonna have a lot to do. Analele backing him up. Nut trying to charge forward. He's drawing a lot of fire, taking a very long time to go down. Analele and Sarah will double up together. Einstein runs him down. That's a big hit from Sadame, but he's flashed. Has to fall back towards the control booth. This 3-on-2 definitely favoring the defenders, but will they be cut down and surprised? Feinstein and Sadame, the star fraggers, is it enough? He's got such a low victim in Analele, but he needs to uproot Christo from Dark. Ooh, he'll do the Analele one, but Christo gets the better of him. The tie game after all. Ecstatic lose almost everything in that particular round.
Oh, that was so dangerous and so messy. Ecstatic decided to bring the fight to GUN5, and it almost cost them the round. They have a 3-on-2, and they decided to rush them, of course, with the risk of GUN5 going through vents and escaping to A. That's what probably the reason was, but it almost cost them their lives. Again, Tech 9's in the hands of GUN5. Let's see if now they can run them over. TMB finds the first frag. No threat for now as Hilo runs out of Hut trying to take down TMB, and he does. There's Christu and there's Sarah. That's... Oh, I was going to say that's going to be a cleanup, but Fine Shine finds a frag and maybe still a chance as they escape through the vents, and it's a race head-to-head. But do ECSTATIC know what's going on?
They're about to find out. Christo's got a potentially impactful duel versus Fine Shine, who still has yet to really upgrade his weapon. Oh, the Tech 9's going to be good at this range. Indeed, Fine Shine will take the head. The 2-on-2. Lackey's got 1 point of health. The trade comes out, and Nut, he really just needs to blow a kiss at the guy, and he'll fall over. Lackey, will he be kicking himself after this round for taking so much chip damage early on? Oh, Nut doesn't know where he is, though. Second guessing himself. Has no idea he's by the ramp. The defuse will be stuck, and Lackey kicks over. Oh, he's taken out. I think he's got plenty of time now with that kit, and that will be an 8th round. 3 in a row for ECSTATIC on their defense.
Blink and you miss it. Not quick enough to take down 1 HP player for a moment. It seems so dangerous for him. As even though the guy was 1 HP, Nut was quick enough. And we might even get to see that in the replay. A lot of mess toward the A-bomb site. Syra runs out of bullets. And Fine Shine, last moment kill to give his teammate the chance, but Lackey didn't stand a chance.
Not with that amount of health. Nice guys finished last. Nut looked right at Lackey and said, I ain't nice. Pause. As ECSTATIC talk over their options. 1 remains for the defensive Danes. It's going to be 5 rifles for GUN5. The AWP is out on Christo. And even though there's some SMGs on this buy, and remember, not much money in the bank for ECSTATIC, the defenders will be doing just fine as long as they can clinch this round as well. Not the most utility on the side of the terrorists, so it feels like GUN5 might be going with pace here.
Yep. They maybe want to try and change things up, though they have been playing quite pacey so far at times. Name already near secret, but Analele takes down Fine Shine. TMB falls, and there's the trade onto Analele. Not gonna happen yet. Finally finds it, and Hilo, the hero, 2 kills from outside, and that's gonna put ECSTATIC in a very uncomfortable situation to play from.
Yeah, Sierra almost ended up scoring the whole round there, but Hilo immediately punches him through before any trade frags can come out. So in this 2-on-3, it's marginal HP advantage for the defenders, but not a man advantage. Nut's burrowed in pretty deep here by Squeak. He's going to move around in the lobby, see if he can get a better angle at the action towards A. Oh, and he finds the first, but he's going to get cut down immediately, and that is awkward for Christo. I think he's got to make the call to save. The incendiaries on the vent. I mean, are you really going to attempt this? Bomb planting. Yellow holding.
Not.
Oh, he doesn't see it.
This could be a chance. He finds the fit. Oh, that was so close. I was going to say if he finds the fast flick, the quick scope not there, and GUN5 on 8.
Yeah, they tie it up themselves. No lead going to be lasting here, really, for either side. ECSTATIC started to catch up on the first half, and yeah, Christo ends up dropping that one. Head leaning back. They'll burn their last tactical pause.
I would really like to see that in slow motion, because from what I saw on replay, it looked like a hit. I might be wrong, but there's a chance he got CS2'd. Maybe the movement inaccuracy came into play. Still, you saw the frustration on Christo as he knew that he almost got the guy. Not good enough, not fast enough. Tied scoreline after 16 rounds played, and GUN5 still fighting. After losing their map pick, they were quite confident on Inferno. They look really, really good on Inferno. And coming into Nuke, still not giving it up, despite the numbers speaking against them.
Yeah, GUN5 would definitely be performing an upset, minor though it may be, over ECSTATIC if they punch their ticket into the semifinals, meet Team Next Level later on in the tournament. Right now it's a neck-and-neck match. While it's just upgraded pistols, well, the Danes are pretty deadly with them. Yellow does 2 better. Now a 3-on-5. ECSTATIC in the dumps. Not much money available for them after Cristal loses that 1v2 clutch, so this one looks dangerous. ECSTATIC just going to look for some exits, look for some guns, see what they can do. The A-bomb site is open for business, and GUN5 are about to find that out. Oh, yeah.
Seems quite easy for GUN5 to take care of this round. And then ECSTATIC, what do you do in this situation? Just say what you got. Not Analele. He gets taken out by the lurk of Hilo. Might get an SMG for his trouble. Yep, that's going to happen, but Sarah died as well. And it's getting from bad to worse for the side of ECSTATIC as they're losing everything, and they got to go eco. GUN5 could hit double digits in the next round.
Yeah, and even though the scoreline looks pretty close, a lot of those are miraculous rounds, admittedly on both sides. Now GUN5 is starting to get a little bit more clean with it. And that's the dangerous part. When Ts aren't dying on the takes, when they are building that money, when they're getting those bomb plants and then hunting down the CTs, making sure they don't save any weapons. Even a measly MAC-10 denied. Well, things are going to get a lot more awkward for ECSTATIC, a lot worse before they're going to get better. Now with Feinstein holding a line through Squeak, this is an opportunity here for GUN5 to really comfortably extend their lead. First shot whiffs. Misses the timing. The tripwire doesn't go quite to plan. It's going to be a lobby push here for the side of ECSTATIC. They shouldn't get too much here.
Yeah.
And they won't.
For a moment, it was worrisome for the side of GUN5 to lose more guns than they would like, but only one lost in the end, and they have 2-round lead. Now ECSTATIC need to find something. Need to think of something. A tactical pause could be useful, though they didn't go for it throughout this best of 3. I think they used only a few. Off on
GUN5 are pretty rare about using them. It's pretty interesting. ECSTATIC use them a little bit more often. GUN5 seem like they're
comfort.
They're going to stick to it. Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Called that out earlier. Krista's going to take the first frag. Yellow hits the deck. Is this the start of ECSTATIC righting the ship?
Maybe. Still more ways to go if they want to do that. Feinstein just holding an angle towards heaven. Complete control of the yard. At least from the red box part of the yard. For the side of GUN5, as ECSTATIC did pull back, but that for now is inconsequential. The flash good as Selter finds the frag. Christu good on the trade and brings it back to a one-man advantage, but Christu needs to be careful. He doesn't know it, but they could be still lurking around the outside positions. GUN5 decided to go towards B.
The longer the clock ticks, more ECSTATIC have to start thinking about it. Christo and Sierra both rotating to ramp side. Nutnut's already in position. Prim and proper on the defense here. Lower sight. It's going to have to be broken into the old-fashioned way. Crowbar in the shape of the op. Zidane will start things off. Our proceedings nicely. Sierra here for any rotations through ramp. Through dark. He can swing out. Zidane, he knows him. Oh, he only now goes for it. The bomb is planted, and he's traded immediately.
There's the flick for Feinstein. Christu off battle. But the door is closed, and Christu might use that to his advantage. Transfers over to the M4. Feinstein needs to hit his shot, and Christu wants to come in his face. Let's see if he can hit that. Yes, sir. It's going to be the 9th round for ECSTATIC. Messy as it was, they managed to pull through and not let GUN5 start escaping on Nuke.
Yeah, if they start to get to 11, it's real tough for the defensive side. We saw how this was working on Inferno, where it just got too much of a lead too quickly. GUN5 obliterated them once the halves switched. This is not Inferno. Nuke is a different look. ECSTATIC slowly coming back into form. Slowly trying to right the ship. And right now, it looks like they might be able to do something here. Credit to Feinstein for not getting dropped. He was doing his best to pull through there and not open the squeaky door, knowing that if it was a fake, that was the worst possible thing he could do. Still, Christau ends up taking it and saving his sniper boot. Good damage over here. Analele, though, still ends up taking Selter out. Game trades back the A site under. A lot of threat here.
Oh yeah, Christu there to alleviate some of the stress and look at Nut in the smoke, waiting for the fade. And Laley just making noise, and there's the Nut. He takes out Saddam, and it's only Feinstein to remain. As he managed to get through the lobby, maybe he can isolate a duel, but they know his exact position, and Laley just waiting in front of the smoke. Smoke broken, Feinstein sees nothing. With 60 seconds on the clock, they can just wait it out and hold every entry. Not let Feinstein get close. ECSTATIC, so close to grabbing that equalizer.
And that's exactly what they need right now, not just to stave off GUN5's march towards victory, towards the semifinals, but they also need to hold on to 3 members. A little bit of eco damage would go a long way if Feinstein can make it happen.
There's the first contact. Just waiting for him to peek out is Analele. He's gonna get his head blown off. Feinstein maybe still has an active round with 14 HP remain. And he's held by Christu. That up does work. 20 rounds played. The score is even.
Hey, we saw this exact situation on Dust 2, if you remember. Both teams getting to double digits consecutively. Good reaction from Christau to land that shot. Rails him on the approach. And right now, GUN5 back down to just Tech 9s and 2 AKs. This is going to be a scrappy one, but this is where GUN5 do some of their best work, you know.
Yeah, they can play quite well when on a scrappy buy. They can scrap up, and listen to this. Kilo and Feinstein completely destroying, obliterating, annihilating that A defense. Analele, desperate spray through the smoke is not going to connect. A short round, a short-lived equal scoreline as GUN5 again, with not that good of a buy, get the round and get the lead.
Force a save almost immediately. Clotheslining 3 players on the push. Almost no chance for ECSTATIC to come back into that one, so they call it off. And as it stands, they should be able to save their A4, or their A1S and their op. Sudaim gonna go look at... No! Analele dropping here is so bad because it's another rifle in the hands of GUN5. One less that ECSTATIC will field. It's a hero sniper of Christau that will separate ECSTATIC from staring down the barrel of GUN5. Map and series point.
They can get to it. Let's see if ECSTATIC can get the payback. Counter reset, not possible, as GUN5 has built up their cash quite well. But ECSTATIC still have something to play with. Not great, far from perfect. But a buy that could do something with Christu Zop. You know that he can be quite fast, but faster is lackey. Christu fell asleep at his keyboard, and it cost him his life, cost him the best weapon his team had. Nut finds the frag, brings it back to a 4v4. But it's GUN5 that has the control.
And the advantage. Look at the weaponry difference here. Selter's AK, or A1S actually, not going to be recovered. A little bit unwieldy to pull out the silenced CT rifle on the T side and try to entry in with it. So, not necessarily a surprise that he ended up losing. A little bit of team damage here inconsequential as the very wounded Nut and the rest of the CT defenders are about to be crunched. Sira's nowhere to be found close to the bomb site, but the rest of them, oh, they're just going to get clotheslined immediately. Yellow able to stave off the double Nut. And as they go to 2 map and series points, GUN5 are looking very pleased with themselves, and Sira, well, I've seen that 1,000-yard stare before. ECSTATIC may feel like this one's already over.
Not good. Not good for the Danes. They came in as favorites, got the opponent's map pick, and then lost theirs. Nuke seemed like a surefire thing. Far from it from what we can tell. Sira is going to get taken out by Fine Shine, and it'll be 2 match points for GUN5. As you previously said already, we knew that GUN5 are going to get to this situation. Now the question is, what can ECSTATIC do? Even more so, what can ECSTATIC buy? With $2,000 per guy, they're going to have to pray for a good play.
Start putting out the sacrificial bowls. Fill them with whatever nice fruits you got. Maybe a lemur. I don't know. You're going to need to start invoking some real dead gods if you want ECSTATIC winning this one. And they will consider their options as GUN5. With 12 rounds on their side, they've got 2 chances to end this before overtime, and this is probably their best chance, looking at the amount of money that is in the coffers, the drained vault for ECSTATIC.
Not the best situation, far from it. Facing elimination is the Danish team. Pause comes in and they need to think things through. They need to figure out how to get themselves out of a sticky situation and fight for overtime. Somebody needs to make a heroic play. And GUN5, they could be joining Team Next Level in those semifinals. And I already said, whoever goes up to Team Next Level will be a favorite. Not a big one, as TNL have played some solid Counter-Strike, but definitely they will be the better side coming into the match. And there's the fast rush, and Alele gets the frag. There's Sira as well. An explosion that didn't turn out so well for GUN5, and ECSTATIC still alive. Celter last, but can't do anything versus 4 players who now have the better weaponry. Though he does have the bomb on his back. Still a chance for Celter to be creative. This would be an amazing clutch, but he needs to deserve it. He needs to earn it.
This is real tricky territory, because if he goes towards B, he's going to take a little bit more time. And theoretically, ECSTATIC will figure things out. Now he's starting to cheat maybe a little bit more towards radio, but it's not going to happen. Come on down. TMB already awaits him, so no free bomb plant available, and a step made. A fateful one. TMB has already made the call. Sounds are there. He's trying to be tricky with his position. He pops the window without actually being in the area to make the timing ambiguous. TMB just watching, waiting, biding his time. Celter is going to need to clear him, and does. A little bit of damage. That's better than nothing. Maybe he can plant in that smoke.
Oh,
Makes the sound with the molly. This is dangerous.
So little time, and CT's everywhere. He needs to isolate them, not through the door, not hitting just yet. Sira is going to take him down. We're going to all of 24 rounds, maybe even further. If ECSTATIC can dig deep enough to take us to OT.
I didn't think we'd be looking down the barrel of extra rounds here, Yuba, but at this point, there's AKs on the side of the defenders. No AWP available, where Christo's definitely plied his trade best with that weapon in hand, so hits on everybody. A bomb plant does not mean a defeat. GUN5, they need to crack off some strong shots, put a strong showing at the last dying gasps of regulation. Fine shine from the top of Marshmallow. He's not yet to find anybody outside. More passive setup for ECSTATIC.
Smokes outside, trying to get control of Yard. There's a side of GUN5. Let's see what they got in their strap. Look, the best play they can have should be in this round. If they want to close out this best of 3, this quarterfinal still could be theirs. Hilo, that could be good timing. That could be dangerous. Finds one, gets traded out all immediately.
Watch out for the star of the show. 31 frags to his name is Sedain. He's going to dive forward and immediately get cut down by Sierra. The top of Hut, the king of A site. Lackey barely staying alive. Perhaps the same can be said for Fine Shine and GUN5 overall as OT looms. This is a 2-on-3, and the HP is not quite there for GUN5. The T's are going to continue pushing. TMB lurks beneath them, listening to every footstep he can hear as the smoke start to clear. This is such a hard position to exfoliate. And with TMB's backstab, it gets much, much harder. Lackey with 8 points of health. He's going to go to the B site for a plant.
The question is, what was he doing when Lackey is already so far away? The possibility of a trade is non-existent, and the hopes of finishing this here and now also, I would say, as they have the info and they know now, even planting the bomb could be tricky as TMB runs him down. We're going to overtime. 24 rounds were not enough on map number 3, and ECSTATIC just saved themselves with these 2 consecutive rounds.
The dying gasps of regulation breathe new life into ECSTATIC, somehow finding a way back in to a map that was surely lost. Sudden tech pause towards the end may have just given them enough time to figure out their plan of action. But hey, the water's getting low there for TMB.
Oh, yeah.
Old man needs some hydration.
He's going to have to get a refill at some point. Hopefully there's somebody that can do that for him. We're going to overtime. 1st to 16. And see who's going to make it to the semifinals. His ECSTATIC were really backs against the wall. Now let's see how they're going to play when it's a little bit, just a little bit easier to breathe.
1st to 16, you call that overtime? Back in my day, we called it the end of the game. Boomer moment. Continuing on the same sides, ECSTATIC will defend. GUN5 will attack. AWP on Fine Shine. Sniper, of course, on Christo as well. Not infinite money, as you can see, so still a factor. Economy, something you've got to think about. TMB already cut down to half health. Fine Shine waits for any movement from Christo in garage. With TMB on the outside. So far, CT's refused to move. Yellow might be the first victim.
Christo saw the hand, just the hand, but that was a bait as Fine Shine ready. That's a frag and a half to begin OT. As the op on the side of the Danish squad is no longer in the picture. TMB playing around the smoke, trying to gather some info, not already pushed from ramp. Might get the timing enough to find a frag, and there it is. Fine Shine dead. It's a 4-on-4.
Still some position here to work with for GUN5, but Sierra's frag, oh, it's not the found. Well, Zelter is going to call that one around himself. High impact. Yellow, he's brought down, and Alele at least gets away from Lackey's crosshair for now, but it's not to be. The bomb dropped outside is enormous for TMB. This puts it into question. 2-on-2. Who's going to get the first round of OT?
30 seconds left. They got to hurry up. They got to get the bomb. They got to find the frags. Alleviate some of the stress from this situation. That kill on outside was huge. And with 20 seconds left, they got to rush toward the site. Bomb picked up, but is it A? It needs to be, I would say. Lackey, Molly could be the game changer, but there's not pushed out. Finds one. And TMB burns in the Molly. And that's a gifted round wrapped and ready to receive for GUN5.
Santa came early, lads. GUN5 have a 13th. Took them extra rounds to finally get it over the finish line, but they'll still take it. And remember, one more investment, obviously, here for the second round of OT, but if ECSTATIC drop this one and aren't able to save any guns, that third round is going to be real ugly. GUN5 will have a nice and easy time coasting to the first 3 in this overtime. 5 rifles for them. They want to avoid the op on Fine Shine. Sierra gets the first frag, but it looks like the A-site might get bowled over here. Sadame and Lackey combining. All right, the bomb plant will go down. It's Nut and Cristal. Do you dare?
They're pulling the plug. They know this is done. Crystal wanted something, and Lackey just slaps him down. Nut is considering this. He wants to fight, and he's not giving up. There's the frag, but 3 more left to find. Saw 1 more. Trying to search for Sadame, and there he goes. And look at this. 1 player is so far away as Lackey, if he's dead, that could be the difference maker, but Lackey doesn't want to peek. There's the experience working. Nut can't find him. It's 14 for GUN5.
It was a close attempt, but even if he gets that frag, there's still 1 player remaining for GUN5, and the T's got that round in the bag. This is the frag that meant it all. If Lackey goes down there, it's a different story. Maybe Nut can nut up and do what he needs to do. But right in here, right now, we're looking at GUN5 potentially running away with OT. Looking for that 15th. Compromised buy from ECSTATIC. They've got 3 rifles, 2 MP9s. Not great utility and no kits to speak of.
All right, this is not going to be good for ECSTATIC, but they need to win this. Lackey burns B90, not a factor, but Fine Shine is. As Nut gets taken down, Hilo just watching his team's back as they're facing that B-bomb site. TMB guarding it. There's the rotate as well. Just making noise, so TMB might have a chance to find a frag, a one-and-done position. Here's the chance. TMB gets the kill. There's Christu as well. Christu and Syra, rather, got the frags. Good positioning for the CT side, and ECSTATIC still in it. Rotate goes toward the A-bomb site. Selter over Heaven. He needs to catch somebody. He does not have the luxury of falling. There's 1 frag, but there's two more awaiting, and Syra takes care of him. Only Kilo remaining. Anna Lele is going to take him down, and that's the 13th round for ECSTATIC. Still alive, but just so.
Disastrous round for GUN5, it has to be said. Selter, not having any trigger discipline, pulls the trigger on the first, and then turns his back to the other players that he heard moving up the ramp. And Alele catching Yellow with his knife out is just insult to injury. Salt in the wound. It looks to me like GUN5 might have to work a little bit harder. Of course, we're switching sides over now, and that's after we pick another lucky winner of hopefully a lucky skin.
Let's see what it's going to be. Usually OT gives some pretty good skins. I don't know if that's actually a factor. Oh, there go the knives. Not going to happen this time. Maybe something nice. All blues all day. Op duality given away.
Not Gobby, but Gommenby. Maybe he's German.
Close enough. It's his younger brother.
There you go. There you go. 14-13 for GUN5 as we enter into OT2 on our decider map. Winner will go to the semifinals to face Team Next Level. ECSTATIC want to be that team. They cheated away the map of GUN5, stole it away. Going into map number 2, they were nowhere to be found. Things get a little bit more awkward in overtime. Pretty much always. Fine Shine on the defense with the op. Might get found by TMB is the case. Oh, the aggro from this veteran Danish player. He's darting around this box. Sadame and Seltzer combining to try to break him down, and Lackey, at the very least, will be able to do something. But it's short-lived. A 2v3. GUN5 not looking too hot.
Good on TMB. Not only finding the first frag, but finding the second under so much scrutiny. GUN5 will be kicking themselves for not killing TMB immediately. Sarah takes care of business as we're going to 30 rounds at least.
Yeah, more OTs could be in the cards with how tight these players are playing with each other. GUN5 have some money to invest into the second round of the second half. But as of right now, ECSTATIC look like they understand a thing or two about how to take to the offense. When you hit the ground running after playing defense for so long, it feels so nice. It's absolutely possible that you end up in an awkward position where, well, no, it's time to warm back up into it, and you just don't have that many rounds to do that. Speaking of warming up, apparently Nutnut decided it was shirtless gaming time, channeling Onyx from Team Next Level. Maybe that'll be enough to get him across the finish line here. 2 rounds in a row for either team guarantees them the map, and we call it quits here for the day. If they trade evenly, we go to OT2.
Oh, let's see if that's going to happen. So much action in one best of 3. Inferno was quite quick, but Nuke is doing something different. Something's not right.
Indeed. Players considering their options. Oh, just waiting for Seltzer to return from the bathroom break. Does happen. Sunshine's camera's unfortunately been broken for quite a while now, but yeah, I imagine he's always smiling, just like in that.
He was very flirty with the camera before it broke.
Yep.
So that kind of makes me sad. He was quite interesting to see. You see him clutch. He starts to flex. He also started to flex, I think, before Nuke. So it kind of shows how good emotionally he was. Not sure how good emotionally he is right now, given that it's a very tight scoreline, a tight margin that could see you either eliminated or proceeding to the top 4, getting a solid chunk of change in the process.
I did see some yawns from some of the players on GUN5. So that's an interesting little development. Obviously, they have been playing Counter-Strike for some hours now. And the circuit is pretty brutal in terms of how many games you have to play at this level of Counter-Strike. So hopefully their energy levels are still there. Hopefully everybody at home is still with us. We're entering in to the second round of the second half, overtime on our 3rd map. And if you think that's a mouthful, wait till you see Nutnut.
All right. Time to separate the men from the boys, as 2 rounds could decide the future of these 2 sides. Lackey starts off well as Analele gets taken out. That's a good start for the CTs, as the T side, the only thing they did so far is kind of take control of Yard, and that was not enough as Seltzer takes care of Sarah. This attack is breaking. And ECSTATIC in the most important rounds break themselves. Not good only for 1. And Christu remains 1v4 with that op. Still yet to find a clutch. Not gonna be this time either. And it's 15, another match point for GUN5.
In your head, imagine Fineshine flexing again as he gets the last frag, steals the other guy's op. And now 1 round. Map and series point for GUN5. Can they make it happen where they couldn't in regulation? Those extra rounds always needed when the teams are this competitive. Obviously, the AK-47s are there for Lackey and Yellow. TMB going to consider what he's going to be buying. AWP on both sides, so, you know, they've done well to manage their economy, make sure that there's always a sniper available on the side of ECSTATIC. GUN5 just need 1 more. And then we'll have our second semi-finalist here in Galaxy Battle Phase 1 2025.
Sarah, he wants to fight as soon as possible, get that entry frag. That's going to be a split towards A, and there's Sarah. Seltzer falls. It seems that more awaits us, more rounds needed. Lackey needs to find the hero play, and that's a start. The rotate comes in, Sedan gets the frag, and there's Fineshine in the smoke. And the attack is crumbling, it seems so close, but now so far away. Sarah, though, not giving up. Fineshine remaining 1v2. He's trying to bait them out, trying to get those 1v1s, but not gonna happen so soon. Still, the bomb is yet to be picked up as Fine Shine is dancing around the site and Lele trying to get the backstab. Will Fine Shine expect this? Can he get the frag? They want to dual peek him, and that's going to happen. Fine Shine is dead, and 15 rounds hit by ECSTATIC means we go into second overtime.
Well, Analele's all smiles and smirks after that one, and I'm sure the side of GUN5 is bemoaning their fate. More Counter-Strike has yet to be played on Nuke. More rounds are required to figure out exactly who is going to meet Team Next Level in the semifinal. Every time I think ECSTATIC are down and out, they come up with some kind of scrappy way to make it happen. A little bit of an impromptu tactical while we wait for overtime 2 to start, as our teams are going to talk things over. Customary to get a little bit of time to do so. Remember that the sides do not switch until the halfway point. 3 rounds of play with the same teams in the same spots, and then we'll see them go back around. So, GUN5 will continue to defend, and ECSTATIC continue to attack. I wish Analele kept that SG.
Yeah. When you see the SUG, it's always fun, but not too common, is it? All right. I said it 2 rounds ago. Time to separate the men from the boys. It seems that they're still undecided. Ooh. Will they grow up or not? Fine Shine starts well. Search for the next kill. Onto the outside positions. There's Sadame. There are the frags from the CTs as no answer found from ECSTATIC. A fast triple kill completed by the side of GUN5, and only Sierra and Nut left standing as Selter's gonna find this timing. Nut takes care of him, but he can't do any more. GUN5 again in the lead.
And they'll take plenty of AKs up with them. Losing only 1 player means everything's going to be just fine for GUN5 going into the next. AWP out for Fine Shine. Will continue to be the case as we see ECSTATIC talking their buy over. It's been a team effort for the Danes, which I feel like I say that about pretty much every Danish side in Counter-Strike. We called out Sierra earlier for being a bit mid on Inferno and also on Dust 2. But that feels like a lifetime ago now, and he's come back into his own as an instrumental part of the ECSTATIC attack. The T side working well. Crystal returns to the side of ECSTATIC. Everybody needs a bathroom break.
It's been so long. I don't blame them.
And now, it is funny because TMB had a monster up close and personal on his camera a while back on Dust 2, and all I could think of was, is that a sponsor? What's going on
here? Sadly for the organization, I think the monster is looking for maybe bigger fishes, but maybe one day.
You never know.
Maybe one day there's going to be a fast attack towards the A-bomb side. Hilo! That's a double kill to start off this round. Nut finally puts an end to that, but Hilo continues his reign of terror on the A-bomb site, almost getting away with murder. 3 frags were enough. Still his team in the lead. When it comes to manpower, Christu has a Molotov, but a backstab close. Sierra wants to fight, but he's going to get his head taken off. Only Christu remains. He has the bomb. He can get the plant. The rotate will take a little bit of time, but that op posted already on splitters. Sadame there to pile on the pressure, and Fine Shine. See the pixel of his head. 1 hair sticking out was enough for the frag. They doubled their advantage. It's going to be 17 for GUN5.
Yeah, not only that, but GUN5 has got plenty of money. They've grabbed 2 more AKs again. So no worries on the buy for the defenders. With the bomb plant, ECSTATIC are going to be okay. That kill from Fine Shine was certainly impressive as far as the timing goes. Just a hairline, just a little haircut. And that's a wrap there as GUN5. If they can chain 3 together on one side, we can basically wrap this one up and send it off Santa's workshop, as it's been quite the gift that keeps on giving in this series. Static. Oh, the funny thing is, we'll never know if Feinstein took a bathroom break or not. We'll never know.
Yeah, he's just there, sitting with that half Mona Lisa smile.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Quite interested to see, of course, do they have it in them to finally finish this off? As you said, it's a buffet of Counter-Strike, but I've had my fill so far. Not sure about you. I'm sure that the same could be said about these players, as I think the mistakes made, and there were plenty of them in the tail end of regulation and in overtime as well, just caused by people being tired as these two teams grind all day. A lot of matches they have played in the past few weeks. The tempo of their responsibilities is so high, and the tempo of play in this round as well, as Hilo keeps on fragging. He wants this to end. 22nd frag, and Alele goes through the fire, and the flame, but Hilo takes him down as well. And it seems that GUN5 could be on 18 quite soon. Sierra has something to say about it. That's an easy frag for TMB. Brings it back to a 2-on-2, but Feinstein, sorry. Smoke off. Firing away through that smoke, not finding anything so far. Sadame could be the hero. Will they check him? Will they peek him well enough? A minute on the clock.
They're expecting a push, and that's not what's coming. Sadame, Feinstein, they've fallen back to defensive lines. Maybe it's possible TMB spotted movement from Sadame, but as long as he stays put, they'll need that molly to flush him out. It seems like maybe not. Maybe just suspicions, but nothing confirmed. Feinstein flexing towards heaven, and that's exactly the angle that needs to be marched for TMB. Looks like he's going to make contact with Sadame first. Good flick onto it, and he holds it because he knows the other player is soon to be. 18 rounds for GUN5. They need one of the next 3, and they will be into the semifinals.
ECSTATIC saved themselves 4 times so far. 4 chances has GUN5 had to finish this off, right? 3 or 4 anyway.
Oh yeah, I think if you count regulation and you count the 2 rounds that they had in OT, I think it was 5 rounds actually, so pretty wild.
Sadame, 39 frags, putting his team on his back. We can see that bayonet ultraviolet not going to be given away this time around. Just there to tease you, dear viewers. You're going to have to wait for that. Let's see who's going to get what. Could be the last giveaway of today. It's going to land at the Night Terror. Not too bad for HL Marl. Congrats
Almost
on that.
Hail Mary. You know, change that L to a Y. You got a pretty sick gamer tag. But all right, we've got a little bit more of a score to settle here between ECSTATIC and GUN5. And I did just have a peek, but GUN5 have another series to play after this. They are gonna be sleepy.
Oh yeah. Analele at the ready, gets the frag through the smoke. Selter falls. Maybe there's still life left in the Danes. Hilo wants to break the smoke. Had he known that Analele's behind it, he would have done it without even thinking. And through the smoke goes Analele. This could be golden. Oh, no! As the aim. Right place, right time. Syra and Christu, though, bring it back. It's a 4-on-2. Not gonna end it so soon as not takes care of Sadame. Fun? Okay. Unlucky for Sarah, but they know where Feinstein is. He needs to take care of TMB, and he does. Might give himself a chance, but the bomb, nowhere near.
Yeah, this is an awkward position here with Christou training his line with the AWP. He'll send the molly flying. Einshine's going to go back up the vent, and Nut awaits. His aim will not fail him this time. You can see the attempt making things happen. He's going to dodge the flash. He'll try to spam the smoke. Einshine's actually gotten up, but it cost him pretty much all his util. 26 frags to the Opper's name. Remember that smile, remember that face, burned into our brains as he attempts to retake control of outside. Grab that bomb with 20 seconds remaining. Christau holds the line, and that will be it. The defenders are not giving up just yet. 16 for the Danes. 2 more map and series points available for GUN5 for a total of 7.
Oh, yeah.
Plus all OTs and regulation.
So many chances missed, but still 2 available. And it's an important win for GUN5. Shows their game on Nuke against a team that does play a solid Nuke. Not including the errors of their ways made in this map in particular. Again, smokes on the outside positions. This time, Christu is not going to fall for the same old trick. Yes, he is. Oh, fine shine. Again and again, Christu falls to his op. That's a man advantage for GUN5 as now they can stretch their legs across the map.
And Yellow's been finding a late game resurgence on Nuke. And so him getting into Secret bodes very ill for ECSTATIC, who need every single round just to get us to a third set of OT. So many rounds of Counter-Strike, they start to blend together, and ECSTATIC need every single one to count. It's going to be seemingly some kind of A-pop here for GUN5, but they still need to evict a number of these players. And as of right now, still guarding Secret is Yellow. Fineshine watching for flanks. It's awkward for GUN5, but they are still pressing.
Quite a slow round. Status quo maintained. ECSTATIC didn't try and find an info play. Now they have to defend the A-bomb site. Can they do it? That's the question. Molotov thrown at the correct time. That's going to keep the T's out for just a little longer. Sarah only hit 1 shot. There's TMB as well to support him. That's a good multi-frag and Alele and Sirach making it work. Somehow still alive. Lackey finding the frag, but is it too little? Is it too late? The answer might be yes. As he's the only one to remain. Now he can take him out as TMB. Collects the double as well. 17 on ECSTATIC, and the Danes still live in Galaxy Battle.
Yeah, CT-sided map after all. It just took 2 OTs to figure that out. This vent was just such a death trap. I don't know what GUN5 are thinking, but they are looking like fools trying to run through that. Good flick from Lackey. Good performance from the veteran. GUN5 need to dig a little deeper. They are spoiling their 7th map and series point here if they drop this round. And it's all rifles, including a Galil on Fineshine. It's stretched thin as their budget has been. Yellow is going to get cut down, and that'll be a nice and early start. Easy start for ECSTATIC here. Final round of OT2. Have to be a disaster for the defense to crack at this point. And Alele making it even less likely as he drops Selter through the smoke.
It looks as if GUN5 are just searching for that heroic play, that Hail Mary play that's going to give them the map. Not going to happen. They're going to have to dig a little deeper, and chances are they're going to have to do it in another round of overtime. As ECSTATIC are on the brink of coming back. 3 chances more missed for GUN5 if they lose this. And there's Sarah. There's the double kill. And Fineshine too far away to even search for a trade. 1v5. And now they know where he is. They heard the hit. There's Sarah to take him down. 36 rounds were not enough on Nuke. We're going to the 3rd round of overtime. As ECSTATIC have saved themselves once more, and GUN5 will rue the missed chances.
So many of them at this point, man. They've really led from the front. ECSTATIC not giving up the ghost just yet. Once again, ECSTATIC will defend at the start of OT3. GUN5 will attack. It's a rough start here for the Russian and Eastern European combine of GUN5. Everybody looks pretty tired on the cameras. No surprises there, but I will say ECSTATIC have somehow persevered, even despite losing every round on their T side of OT2. At this point, the battle lines become blurry. Even thinking about the game plan is difficult when you're this many rounds deep. Do you have anything left that you haven't already thrown at them? Does it matter if they know to read the play? Will they do it? And the Counter-Strike has gone on for so long. It's 5 rifles for the side of GUN5. They're going to hold back. No AWP necessary as we open things up in OT3.
Alrighty. Another round of overtime. These two teams don't want to quit. Sarah just saw the shoulder wasn't enough. He gets sagged down to 75 HP. As Christu might get a chance. Smoke's thrown. On time. Christu caught with an 8 in hand. Almost was punished for that. But him and Analele are going to collect 2 frags. And GUN5, they need to scrape the bottom of the barrel of their strat book because this is not working. 4 rounds in a row collected by ECSTATIC. And a long time it has been since the team got a round on their T side.
Yeah, that's right. We're now 7 CT rounds in a row. ECSTATIC continuing that trend. And, you know, they lead in OT. That might be the first time in all 3 OTs that this has happened. Certainly not a common occurrence, as GUN5 have choked their leads more often than ECSTATIC have been able to actually secure them. As of right now, with AWP still on Christo, nothing to be found for Fine Shine. Timings on the utility will continue to apply a little bit of pressure towards the A defense, but it hasn't developed anywhere. Christo and Analele doing so well outside. It's a big pressure point for GUN5. I'm not sure that they have a countervailing option. Even tagged through that big crate, Selter gonna be feeling worse for wear after that one. Remember last round, they peeked in head of their smokes blooming, and they were punished for it. This time around, it's the trophy room where Nut wants to ply his trade. He'll almost get 2, but it's not quite enough. Christo with the up is holding ramp.
Sadame, there we go. 2 quick frags, and that'll turn the tide of this round towards finally the T's. After a long time, we see a sign of life from a team playing T side. Christu, though, takes care of Hilo, and look at the HP on the side of GUN5. This is still an active round as Analele could have a shot. Sadame caught with an 8 in hand. There's one, and there's the other one uplanded. And it's a 1v1 between Selter and Analele spamming through the smoke, and Selter will find him 19th round for GUN5, and finally posting a T-side round.
We'll see if that lack of a bomb plant really matters when they're able to scrape together that one. Everybody dying except for Selter, the captain of GUN5, leading by example. And this is after 2 of his members get cut down. He has to 1v2 his way to a 19th. In the bowels, the depths of Nuke's overtime, GUN5 will continue. Will persevere. AWP for Christo, not for Fine Shine. Yet again, avoiding that investment. Want to save the money instead for the more long and drawn-out options here in the last round of OT3's first half. Sadame has found the opening frag. Yellow dies in yard. Analele continuing to find impact, and now it's a ramp push where Nut awaits.
Oh, Nut 3. There's the flag. Say it 4 times. It won't be enough as Nut takes care of business. 20 for ECSTATIC, but don't forget they let one slip on this CT side. That means their T side is going to have to be better than it was up until now.
Have they made a breakthrough? Nut paints the trophy room approach. Very peculiar color red. ECSTATIC, they could be threatening here. First to 22 will take us away. We get another case spin here. As many extra rounds as need be. We'll continue to reward the viewers for sticking with the broadcast. Another option here. Galaxy
All right,
Battle
let's see what
case
we're gonna
will
get.
be spun. Let's see.
Few nice skins saw. There's the knife goes away. A good op as well. Oh, all right. Why the hell not? I spoke about it last time. There's that bayonet ultraviolet. Captain Bear 101. Enjoy the knife you got.
Maybe I need to start putting that command in the chat. What am I'm missing out?
Hey, I think the first time we cast it, I'm pretty sure I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a rat, but I'm pretty sure our observer won a skin. That was about a week ago, so if somebody in management can check his inventory, you should be able to find out if he's scamming you. Getting double the money. Oh, Christu starts off well. There's the frag to open things up for that T side as Hilo right there in lobby. Nut takes care of him, and Selter now needs to find an answer, but his position already discovered by the T's. Fine shine from heaven. Strikes, but needs more. Hits his shot quite well and still alive. Searching for more. There's Nut to take him down. It's a 3-on-2.
These are dirty frags from Nut. Which perhaps is fitting given the namesakes. Syrah is going to continue watching from lobby. I don't think Sadame with the AWP is going to be able to salvage much. This should be a 21st from ECSTATIC. With Selter, the last alive, coming in from heaven. His position preempted with utility and sealed with a bullet to the head. TMB guarantees 21 for ECSTATIC, and now they've got 2 map and series points.
Will this be remembered as a GUN5 choke? That is the question, as ECSTATIC didn't have a chance to win this map so far. They did not have match point up until now. Now 2 chances await them. 2 available. And look at the buy on the side of GUN5. Good. With Hilo going back to the old reliable. It was sitting above his bed so far. Now taken in an attempt to save his team. Fine shine starts well. Goomba Sump. Christu is actually going to get that frag. It's a 4-on-4, and Hilo runs through lobby. They have to have heard that. And Lackey just at CT vent is going to miss the guy going through vent. A bit of a confusing round now for GUN5. Little information they have.
Losing Fine Shine to the counter-op of Kristau is humongously impactful because Fine Shine was one of the reasons why GUN5 staved off defeat until ECSTATIC sucker punched them at the last moment of the last round. Lackey pushed through the lobby. He lines up 3 players! Humongous impact from the veteran. Analele will take Yellow out, but he still has to contend with the Iron Dome. Running through with a Tech 9 is Desperation, tagged by the Flames. GUN5 get a 20th. ECSTATIC have one more chance.
Will they? Will they use it, or is this never-ending story continuing? What a lineup. Oh my god, you don't see that every day. And Lackey, the dopamine rush, look at the face. As he can't believe what just happened. Gift wrapped and sent to Lackey. 3 kills on a silver platter, not one looking at him. Brilliantly done. One more chance is gonna get taken away by the auto shotty and the op, and Hilo once more. That shotty doing work just enough for damage that'll chip away as Analele gets traded back. It's Christu and Nut in a 2v4 smoked off. They're gonna have to wait. They're gonna have to pray for a mistake made by GUN5. Quadruple OT right behind the corner.
It's lurking, it's looking at us, it's giving us the funny stare, it's approaching very quickly. And as much as you want to stave it off if you're ECSTATIC, GUN5 don't seem like they're gonna let you. Fine Shine holds the line. This is an almost impossible shot for him to whiff, but it's jumped over. Kristau slow peeks it, and it's too slow. Fine Shine doubles up, and we're going to a 4th overtime.
I cannot believe what's going on. I can hardly believe it. 7 chances lost by GUN5, 2 wasted by ECSTATIC, and it's another round of OT. This game continues to deliver, both with Counter-Strike and with memes, as both teams have made some crucial errors in judgment, mistakes that have cost them a trip to the semifinals, a ticket booked already. Still anybody's match.
Really is, yeah. And I've seen weakness in GUN5's mental game, and their strategic layers seem to be simplifying on that offensive side. But ECSTATIC, I mean, they crumbled there with the lead. That's not good for them either. So Lackey sitting back down after single-handedly being responsible for bringing his team to the 4th OT. Nobody knows who's going to win this one. Not even our AI overlords.
Yeah, the AI's given up so far. It's like, whatever. Let's just send this. The AI doesn't care anymore.
I'm starting to get like Prison Break vibes, you know, or like, you know, somebody's just trying to find a way to escape from the divine comedy.
Maybe.
Purgatory is all consuming.
Maybe it's our own personal circle of hell. You and I, our wonderful observer, production team, and 10 players, along with the staff behind them. The problem is, as you mentioned before, GUN5 have one more best of 3 to play.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're waiting to compete in the Metizport Conquest of Prague later on, and that's going to be a rough one right after this. I don't think they're going to get much of a break.
The question
on the other
is,
hand, I mean, maybe they can be that way.
That's a start. We can talk about their chances of making it to their next best of 3 in a bit, as GUN5, no matter how the clock is ticking, still have a fight left in them.
How long will that fight last before it's burned out, snuffed out? Man advantage for the European Combine. ECSTATIC continues to move through the map. They are down towards the lower site. Sadame, with 44 frags, surely will be an impactful player. Feinstein able to provide some much needed assistance.
Oh, that was fast! As Feinstein takes care of TMB, Nut finds an answer. But will it be short-lived? Christu's seen, they should know, but the no-scope is gonna work to his favor. And Hilo behind double door, just waiting for his time to pounce. This timing would be good, but he doesn't want to open them naturally. Doesn't want to give them a way to get into the site. There's Hilo. There's a double kill. And only one remains. Hilo will triple up for the 22nd round of GUN5.
The 22nd round is not enough. Can you believe how deep we got to go into Nuke to figure out which one of these teams is going to continue? It's some impressive stuff so far. Just still looking for that victory, though, and the CT sides have been impressive in OT from both teams. As long as GUN5 avoid losing any rounds on their CT side, they have a strong chance of finally clinching the victory. Round 2 of OT4, ECSTATIC look for redemption.
All right, let's see if they're going to find it, as they've lost the opening round of this 4th round of overtime. Getting outside control, and this is like watching the same round repeat over and over again, especially for the T's. They're trying to take outside control, then they search for something more. Seltzer flashed off, and Alele free frag. Feinstein can get the trade, so that'll be a +1 for ECSTATIC.
Start of something here. TMB continues, but Feinstein at the very least will pluck one out of the sky before Doomfragger continues. Static trying to fight back. 2-on-4 now. The defenders not looking advantaged after all.
Not at all.
Now we'll pluck Lackey out. Yeah, it's just down to Yellow, and he's had that late game resurgence that we talked about, but it's not quite been enough. Certainly not enough in this round.
Bomb planted. Hilo considering getting close, searching for a frag. They heard him and they know they can double peek him. Oh, he gets two. Not there. Right place, right time. 22-22. Nothing between these two sides.
And if you check HLTV, you might see a peculiar result. Because it's in. Partisan, who GUN5 were supposed to play a best of one against pretty soon, have been awarded the default win. GUN5 taking too long to finish their meal on nukes, so there you go.
Belgrade
the
boys,
Serbians are
easy
going to be
game.
happy with that one. Easy game. The opponent didn't show up. Too busy fighting Ecstatic for that semifinal spot.
Don't worry, Ecstatic. I'll tell the Partizan management to send you your paycheck. Least they can do. All jokes aside, GUN5, they'll be so disappointed if they lose this at the end.
I know.
It's 2 matches lost. It's a pretty bad deal, honestly. TMB takes care of Hilo. And what I was saying could come to fruition. Charging towards ramp, SD aim, that's a good angle. Easy frag, pulling back. He can get back to that B-bomb site and still have a fighting chance with a lot of information already collected.
These are going back around, though. They are not confident in pushing down towards B. Selter, he finds the cross from Sierra. That's the secret player taken out of the equation, and Alele needs to make this matters into his own hands. It's not going to work. Lackey will cut him down, and the bomb will at the very least be planted, but this is a 3-on-2. GUN5 have plenty of time.
Yep. They still have a chance. 2 HE grenades available. One gets thrown. Let's see. Not wants to fight. Takes down 2.
Oh!
There he is. Last bullet, 1 tap to get the 23rd for Ecstatic.
Needed 4 OTs to figure out how T's could finally win one of these OT halves. And Ecstatic are the ones to do it. Could they crush GUN5's soul right now? Eliminating them from Galaxy Battle Phase 1 and consigning them to a miserable moment when they check HLTV and realize that they lost another round after. Great play from Nut. Shirtless Gaming continues to deliver. Looks like he's got a nice little attic suite there with some crawl spaces as well. That's probably fun for his cats or something. Oh, and fun for the viewers, too.
The tournament organizer is going to go bankrupt just from this match.
I know.
So many skins given away.
Yeah.
And the guy leading Galaxy Battle is
gloves.
like, stop the count.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. Luckily for him, this time only a blue given away.
Yeah. Not too bad there. NA Granny? Granny? I don't know. And I like to think that's an NA grandmother, you know? Like.
Yeah. Just swearing away at her PC because her bet is not going through. She rooted for GUN5.
That's right. Not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. As charming as Sedame's looks are, as impressive as Yellow's antics are with the XM, and of course Feinstein, stoic as he is, maintaining the same position for 30-some-odd rounds of Counter-Strike. It's not going to be enough, it seems. But hey, they can change our minds. 23 rounds for Ecstatic, 22 for GUN5. We are in the 4th overtime, 2nd half. And Christos found the first frag through smoke, no less. TMB will follow through before being executed by Sedame, who's found 2 outside, and Alele is the last alive here. Oh, and he's not going to be able to salvage the position. Sira instead will double up himself. It's a 2-on-1. The offer of GUN5 needs to hit the shot and doesn't. That's 24 for Ecstatic.
2 more opportunities for ECSTATIC if my calculation is correct. ECSTATIC players have 2 more chances to proceed to the semifinals. Sarah, right place, perfect time, great spray to take down 3. And so many multi-frags on all the players on this server. Even Selter, with 19 kills, he still had so many impactful rounds. And how can you not? With 46 played. Oh.
No, we're into round 47. Lackey's brought down to such low health already. He will be exterminated in the outside, and Analele is going to be responsible for that one. Remember, if ECSTATIC win this round as Christo gets them 1 frag closer, they will be in the semifinals after the most marathon of matches on Nuke yet to be played in the tournament. Sadame drops down to ramp. He is going towards that B-bomb site, and he does not have the bomb, but that is on yellow. Looking for that little bit of map control they might still be able to eke out, but multiple members of ECSTATIC are nearby and listening, and Alele could frag. Oh, but he's revealed.
2 quick frags. That's going to give them a lifeline. That's going to give them a chance. 3-on-3 situation as ECSTATIC players approach closer to the B-bomb site. GUN5 needs to play together. They need to find those trades and just buy time as much as possible. Sedane and Fine Shine, they keep them alive. Only Nut to remain, and he's dead as Fine Shine finds him as well. 23 on the board for GUN5. Still 1 more chance for ECSTATIC, though.
Indeed. We could go to 5th OT. I guess we could. You know, maybe we haven't quite played enough Counter-Strike to decide which one of these teams deserves the semifinals.
Yeah, not enough. I think we need to play 1 more map after this.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, GUN5 think that's what they're doing, but that's not what they're doing. Not anymore. Maybe both of the teams will get EQ'd, and we'll just go to Metizport. Cristal changes the plan there, fragging towards Lackey. What's GUN5's reaction? Remember, 4 frags away from the semifinals are ECSTATIC. I'm sure they will be at least somewhat jubilant after their victory here. Should it come to pass, there's still 4 AKs that want to change anybody's mind about turning the stream off and going home. Malele dives back through towards heaven, towards ramp. He's continue to execute, trying to take more map control, but there are defenders here on the A-bomb site.
Now less than 60 seconds left for GUN5 to save themselves and go to the 5th round of overtime. They need to take care of Analele. He's blind, and they must have heard him. Hilo, easy frag, not so easy! Hilo gets 2, and as the aim does his job as well. Analele struggles but takes down Hilo. There's still something to play for, but Analele has to clutch. He can't do it. We're going to more and more and more overtime.
You just can't get enough Nuke. You just can't get enough Counter-Strike. GUN5 refuse to be mauled and run over. You know what this reminds me of? There's a movie where a comedic serial killer is running somebody over with one of the machines that they get to use to clear the ice on skating rinks. And that's exactly what this match has been. It's just each team taking turns trying to drive this really slow ice cleaning machine. Which one is going to get there first? Yes, there it is. Thank you. I don't know how you knew that, but thank you.
Yeah, for somebody who doesn't speak English as a native language, I have some weird words in mind. All right. 48 rounds played. I think this best of 3 is going to make me cry. Let's go again.
It was Deadpool. Deadpool says it. You're going to get killed by a Zamboni. That's the line. I remembered. I totally didn't look it up.
First round of overtime 5 between 2 teams that really don't want to get eliminated in the quarterfinals. Sadame, this could be dangerous. Not close. There's one. Christou's there, and Christou's fast. Gets the trade. Had he fallen, would have been a completely different round now. ECSTATIC can think about their options, as GUN5 are currently doing the same.
Well, Analele's position in Secret will be a little bit tricksy. They're used to him being outside in Yard. They look for him there as well. Sira with the A4. He's even going to get a frag after all that. He is going to get run down by Lackey. A little bit damage put down range, but Analele has already taken out Yellow. And Christou in Vent, CT Vent, has been able to headshot Lackey. Close quarters offing. This 1-on-3 from Selter is almost impossible. Might be able to cut down the first. Molly available to flush the Opper out, but now he's being pushed on multiple fronts, and he will be taken out despite his heroics. A 25th for ECSTATIC.
For a moment there, just a split second, it seemed doable, realistic even. Not going to happen. ECSTATIC back in the lead. As now, GUN5 need to think, what can they do? What can they come up with? Is there even a strat book available? I'm not sure.
There is. I think it's been burned and shot and turned into tatters, and might have run out of toilet paper and had to use it in a pinch. You never know. GUN5 are certainly on the struggle bus on the T side. It's only been ECSTATIC who have been able to post consecutive T rounds in OT. Zira takes the aim out of the picture nice and early. But the artillery strike clears the op from the deck, so that's a pretty big pickup for the Ts. The TMB. Oh, he's just barely going to get out of there, and Analele will do one better. Yellow struggling. Selter and Fineshine trying to get something done here. I don't know how Sierra got caught there, but he did. 2-on-3.
Question is, why was Sierra there? Selter knows that something is close. He finds one and searches for more. Not a danger presenting itself. Nut finds the bomb, and it's only Selter remaining too far away to even be a factor in this round. He's going to make a lot of noise, a lot of footsteps, though not yet to be heard. Analele just holding the line. Selter is going to get clothesline, and that's 26 for ECSTATIC.
Okay, well, they need to get to 28. If they can chain together all 3 CT rounds as we cross the 50 rounds played mark, absolutely we'll end up seeing GUN5 under the pump. And I gotta say, you can tell that reaction times are starting to get slow and sloppy, where how long it took Nut to kill player with the bomb down below. Fineshine dropping there, and somehow GUN5 have attack pause left. Maybe something that gets given to you when you reach OT and they only now notice.
Oh, yeah. They decided to use a tactical timeout, and it's been a long time coming. What do you even say in this situation as an in-game leader? Do you just try and rally the troops? Or do you actually have a plan in mind, something you didn't use so far? Because after so many rounds played, 50 in fact, where do you come up with those ideas?
I'm not so sure that any ideas are left. GUN5 might be out of them. The tank could be empty. But tactical timeout was used nonetheless, and hopefully it brought them some kind of hope, some kind of glimmer. The rounds continue to be played. The time ticks on. Performances required. Stage set. ECSTATIC lead by 2. It's up to GUN5 to make sure that they can narrow that lead, potentially get a CT earned victory. It'll be heartbreaking for whoever loses this.
Oh yeah.
It's been heartbreaking for us watching it go on, so it's only fitting that the players will share in that.
Christou, did he see him? The answer is no. Fineshine on the open, available.
Whoa!
Doesn't hit the shot, was close from what we've seen. 50 seconds left, a bit more than that. Hello, there he goes. Finds CMB, but nothing more. That's gonna maybe stretch out the defense. That's gonna give GUN5 a chance.
Sloppy util usage. That smoke extinguishes the molly. Not gonna work out there for GUN5 as they try to punish Sierra's quick rotations. Feinstein looking for a peek. Christel will get brought down by Lackey, and look at that. Sierra drops down. That's the wrong play versus the veteran. And with Feinstein sniping Analele out of the picture, it's just gonna be down to Nut. I don't think he's got 4 kills in him. Sadame will finish the job. GUN5 post a 25th, and well, there's some room for both. If GUN5 get 3 rounds in a row, they will win at last. If ECSTATIC can at least win 2 of the next 3, we'll avoid OT6, and they will be declared our second semifinalist. Bankruptcy looms for the cases, of course. Here we go.
Of course. I'd be more surprised, actually, if we didn't play. What the hell is that?
I don't know, but it's epic.
It's something special. Congrats to Makarotas. He won Zibbert, or is it the other way around? I don't know anymore. All right, the production team just baited you into entering the giveaway, as many skins have been given away. I just need to know what the hell that is. And
I hope we'll get some clarification later. Oh, I see. I see. So we did get a little bit of info. Apparently, since in the Ukrainian broadcast, we have 9,000 live viewers. There's a Ukrainian blogger as the giveaway, and so that was just a little bit of a cheeky little in-joke for those guys. Or I guess it's an out-joke. We're the ones who don't know.
Yeah.
As we are not the Ukrainians here, but Diakuyemu, you would say.
I don't think you're supposed to give people away, though. I think that they outlawed that.
He signed a waiver on some obscure
contract.
contract, like it's fine. He agreed to it, sort of, by a technicality, so.
I probably should read the small print next time. I don't know what he consented to, but I'm not sure I'd be too interested in that.
He's got to follow that guy on Twitter now, probably, Who knows? If he
Fair enough.
Yeah. Telegram.
All right, let's see. Can GUN5 get the equalizer? The answer seems to be a resounding no, as ECSTATIC have found a 2-for-1 trade. Lackey trigger. Discipline, good for 1 as Ty returns. But there's Feinstein to bring it back into a 2-on-2.
No bomb plant yet. It's loose on the site. TMB's responsibility, but first he needs to get there. Looks like he will do so. Christel with the sniper is trying to hold for a flank that will not come, but somehow bomb gets planted. Feinstein knows where TMB is. It was radioed in by Sadame. They're going to execute onto the site, but Christel, his op shot is more than enough to deal with Sadame, and Feinstein in a 1-on-2 finds the first and is cut down at the last moment. 27 rounds for ECSTATIC, and they need 1 more round.
1 round left to go for ECSTATIC. We've heard that one before.
Sure have.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, as GUN5 still has a little bit in the tank left, I am sure, from what we've seen so far. GUN5, they will be kicking themselves if they lose this. They're the ones who still, if you take in the calculations, had more opportunities to finish this map than ECSTATIC, even counting these two that the Danes have now. Feinstein, his op needs to show.
Got a good angle. And Alele, though, opens up onto Hielo, and that op is just a warning shot. You don't want to give him warnings at this point, not in OT5. Now a 5-on-4 in favor of the Danes on the offense. They can chain together these frags. They can tie this up into a not-so-neat little bow. It's quite sloppy after all of the use. Silence. Cut noise.
Status quo. Nobody wants to be the guy that makes a mistake at this scoreline. The defense waiting. Is it good enough? TMB takes the head of Lackey, but there's Feinstein again from heaven. That op shows 3-on-4, ECSTATIC still with a man advantage. One player just playing that libero role. That's Sadame. He's going to have to show quite well. Good class. Seltzer can't find the frag. Completely blind, completely white. Sadame can't get out of vent. With 25 seconds on the clock, the bomb is planted and Fine Shine is dead. Only Sadame left. 1v4 and Sarah ready. He heard him. He knows. Sadame faster. But 3 more victims left to find if he wants to continue this fiesta of blood, and it's not gonna happen as ECSTATIC win after 5 overtimes played. So many opportunities missed by both sides. ECSTATIC finally booked their ticket to the semifinals.
Sweet release for ECSTATIC. And honestly, for us, I mean, I've forgotten what happens after the Counter-Strike ends. I didn't know a map of Counter-Strike could end. 28-25, north of 50 rounds played. And we finally have our second semifinalist. Boy, howdy, was that a tough game for GUN5. Not only that, they forfeit their next map, which was a best of 1 for later on. And that's pretty much as unfortunate as you can get for one team in one moment. But despite Sadame's miraculous attempts, 54 frags, not enough, not sufficient for his team to cross over. So, a consolation map MVP. Great stats for him. But stats aren't everything, you see, Lyuba. We've got some very interesting things to go over, because actually, we even happen to know our third semifinalist once that bracket gets shown up. And I bet you're wondering how that is, but here we have it, with Navi Jr. going up against Sashi. Sashi was not able to make it to the team. A technical defeat hands Navi Jr. a semifinal spot as ECSTATIC qualify to face TNL over GUN5.
Oh, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. Don't forget 9 Pandas couldn't play against Sashi, and they had to forfeit that match. So at the end of the day, Sashi ending their way in the quarterfinals without playing a single best of 3 in this competition, or rather in the playoffs of this tournament. That's a bit unfortunate for them. It's sad to see, though. We got 3 semifinalists, and now we can already start making predictions who's going to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I think, honestly, knowing that it's Navi Jr. on the other side for sure, that's something I would have bet on, actually, considering Sashi's more hit or miss inconsistent performances. But knowing that they aren't even going to be able to show up to the server, we can start to think a little bit deeper about that playoffs bracket, and maybe this will end up being Navi Jr. in another tournament's grand finals so soon after winning Yala Compass. That's a distinct possibility, and perhaps even the most likely outcome. ECSTATIC making such a meal of it on Nuke versus GUN5. At least they'll be happy that they won, and they can start to relax a little bit, maybe take a nap. I know that's what I'm doing. But you think about TNL, there are no pushovers. I think they will probably end up being an even tougher opposition for the Danes. So something to think about. The veto will look different in that series. I'm very interested in how the semifinals are going to shape up.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. And props to ECSTATIC. They kind of got the best of both worlds. You always, when you play badly and get the win, that's always a good thing, because not only did you get the result, but you can kind of think over what went wrong. And for sure, many things did go wrong for these two sides. ECSTATIC just slightly better in this best of 3. Hopefully, we're going to see some better Counter-Strike out of them in the coming days, or of course in the semifinals, where they will be facing Team Next Level. A long day at work courtesy of these two teams, because they did give us a pretty big map to commentate on. But that is it from us. Of course, Galaxy Battle continues tomorrow with the finalization of the quarterfinals. Of course, we wish you a good night.